The World Surf League Challenger Series arrives in Europe. The Atlantic Ocean converges with tall cliffs and sandy coves of Ericeira, Portugal to host an endless playground of year-round world-class waves. Here, surfing's next crop of superstars continue their pursuit of one common goal: a spot on the World Surf League Championship Tour. With 2 events remaining, time is running out for competitors to seize the opportunity and jump up the leaderboard with hopes of securing their spot on surfing's biggest stage. For some, the return to the CT will be familiar. For others, a lifelong dream coming to life. The fight for qualification on the World Surf League Championship Tour continues at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia.
Good morning from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro, presented by Estrella Galicia. And the Challenger Series approaching its thrilling conclusion. Loads more business to be done here in Portugal. In our penultimate event, stop 5 and 6 on the Challenger Series. The best aspirant surfers from across the globe looking to step up to the Championship Tour as we pick up vision of some free shredding this morning. Surfers getting dialed in and looking to get down to business once again here. A massive day of the event ran yesterday. Some big talking points from that, and we'll keep it going as we look at surfers getting that practice in, thinking about going out to do battle, and here to break down a lot of those storylines and set the scene. John and myself, Paul Evans, Felicity Parmentier, Philippe Jervis. What's your vibe, guys?
Wow, yesterday was a day full of drama. It was incredible. There were some incredibly devastating moments for some surfers and then some really exciting moments for others. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into the last few heats of this round of 64, and it's going to be an exciting day.
Good morning. I'm happy. It's fun. It's a bit smaller than yesterday, but still, it's super fun, and I think we're going to have some really nice heats throughout the day.
And, well, I guess one of our takeaways, what we've seen from the action so far, is just these heats so stacked. 4 surfers out in the water, and even some of our very top seeds might be going great, having a good season. Absolutely brutal out there, and all sorts of upsets going down, Flick.
Yeah, yesterday for me, I think the most devastating one was Eli Hanneman. Just in the last few seconds of that heat, actually ended up with an interference against Aton and ended up bailing out. So to come off the back of a huge win at the US Open and then to not be able to continue with that momentum was pretty devastating.
We had a little glimpse on the action out in the water. Just then, let's find out exactly what we're doing today. We're going to hear from our Congress Director, Travis Logie, who's with Joanna Garnell.
Good morning, Travis. Exciting day yesterday, wasn't it?
Morning, Joanna. Yeah, yesterday was an epic day. Huge day, lots of super important heats, and the waves were pumping, and it looks really fun again today.
And what do we have today?
Yeah, we're on with the 8:05 a.m. start. We're going to finish off men's round of 64 and then go straight into women's round of 32, followed by the first four heats of men's round of 32. The swell's still sticking around. It's supposed to drop slightly during the day, but still tons of waves and tons of opportunity.
So just 16 heats today, right?
Yeah, 16 heats today. That'll get us to probably like a sweet spot with the tide coming in late this evening and a dropping swell. So, yeah, another big day ahead.
And how's the rest of the week looking?
It looks pretty positive. We got favorable tides through the middle of the day, which is great. The swell will drop a little bit, but the angle improves a lot. So lots of fun waves to come.
Exciting. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. Let's get into the forecast here and check out exactly what's in store and see what we got lined up. This is what we're looking at throughout the day here.
Yeah, so this is today's forecast. Obviously, like Travis said, we've still got a bit of that swell sticking around from yesterday. This morning, we've got 3 to 4 foot faces, still that 11-second period continuing throughout the day, but the afternoon dropping off a little bit, so that is why we're only doing those 4 men's heats. But yeah, light winds all day, side offshore. But yeah, looking to the next 4 days.
Yeah, even though it looks kind of, it looks tricky, but as Travis said, the angle of the swell is going to turn a little bit to the west, and it comes straight from the ocean, straight into the beach. It's gonna be fun. I'm pretty sure.
Just one thing, just picking up what Travis said about the tide. When it is a bit smaller like this, Philippe, it's going to be a lot more tide affected towards the high.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, the tide range is not going to be that big, so it's going to be a little bit. It's not going to be too high, nor too low. So it's going to be. I think it's going to be perfect.
Let's get underway here and check out our first heat of the day. Looking at Jacob Willcox, Joel Vaughan, taking on Maxime Houssaneau and Joaquim Chavez. Half an hour for these surfers to get down to business. Looking to go deep into the event, put themselves in a solid position to qualify. Someone who's done that from very early this year is the Western Australian Jacob Willcox. Is in red right now. The Goofy's had a few cracks as a wildcard in CTs. Well, he's not going to be serving as a wildcard next year because he's qualified, Flick. He's on.
Yeah, this is amazing news that Jacob's officially qualified for the 2024 season. It's so exciting. He's been at it for a while now. He's finished just a couple of spots short of qualifying. And I just look at him as just such an all-rounded surfer. You know, he can surf small waves really well. He's got such a dynamic backhand, but then you get him into some power. And if you've seen any of his clips that he's dropped on his social media of his time spent up in the northwest of Western Australia, wow, look out for those left-handers and waves of consequence on tour, because that man right there is going to be he's going to be a tough draw. And I'm also excited to see another West Aussie on tour. Going to join Jack Robbo.
A great addition to the tour, really popular surfer. Jacob Willcox qualified. Just looking at his numbers coming into this, it was always, well, there were various scenarios about how it could have got done, but basically by virtue of the fact that other surfers lost out yesterday that were around him, that could have just maybe delayed that qualification a bit. The numbers have been crunched. He is in. So we'll look forward to seeing him pipeline for the start of the season. But before he gets down to that, he's got a tough heat here. Thinking of surfers have also qualified. Well, Maxime Houssaneau, after a solid campaign, 10, 11 years trying to do qualifying, got there last year. Didn't have a great season before the cut and unfortunately missed out, Philippe.
Yeah, Maxime, he surfed really well throughout the first half of the year, obviously before the cut, but unfortunately it was not enough just to be able to maintain that spot. He's back on the Challengers. I spoke with him in the morning, and he's more psyched than ever, and he wants to go back because once you get that little smell of city surfing, you just want to go back and make sure you have all the tools and the level to be there again. So it's going to be interesting to see Maxime try to regain a spot in the city, because he still has a chance, you know, as we see Joel Vaughan up and riding.
It is Joel Vaughan in blue. He was deeper for this wave, just offered him an opening section. And then not loads of juice for him to squeeze as he just came out of that takeoff peak section. Meanwhile, freshly qualified for 2024 Championship Tour, here's Jacob Willcox on the backhand, setting up here for a bit of a section to crack, does it really well. And again, there's another one. And the rhythm of his surfing has been on point throughout the season. There's another nice turn with a bit of spice to it. And again, just cracks it. Puts the board up nice and vert on the backhand. And that's going to be a reasonable way to kick things off, Flick.
Yeah, great way to kick off his campaign here in Portugal. I just love the way he surfs in small waves on his backhand. I just feel like he's so dynamic, and, you know, for me, I'm seeing a CT surfer here. We'll have a look at him on his backhand, just so crisp. You know, this is a smaller wave, but he surfs it really well. Great way to open up his heat here. But yeah, just a series of slicing backhand maneuvers here, straight up into the lip there, and he's not done yet, so gets the finish. Definitely going to be happy with that one today, especially conditions a little bit slower, a little bit smaller today. So yeah, great way to open up. You see that torque that he gets through his body through the top half of that wave there is really impressive.
So the Western Australian getting his qualification onto the tour, and that surf-blessed region, also host to a CT event, sends another surfer to the big leagues for 2024. That's a really cool story, and we'll get his thoughts on that. I'm sure he'd be pretty stoked, although generally seems to sort of keep everything quite dialed down. It's quite a mellow sort of character, Jacob.
Yeah, Jacob is a mellow character. However, I know back home in Western Australia, everyone's going to be going nuts because, yeah, like I said, he's been at it for a while, a few years now, and he has finished a couple spots short of qualifying. He's been in that conversation. He's surfed a lot of CT events. He's had a lot of CT experience for someone who actually hasn't qualified yet. He's done really well at Margaret River. He's done really well just up the road here where he got a wild card to surf in Peniche at that World Tour event. So it's good. He's got a bit of CT experience under the belt already, and he's looking to back up his opening ride here.
Yeah, he's already got a 7 locked in for his first wave and finding a way before he even gets back to the peak. So this will be a score for him, wasting no time at all. A blistering start from Willcox, as he'll swing around a couple of times on a softer run. It will count for him for the time being. I don't think he'll threaten a 7 with that, but wasting no time at all building a cushion in this heat. And one of the themes throughout this year, really, the performances have been coming. He's surfing really well, equipment's dialed in, all that stuff, but seems to be surfing pretty smart as well, making good decisions in his heat. Seems to be calm and in control throughout.
Yeah, we'll have a look. We'll go back to that for 1 second, but this is a replay of his quick little backup here. I like this strategy. You know, he's obviously dialed in that, okay, today's a little bit smaller, it's a little bit more inconsistent. As I'm paddling back out, let's quickly swing on one and get a backup. He's already got a total of 10.33 right now. You know, everyone else, the only one to open up their account is Joel. So, you know, such smart surfing, and he's already comboed the field.
Philippe, we talk about the goofies here at Ribeira and how it can be a bit tougher for them. What are the keys to success on the backhand, particularly in this kind of size?
I was just thinking about that, honestly, because with this size, with this tide, the backside will have a little bit of an advantage because you can attack the leap vertical, as you see Joaquim Chaves doing stuff like this. This is going to be a little bit of an advantage here in Ribeira. Obviously, that everything will change as soon. Again, a nice snap by Joaquim, another one, and he's going to finish this one off. So with the low tide, it's going to be a little bit difficult for the goofy footers because the wave kind of breaks in half, and yeah, you have those low moments and those slow moments during the wave. But with this high tide, you can definitely attack for more vertical and impress the judges a little more. So I think this size will suit goofy footers and backhanders a little better. I think it's my opinion, obviously, as we see the replay of Joaquim. Nice first snap off the top, drifting that tail straight into a nice cutback. You can see his body movement. He has been working a lot on his body movement and just showing the judges that he really wants it. As you can see, it just torques every single turn. He just wants to put expression on his body because we know the judges love that. And very good, very well started by Joaquim, the local kid. 5.17.
Yeah, the number in for him. Pretty decent mid-range one. Just you could tell just the opening of that wave was a little bit slopey, a little bit softer than Jacob's wave, wasn't it? He had to just go a little bit more out onto the face than going right in that steeper pocket, and that's reflected in the scoreline. Here's Joel Vaughan, just to float over a section, keep the speed up, and then swooping around in the pocket. And looking for this one to try and stand up for him. Let's see if he can navigate over that deep section and get a little inside runner. Looks like he's done that here. Nice. As he just tags that lip and releases the tail a touch as well. So good stuff from Joel Vaughan. Half an hour for these surfers to post their 2 top scores. And look to go deep into the event. We just heard from Iconis director Travis Logie talking about our running and what we're going to be getting through today. Right now it is heat 13 of the round of 64 round. We started yesterday, and this is Joel Vaughan, the highly rated young Australian, trying to get involved in this heat.
Yeah, he is out of New South Wales. It's a smaller wave. This one, you know, he needed to get his account going. Smaller wave. I liked how his finish was super explosive. Had a little bit of backwash to deal with there, but yeah, no problems for Joel. And yeah, just beautiful lip line floater there. It was a smaller wave, so, you know, don't think it's going to be close to the score that Jacob or Joaquim got, but, you know, nonetheless, maybe could be a backup today because it is a bit slower.
See him from above there. You can check the amplitude in his surfing from that angle. See the amount of ground he covers off the bottom turn. And climbing right up, finding a genuine bit of lip here. You get to appreciate how much board he got through that there, Philippe.
That was really sick. He threw the board up there and just kicked the back foot and just managed to land and deal with that little bit of a backwash, as Flick said. But very well surfed by Joel Von, and even though it's only a 3.73, as you said, this just put something on board and get the ball rolling.
So Willcox already exerting a bit of dominance here. In terms of his numbers, a 7 early on is a great boon to his campaign to stay alive in this event. I'm just wondering, Flick, this year, we mentioned we've seen him come real close for a couple of years. Anything different about him? What's changed other than the fact that he's obviously been getting results, but what's clicked for Jacob this year, you feel?
Well, Jacob's actually done something quite interesting, which a lot of surfers over the time from Western Australia have done. So we just see, looks like Marco Mignot warming up or talking to his coach for the next heat. But yeah, Jacob, so he actually is living on the east coast of Australia now. So he sort of did a little bit of a move across Australia.
How does that go down at home?
I don't know.
Is that a betrayal?
It's the same with Jack Robinson,
Look,
right?
I've done the same too. I lived on the east coast for 6 to 8 years.
It's all coming out now.
Yeah. Right. Not an honorary West Australian. No. Look, coming from Western Australia, and I can speak to this, you're in one of the most remote parts of the world down in Margaret River, and in terms of travel time, you're adding an extra day of travel. If you're just talking about, you've got to do a 3-hour drive from Margaret River to Perth. Then you've got to fly from Perth to Sydney or Melbourne. That's 5 hours. That's a whole extra day of travel. You're talking about these surfers who are doing the Challenger Series or on the World Tour, traveling every second week. So when you add and factor that in, mate, it's a lot of travel. So I understand that reason. I also understand, the reason for being more accessible to sponsors and endorsements and things like that, and having access to maybe the high performance center in Casuarina. So
where are the waves better?
Oh, West is best, mate. No doubt about it.
I thought you might say that.
But yeah, there's a lot of different reasons, and I think it is positive. Really and being able to surf these. Look, Western Australia, we have power on tap. That Indian Ocean, it never stops. We're having swell after swell, and you can get really sort of lazy in a way in Western Australia and just used to, stand up, power's here. Obviously Jacob is amazing in these bigger, more consequential waves. However, I've seen a lot of the times from younger kids growing up in Western Australia, you can sort of rely on that a lot. And when it comes to surfing qualifying series events and Challenger Series, more often than not, they're in smaller waves. And so if you grow up with power, you're good with power. However, then you start to struggle in smaller waves. So I feel like the move for Jacob could have been super important. And yeah, just, I don't know, maybe, fresh, a little bit of freshness. And obviously it's working because he's just qualified officially today.
Okay, 17.5 remaining in this. Husano kept his powder very dry in this. Hasn't been interested thus far in a wave. It's Jacob Willcox, freshly qualified for the 2024 CT. Pretty dominant in this opening heat. He's already got a 7 locked in. More live action from the Challenger Series in Portugal right after this.
My name is Jacob Willcox. I'm from Margaret River, Western Australia, and I'm 26. This is definitely my best year on the Challenger Series. I've had a few years in the past where I've been close to qualifying by about a heat and stuff, but this year I've never had this good start to a year. It's been hard not making the championship tour. It's probably taught me a lot. Like, I don't think I would have been able to have such a strong start if I hadn't taken lessons away from all those times when I've got close and haven't succeeded. So I want to be on the championship tour because I'm a professional surfer, and I feel like that is the top level of professional surfing. It's something that every kid dreams of. As soon as they do their very first competition, they look up to people that are in the championship tour and be like, that's where I want to be.
Chippo Willcox is on, qualified for 2024 for the Championship Tour, the toast of Western Australia right now. He's out in the water in a Challenger Surfers heat, and he's going all right in it. He dropped a 7 early on in this heat, and since then, just a quick backup for him. It's a reasonable total. He'll certainly look to improve on that backup. Good chance of making this heat. Still got 14 minutes and 20 seconds of it, though, and it features some other solid, talented surfers, the likes of Maxime Houssonneau, who surfed on the CT in 2023 up until the cut. He's out in the water. He hasn't caught a wave yet. He's sitting there with priority right now. Let's check out Portuguese surfer Joaquim Chavez. Let's have a look here, Philippe. What did he get done?
Yeah, Joaquim just trying to back it up his best score of 5.17, just to make sure he has that second wave, just exactly how Jacob did it. He actually did really well. It was a bit of a small wave, but I think he actually surfed really well, and we've been seeing the Portuguese. Yesterday was a really good day for the Portuguese surfers, and I'm really happy to see Joaquim and also Martin Nunes and Frederico, obviously, and the girls.
Yeah, the youngsters is one of the sort of key takeaways, certainly from this stage of competition. We're quite used to seeing Fred do really well, kind of exert his dominance, and that's not really a news flash as such, but seeing the next generation, future looks really bright in this part of the world.
Yeah, it does. We really have, we do have really good surfers. Somehow they're not doing that good on the regional series. We're trying to figure out why, because you look at the regional series ranking is pretty much French.
For the men.
Yeah, for the men, exactly.
Different story for the women, but for the men, yeah, absolute dominant.
I have no idea what's happening, because on the girls we're doing really well, but on the men's side we're kind of struggling, and with the waves we had and we have in Portugal, and with the talent we have in Portugal, it's kind of weird to not see that many surfers on the Challenger Series. So I'm really happy to have Joaquim. He was given a wild card by one of the sponsors, and also Martin Nunes, he got a wild card because of Vissla, and obviously, as you said, Kickers is on the Challengers right there, almost on the City Tour again. But yeah, I'm really happy to see Portuguese, and they're performing. Martin Nunes actually surfed really well, even though he lost yesterday, but he surfed really well.
Marco Minho there looking for a result here. He's getting close to that bubble. 18th coming into this. Of course, Samuel Pupo, a guy who's done incredibly well at this venue in the past. And his brother, Miggy, in the studio yesterday. It was great to chat with him. Talking all things to do with, well, him getting a World Cup for next year and making his comeback. He's had an injury. He's back in form now. He's surfed, including this one, 2 events. And that heat will also feature Carlos Munoz and John-Marc Tukong. Let's stick with a paddle here from Chavez in 4th prio. That wave didn't want him on. But just think about Marco Minho as well. We talk about surfers out of that French region and how many strong up and coming. And it does seem like there's not much of a gap between the generations. There seems to be like it's so many age groups, so much talent coming through, and they're getting opportunities and they're taking them at the moment, Philly.
Yeah, it's fun. I look at the rankings, and all the European surfers, they still are the same when I was competing back then. I'm 32 years old, so you can see a lot of the veterans. John Duru, Marc Lacomar, Maxime is still in the mix as well, but you have the new generation, obviously, the Marco Munoz and all the other kids, Tiago Carrico also just leading the regional series, and it has been really fun to see how the surfers, because the French surfers, they have something different. It feels like they want it a little bit more than the Portuguese surfers and then the rest of the European surfers. But it's going to be interesting to see, because you have a new up-and-comers regions like Israeli surfers are doing really well. Italian surfers are getting better as well. Spanish surfers. So it's in 5 to 10 years, I think the competition in Europe is going to be a lot bigger and a lot harder. So it's going to be fun to see different flags on the challengers.
Flick, what's going on here with Maxime? What's happening?
Well, I just saw him standing up on his board. He's obviously sitting out there with priority. However, he hasn't caught a wave yet. So Maxime is essentially about to surf a 10-minute heat right now. And you've got to think that hopefully he's done some heat. Oh, here we go. Live action.
All right, here goes Joel Vaughan. And a nice pace to this wave from him. So smooth, the rail work. Just makes it look so easy. And light on his feet. And he'll need that this morning. It's not loads of push in the wave, so that deft touch serving him well as he'll bring this through to an inside. And again, a stabbing finish over the white water. And a little bounce for some speed as we see him tag a strong finish. Really nicely done. Gets the combo, 2 hits into the lip. So with just over 9.5 to go on this.
The upside down sunglasses.
The squad watching on. And they're enjoying Joel Vaughan, supporting the Aussies, of course. One of them in the water right now, the goofy Willcox. He's qualified for Tour next year. Joel Vaughan would love to get himself in that conversation as well. Let's get a look at this wave here, Flick.
I liked it. He definitely needed to replace that 1.07. He's done that on this wave, most definitely. And I like what you said. He's got like a real sort of light touch on his board here, which is just able to let him flow through these sections, which really are super hard. There's a lot of lump and bump there, and there's really not a lot of push this morning. So, yeah, he's making it look easy, but that's really difficult to do. So, yeah, really squeezed every last bit of that wave too. Those last couple of turns there I really liked. So, yeah, smart surfing, but
look how deep,
deep up the point. So that's interesting that he actually went and did that. Yeah,
it's a good strategy by Joel, because with this high tide, every once in a while you can get a little bit deeper and connect all the way through the inside, and that's exactly what he did. And somehow the wave just rolled in all the way through the sand. So he actually managed to hit it really strong on that inside. And Maxime was on the wave behind, and he fell. That was a little bit of a mistake. You wait 10 minutes. Look at this one. Nice snap by Joel. Yeah, his board looks really good. It just looks so effortless. And as you said, there's not too much push on the waves right now, as we see Maxime on the first wave. First wave of the morning, it just got stuck on that foam climb. So you wait 10 minutes for a wave like that and do the mistake like that.
He waited 20. He waited 20 minutes,
20 minutes
for that wave. He gets a 0.93. Now he's got to surf a 7.5-minute heat. He needs 2 scores here. An absolute shocker from Maxime Hussein, who's normally such a smart competitor. Let's see if he can pick this up. But he does have time for a couple of waves. It's not the lengthy paddle out that we saw throughout some stages yesterday. Here he goes. Hussein finding himself an opportunity on the inside, and he'll be patient here. And I don't think he'll fall off mid-maneuver on this wave. He'll make sure he gets a finish here. He knows how crucial it is. There we go. Picking up the speed and just pushing the impetus a bit throughout his maneuvers. He'll bring it through to the inside. So much better from Maxime. That's sort of half the job done, certainly in terms of the number of waves that will count for him. He needs another one here. Under 7 on the clock. Here's Joel Vaughan again, who's found some rhythm here. Displacing a bit of water, throwing some spray. The Aussies like it. 6:45 on the clock. Wow. Chavez hitting it on the backhand. Some white water to deal with on the face for the goofy footer out of Portugal, the local. And just swing into an inside, which doesn't offer him much in terms of a lip to try and hit. And then getting involved, it looks like, with Maxime, and a bit of paddling for priority. So this will be, well, it's a reasonably long paddle back to the peak here. We're back in. Oh, it's with Jacob.
That's interesting. Did Jacob maybe catch a wave?
Whose arms do we like out
No
of
one's
these
got
two?
priority right now. No, priority is not established, so
Who
there we go.
Who are you backing?
I'm going to back Chippo with his really long arms, but I don't know, because I mean, it looks so close. I love this. I love when so much passion gets involved, kicking, you know, and you can just really see how much it means to these surfers, because with 6 minutes left in the heat, and, you know, obviously Jacob with the only like score of any substance, to establish priority here is super important.
Everyone knows if you're doing this on the heat, you're going to get gassed up.
What's your stance on the outboard motor, the kick in the legs behind? You into it?
Not too strong, but I really like just to use your feet as fast as possible, just to have that extra push. But I rely on my arms.
Yeah,
they're having fun.
Jacob got it, and basically he rode the wave before Joachim, right? So if they arrive roughly at the same time, and
the judges will give it to him.
Really differentiate. You're going to give it to the wave who rode the first wave. Here's a replay of Joachim.
Combination of three really big turns, so attacking very vertical on that wave, so a very well chosen wave by Joachim. Even though he didn't have that finishing turn that we like to see, it's still a very good surfing. We also had Jacob on the wave prior to Joachim, a combination of a couple of nice turns, just dealing with that lull on the wave, and he's going to finish that one off strong on the inside. So he's might improve on the 3.3. We also had this wave by Joel. I remember this one. He had a really strong finishing turn on the inside. Yeah, on the outside, it felt like the wave didn't offer him that much, but he actually finished it off really, really strong. We're going to see here. Look at this finish. No, it's not right here. Yeah, a lot of bumps, a lot of downtime on that wave, but here he finishes off really strong on that finishing turn. A lot of water, a lot of power, and we also have Maximus, on just trying to put something on board, because he as we have been saying, he has a 7.5 minute heat. That's not an easy one. He surfed this wave really well. He's going to do a nice snap on the inside, and he tried to go around the section. Unfortunately, the wave just closes off on him. So a lot of waves ridden.
Couple of Aussies enjoying themselves in the water. Let's go and find out if they're enjoying it on the beach. Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, that's right. I've just invaded the Aussie camp, and I've got Morgan next to me. Where were you when Jacob got the call that he was qualified for the 2024 Championship Tour?
Yeah, we're all at the Rippy House, just hanging, and yeah, everyone was frothing. It's so sick.
Is there any celebration?
I don't know, Chippo's getting ready for his heat the next day, but yeah, everyone was just giving him a big pat on the back, and yeah, I was happy.
And how do you think he's going to do on the 2024 Championship Tour?
I think it's really going to suit him. I feel like if the Challenger had pumping waves, he would have qualified at a very young age. So it's going to be good to see him there, and I think he'll be there for a long time.
Well, make some noise.
Let's go, Chippo.
The contrast.
So the Aussies, they're delighted. As we check out watching on there, Griff taking it all in. And that support crew role is really something that's come to the fore. Obviously, the coaching side of it has been a fixture, but actually fellow competitors. And that whole thing has been really interesting to see that dynamic go down. It feels like a big boon. You've got a strong squad in your corner, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've seen that sort of change in the last 2 years. I think, not even if we just talk about the guys supporting the guys, but the guys are also coming down and supporting the women, and the women are supporting the guys too. Mm-hmm. So it's a really nice sort of change. There's always sort of been that on the tour, but I just feel like it's really been ramped up. We've obviously seen that 2% crew coming out of San Clemente, all the US boys getting behind each other, supporting each other. Got the Australian contingent, European, and I feel like they're all staying together too. So it's just it's a good time in professional surfing. Look at the recap here, and this is the heat leader and freshly qualified for the 2024 Championship Tour. Jacob just going to town on his opening ride of the heat and getting a 7-point ride. So for today's conditions, as we've seen so far in this heat, it's been looking really tricky. So yeah, with backhand turns like that, no wonder he's qualified.
Oh yeah, he's so good, so clean. Look at this, just his style is so pristine. I'm gonna back up Morgan in there. I think the tour just suits Jacob Willcox really well. We're gonna have him on the best waves in the world, and he has some of the best surfing in the world as well. So I think he's gonna be a hard job for all the other surfers, because I think Jacob will be really good.
A minute to go out here. Let's see what we're looking at. So from way deep again, a bit of a tactic here for Joel Vaughan. He's taken one from way up the point. Oh. And he's flaring up, reverses it, ditches the fins, collects, and then gathers the speed again. So showing us something different here.
Yeah, fortunately, once again, he set really well, obviously, and he went down on that finishing turn, but the wave just kind of a little bit small on the smaller side, and that even though that was a fun turn, the judges really want to see that tail high and those fins just coming from the back, and because it was a good turn, but you want to see proper airs and you want to see like those impressive ones. And yeah, Joel, different strategy as you said, but it's not working out for him so far.
Yeah, Joaquim Chavez dropped the 6.83, a crucial number. Second place right now, Joe Vaughan in third, and doesn't get the number with that last one. It is a small number. And it looks like the story of the young Portuguese talent still going good here in Ericeira. Joaquim Chavez in second place. And Jacob Willcox dominating the heat from the start. He went pretty quiet after a strong start. He just improved his backup. But a cool battle there between Joel Vaughan and Joaquim Chavez. And it is the young surfer out of Portugal getting it done. And again, you've got to be thinking in terms of sort of status and just where you are on paper. Bit of an upset seeing Maxime go out and going out with a bit of a whimper here.
Yeah, that's definitely not how you want to have a heat. And, you know, waiting 20 minutes to catch your first wave and then falling as well. Got to be asking yourselves a few questions tonight, I'm sure. But, yeah, this guy right here, winners, grinners right now, Jacob Willcox. Pretty convincing heat win there, looking really strong.
Willcox gets it done in heat number 13 of our round of 64, alongside the young goofy Joaquim Chavez. More great heats to come. Live action from Portugal will continue right after the break. Welcome back to the Challenger Series. It's a lovely morning in Portugal, particularly if your name's Jacob Willcox, as he takes the plaudits from his squad. And the Western Australian qualified for Tour in 2024, a championship tour surfer. And he's done the hard yards, he's put the work in, several laps trying to get qualification done. He's come real close. And it's official, he has made the tour. When you think about the surfing, what he's known for in some of those venues on tour, that could be A really, really cool thing to see go down. Let's return back to the present and check out this heat in the water. Loads of talent again out there. Looking at the likes of Samuel Pupo, Marco Mignot, Carlos Munoz, and Jean-Marc Turcon. As we get up to heat 14 in the round of 64, and we've already just touched upon Mignot and what he wants to do, lurking with intent just outside the bubble of qualification on the Challenger Series. This is a replay of Turcon with blistering pace to it.
Yeah, absolutely loving this wave. He's just surfing with a lot of speed throughout this one. Just beautiful variety throughout these maneuvers as well. I really love his low center of gravity. He's just really enabling him to really just use his body the best, like a coil, and just get so much extension out of the lip there as we see another fin throw to finish. So great start there from Jean-Marc. And as we see Marco just weaving this one through to the inside. A little bit sleepy here, but things are winding up, and absolutely nails. Beautiful air reverse there on the inside. So that was his second wave. We'll see what happens before that.
Number coming in for Mignot. Busts out the tail, reverses it around. That's a turn he will use any real opportunity. If you've been following the qualifying series in Europe, he goes to the air really any time he can. He does it really well. His make rate in heats is ridiculous. It's been such a good scoring maneuver for him. Judges will assign him a number here shortly. 25 on the clock. We've already lost 5 minutes in this one. Just a small throwaway so far locked in for Mignot. That isn't the score for what we just watched on replay. We'll also get a number soon for Turcon as we see some sets stack up. You can just see a little bit of texture going through the face of the wave, but it's pretty light and glassy on the face, particularly when they stand up and the wave turns the corner into the bowl here. Here goes Samuel Pupo. First turn from him. Just a slicing one. Had great success early on the Challenger Series in Australia this year. Let's see if he can keep that going in Europe as he slides out the tail and keeps going and still snapping with a bit of venom. Looking for a finish through to the inside. So showing us a bit of variety, mixing it up. Doesn't get a particularly steep section on the insides, but a decent first wave for Samuel Pupo. Another one of those surfers. You look at the draw here, think about the type of wave and what it's going to take, and you've got to fancy him to go real deep into this event, Philippe.
Yeah, Samuel got us used to just to watch him absolutely rip any kind of conditions. He's really, really strong on smaller surfing. He did really well in Pipeline the first stop on tour. So he's proving himself being one of the most complete surfers on tour because he's really good on airs as well. So Samuel sitting in 7th on the rankings. Is looking forward to qualify again, and he's on his way. Yeah, it's.
Speaking of qualifying, should we go and hear from Jacob Willcox? He's with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, that's right. Well, first and foremost, let's just have a chat about your heat right now, because you had a great strategy from the beginning, just getting a great score. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, the heat was good. I don't know, I was just in good rhythm. I was just lucky at the start to get that one underneath him. I think Maxine just might have missed it, but I don't care about the heat really. I'm just so happy on actually qualifying. It's been such a long journey. So much heartbreak. So many times I've come so close, and I feel like this probably wouldn't feel so good without all that. So I guess that's pretty rewarding, and it's the best job ever. I get to travel the world with some of my best mates, and yeah, it's so fun. I'm so grateful and so happy to be able to surf in some good waves next year.
Well, that's it. You just went right into it. You're officially qualified for the 2024 Championship Tour. How was your reaction when Travis gave you the call last night?
Yeah, no one cares about the heat. That was a grindy heat. this is way better. Well, for me anyway. But no, I was so happy. I've been I guess I've just been trying to. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying, but I guess I was imagining that call happening for so many times. So many times I've come so close, and seeing some of my good friends that I've travelled with get that call, and yeah, to get it last night, I was like, oh, wow, I wish you just told me in the morning, because I was so excited before going to bed. The boys I was with were so excited, and no, it was good. We just sat down, had a chat about the whole journey and what it's kind of taking me to get to this point, and yeah, I'm really happy.
You almost sat around the fire and just had a really chill night.
Yeah, we did. We just sat around and ate some chocolate biscuits. It's good.
And how's your mindset before you're going into the heat?
No, it was good. My mindset was good. It was just remind myself that I got to surf a heat, and that's what I'm here to do, just to surf some heats and put on a good performance. Obviously, my goal at the start of the year was to qualify, and now I've done it. I just want to keep building some momentum to next year and just try to keep performing in this event.
So the goal isn't to win here.
Oh, I'd love to win, but it's just my goal all year at every event has not really been to win, but just to not let myself down and just to kind of be able to put in my best performances for myself. And if I win, that's great. If I don't, it's still great. Like, as long as I can say that I didn't let myself down, I did everything that I can, then that's kind of a win for me.
Job done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Joanna. Well done, Jacob Willcox. We'll pick up live here. Carlos Munoz, someone with CT experience once more, wants to get back there. Not blistering pace to this wave from him. Slightly perfunctory manoeuvres as this goes with the calves. That's a bit better. More authority in the snap. And again, so a nice combo to finish. Never really particularly putting his back into that surfing, but it'll be a number for him. Under 21 minutes to go. We're still buzzing on Willcox, aren't we, up here, Flick?
Yeah, I'm buzzing for him. I just, you know, you hear him talk about, you know, I've been so close for so many years and seen a lot of my friends, like especially the Aussies, get that coal and him just wanting it. So we have a quick little look at the replay here from Carlos. Bit of a slower, sleepier start to this one. Definitely got a little bit more pace as he moved through this wave. A couple of more vertical snaps towards the end here, but you know what? Today's pretty small and it's inconsistent, so he's going to be thinking, hey, this could be a backup potentially for me today. So, yeah, he's got to get his account open because 10 minutes is ticked away, so not a bad decision. But, yeah, back to Jacob, yeah, you got to echo everything he's really said, just watching his mates, all the Aussies get that call and him wishing to get that call. And I can relate being 1 and 2 spots short of qualifying. It really, really does suck. You know, one more heat make at one point in the year, maybe even finishing 3rd in a heat that you lost instead of 4th could have been the difference, you know. And I'm sure, you know, that would have been the case for Jacob. And he is the kind of surfer that is really going to excel on tour. Morgan said it beautifully. If the, you know, Challenger Series was kind of these bigger waves of consequence, Jacob would have been on tour a lot earlier. As we see replay here of Marco. This is looking a little bit spicy. He's getting the board. Oh, just as I said that, I almost thought he was going to fall, but manages to stick that turn there, really glued to his board, which is pretty impressive that this wave has had a bit of lump and bump and just frees the fins again. And yeah, he's looking very solid on that board, looking like he's definitely not going to fall. He wants to make every wave, so.
There's his coach, Jason Aparicio, who's been enjoying the success of Marco Migno in qualifying through Europe, through the qualifying series, and now looking to really step it up. Got some work done in Sydney in the 2nd Challenger event of the year, looking to really back up that result here in Portugal. Portugal's been great to him. He won the QS in Caparica here in the spring, back in April, and they want to keep it going here. It does feel like just on that wave as well, Philippe, one of his strengths is really good at turning sort of 4s or 5s and just surfing up the scale and getting an extra couple of points out of them.
Yeah, he actually won Costa de Caparica and he won Santa Cruz as well. So he's on a bit of a roll. And as you said, he was one of those surfers that can actually catch a not as a good of a wave and turn out to make high scoring potential on those waves. As we see here, Tokong, the Philippine surfer, unfortunately getting not such a good wave, but we also had Samuel Pupopol.
Yeah, here he goes, Pupo. A smaller inside wave, but he liked the look of it, and he's made a decision to go, and he's scrapping around. Just a slight release of the tail, but really just sort of zigzagging speculatively for the time being, unable to really unleash. And I think that's sort of reflected by his body language as he kicks out. Not loads of interest from Samuel in that wave. We've got numbers to come in for everybody except Migno. We've caught up with him. 6.23 for him for that last wave. Here's another look at Samuel.
You know what's interesting? I mean, the start of this wave was really cool. That first little carving maneuver where he managed to release the fins was great. Then we saw a lot of sort of cutbacks here, the wave sort of letting him down. But one thing that's interesting about his sort of campaign this year on the Challenger is he started off with a bang. He started off with a win on the Gold Coast, and since then he had a 33rd in Sydney, a 33rd in Bolito, and then a 25th at the US Open, right? So, which is crazy because he's still in that top 10 in the top 10 in the seedings. He's number 7, so it just goes to show how important a win is because he hasn't really got another result, like a one, you know, you want to be making quarters or better. You want to have a fifth or better if you're one of these guys. So, yeah, really interesting position that Samuel Pupo is in for sure right now.
Kong there, just putting it all on the rail, putting loads of body torque into those maneuvers. And the panel rewarded him with a 3.6. That's his backup score. His highs of 5.57. His first wave, really good speed and aggression to his surfing. Hasn't found a strong inside finish, but his work out the back's been pretty good. So far, second place in this heat for Kong, behind Marco Mignot. As Philippe mentioned, he did win a couple of weeks ago up there in Santa Cruz. Took that event out. He's going all right on the Challenger Series as well. And a good result here. Put him right up in contention. And it could be a new storyline for European surfing. Obviously, Maxime stepped up last year, got his qualification done. Do have other surfers that have done it many times, like Frederico Morais. Also the likes of Joan Duru knocking on the door. But be a new face if Marco Mignot can get up there. Let's see how all of that plays out. Still 15.5 in this seat. This is the surfer in second, staying alive and looking to try and unplug on the inside. Nothing really forthcoming for him there. Pupo, a couple of fours from him in this heat. He hasn't really found himself a wave with loads of impetus or power as yet. He's just looked just slightly kind of cruising, a little bit disinterested, Flick. I think that's just the opportunities he's had. He's had softer waves. For sure.
It is a little bit lackluster out there today, so you want to make sure if you have priority, you're on one of the good waves and you're utilising that correctly. So have a look at this replay of John Mark. Couple of nice sort of turns to start. You can just see he's looking down the line. Is it going to offer him something else? And he decides to kick out. But yeah, today, you just want to make sure that I feel like there's less opportunity than what there was yesterday. There's less waves coming through. If I was going out before I heat, I'd be timing the sets. You kind of want to have a rough idea of when they're coming, because if you're sitting out there with priority and you know that, hey, okay, sets are coming every, I don't know, I'd say 5 to 7 minutes today. You know, if there hasn't been a set and you've still got priority, you kind of want to hold on to that and make sure that you are utilising that on the best wave today, because there's limited opportunities. If you're using that priority on a smaller inside wave, losing it, you could potentially see out the rest of the heat without not even getting another exchange, part of another exchange. So, I mean, it's pretty crucial, I feel, right now for this man right here, Sammy Pupo.
Here goes Pupo, trying to build up some speed through an inside section. Here he goes, looking at something here. Let's see if we can pique his interest. There we go, really nicely done, collects it. And just even by gathering that speed, you could just tell he looked a lot more interested and physically committed to the wave. Miggy looks on somewhat nervously. And as you mentioned, Flick, getting that solid result, getting the win early in the year, really just need one other pretty decent result, and you're pretty much home and hosed. That isn't the official math, of course, but just a win is worth so many points. And a strong finish here, flaring up.
Yeah, this, look, it was a little bit of a sleepy start, but this finish right here was pretty explosive. He managed to get quite a little bit of height on that air too for how small the wave was. You can tell that he's stoked with it, and you know why? It's because it's so crucial for him. He's sitting in number seventh place on the rankings. So yeah, currently he's making it, but he's sitting on the 7th just on the merit of his first place finish on the first event of the year. He really needs to sort of back that up with at least a quarterfinals or better, because, you know, there's surfers underneath him that are trying for those spots. So you can just see how much it means to him, because it really is so crucial. This heat's crucial. He needs to back up that first place finish from the beginning of the year.
Here goes Mignot, the heat leader, swooping in and all the way back with extra whip. Hits that white water pretty hard. And then a snap, breaking his line into the white water. Looking at a bowl down here, he saw the eye line go straight directly underneath this wave, and look at this section standing up, and he gets the speed, and he wanted a section, doesn't find it though. So we're just over 12 on the clock. Munoz will pick up action of him finishing off a wave. Carlos hasn't got loads going on in this. The 4.47 was a reasonable start since then. Still hunting for something. Let's see what he got done.
Yeah, Carlos up and riding on a nice looking wave. Combination of 2 big turns on the outside. Look at this wave, really strong third turn. So Carlos getting one of the best waves of the heat so far, at least one of the waves with the highest scoring potential we've seen today, and that was a really strong finishing turn. So Carlos Munoz is going to put himself in the mix there as we see the replay of Marco. Yeah, the wave, you can see the difference between Marco's wave and Carlos' wave. You can see just he needs to run from it, and now he's going to go and try to get in the finishing section. Fortunately, the wave just kind of speeds off on him, and you can see his body language just talking to the wave. Why did you do this to me? But he's on a pretty comfortable position. We also have this guy, the Filipino surfer. I'm so happy to see a Philippine flag on the Challenger, because it feels like it's new for us. And as we see him going for the little blowtail reverse, he tries to hold on. He's laying on the board. But he's such a really good surfer. Look at this. Oh, he has so much power. Even though he's a small surfer, you can see just his timing is really good, and his technique is also really good. As you see, look at the flow and the drive. Look at this. This is so beautiful. The Philippine surfer, John Mark Tucong. This could have been really important for the finishing of this wave. A little bit of a mistake by him. Look at this. He actually tried to hold on that one.
A frenzy of activity in our second heat of the day at the moment. It's the highly rated young Frenchman Marco Mignot in the ascendancy. More live action from Ericeira right after the break.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, by Estrella Galicia, brewed and bottled in Galicia, Spain since 1906, and by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination.
Welcome back to Portugal Challenger Series competition in the water right now, and a hotly contested heat's fired up. We've got scores in from a lengthy exchange before we went to break, and making a move in this one, the Costa Rican Carlos Munoz, 6-5 for him, crucial number, puts him into second at the expense of Samuel Pupo, a winner on the Challenger Series this year, and he's floundered a bit since then on this tour. He wants a result here in Portugal. 7.5 to go in this heat. Let's get caught up on how it went down.
Yeah, well, right now we've got Marco Mignot out in the lead. He's got a 6.23. And, you know, with surfing like this, super explosive, and his make rate on these sort of maneuvers is pretty high, so I'm told. So, yeah, surfing like that, he's out in the lead, backed it up with a 5.17. And yeah, he's just looking super strong. He looks like, to me, that he's not going to fall. There was a couple of moments, I think it might have even been on this wave, where I almost thought, right there, he was almost going to fall. But yeah, he's just looking so sure-footed, looking very strong on the board and determined. Like he really wants to solidify that first place in this heat. But yeah, Carlos Munoz has actually really impressed me with that last wave of his coming back with that 6-5. But it's the man in red, Sammy Pupo, that has a lot to lose. Currently sitting in 7th on the rankings, and his last wave coming through with this maneuver right here was a 5.2, but he's needing a 5.78 to advance, sitting in 3rd. So this man right here, Carlos, 6-5 on his last wave, and really cementing that 2nd place position right now. You can just see the speed that he's carrying throughout this wave. It's the highest wave of the heat so far, so yeah, he's looking good.
That was a really good wave by Carlos. There's not too many waves like that today, and he just chose the right one. As we see Sammy Pupo straight live.
Here we go. Blistering pace to these turns. He really opened up, a lot more physical commitment to those maneuvers. That's just because the waves offer him a bit more juice. And again, tags it hard, really nice. And once more, a really strong wave and potentially a crucial wave for Samuel Pupo. Let's remind ourselves of that requirement, 5.78. Here's live action to Kong, who surfed well in this, finds himself in 4th place at the moment. I tell you what, he is ripping this wave apart and goes down, much to the dismay of the panel here in the booth.
Wow, he was on his way to a great score, and I'm going to say maybe the best score of the heat. He just had this beautiful pace to that wave, and I think he's had a couple of moments and a couple of mistakes that, you know, when he's going to watch this heat back, if he doesn't get through, he's going to be like, okay, they're the moments that I need to clean up. Because that was some great surfing those first 2 turns.
So a crucial number to come in for Samuel Pupo here. Let's get a look right now at John Marks. See if we can figure out, Philippe, what exactly went wrong?
I don't know, because he started off really strong, and here it's just, oh my God. I think the torque was not good enough for the carving, and he ended up getting stuck on that inside rail. As you see Marco trying to improve in the situation, because it's getting really tight. Every surfer has a really good wave, so it's going to be interesting to see a little bit of a mistake by Marco there, because that wave didn't offer anything. We also had Carlos Munoz trying to improve on his situation. He doesn't. This is actually a 3.53, another weird wave with a lot of bumps and just going all the way through the channel, and that was so weird, because he hit the lip with the backwash, and he just had to deal with it. Sticking with the wave, unfortunately, the wave didn't allow him to do, but this guy, this is probably one of the best waves of this heat so far. Some really nice surfing, flashy and really fast, just pushing that back foot again. Another nice carving, just a little bit more expression on this surfing by Sammy. We're gonna see him just closing this one off with a nice fin drift off the top, and then he's gonna hit it a little late, but pushing that back foot. And look at the passion. That's gotta be really important for him. He knows how important it is.
Blake, there's different types of anger. This looked like good anger.
This is good anger, for sure. You could see there, though, I'm just going to be super critical, that, you know, he wanted to make those last 2 maneuvers, and I could see, obviously, look at the passion. He wants this score, right? He wants to get up into an advancing position. There was 3 carving maneuvers that really had a sort of level of aggression to them, but then here we go, live action. We'll get back to that in a second.
Munoz wrapping it in the pocket, and again opening up with the shoulders, using the rail, displacing a bit of water. He got himself back in this heat with that 6.5. He wants to back that up here. The wave, this one not quite matching the pace of his previous high scorer. Nevertheless, he'll go for a little bounce and a flat stick with it. Tags it to finish. Munoz under threat here, though, as we wait for that score to come in for him. A big number for Pupo. The judges deemed it excellent surfing. 8-point ride for Samuel. And from 3rd place to 1st now, Mignot bumps down to 2nd, 2.5 on the clock. And this is going to be a thrilling conclusion to the heat here. The requirement for Munoz, 4.9. There's Cade Matson getting ready, part of that strong American contingent. And also Jake Marshall out in the water in that one. Alistair Reginato of Australia, Joe Azuchi as well. They just keep coming thick and fast in the round of 64 here. But right now, we're all focused in on the remaining 2 minutes in this one. What do we fancy in terms of that score for Munoz, the 4.9 for his last wave flick?
Ooh, Oh, I mean, I think I'd need to watch it again. I honestly think it's close. I mean, I'm really impressed, though, that 8-point ride. That was just some great surfing from Sammy Pupo. Those 3 carving manoeuvres. He even gave variation. I think it was the second one, and just really slid the fins out. I just love the passion you could see once he finished the ride, just how much he really wants this. But then another thing to note, that little handshake pre-heat that we just saw, that was also very impressive. I don't think I've seen anything so involved in my life.
It's quite intricate, wasn't it?
Well, they would have had to spend some time practicing that. I'd like to know the minutes they spent practicing that handshake.
So Munoz's score is on your screen right now. Here's a set stacking up outside. Priority is with Marco Mignot in second place. The Frenchman, 1 minute on the clock. Let's see how this number comes in. It's not going to be enough for Carlos. It's a throwaway for him, 4.37. Pupo in third. Priority finds himself all alone out the back. And he'll look like taking an opportunity. Wave wouldn't let him on. Will tick away a bit of time. Maybe a chance here for Munoz. Hadn't quite made it back to the peak. Still looking for a 4.9. Here we go. Opens up with a snap. Nice bit of venom in it. Straight into the lip. It gets a bit soft here. And he just whips it back with a little bit of anger of his own. And possibly a bit of frustration if this doesn't pan out, which it doesn't really. And it all gets awkward for him to finish. 15 seconds on the clock. Patrick Bevan watching his good buddy Marco Mignot. He's nervous. Aparicio, he's keeping a beady eye on things. Marco has a paddle here, decides not to go. And we're counting down from 5 seconds. And Pupo, it looks like, will round out this with a solid lead. And we saw how much it meant to him. He was almost venting there with that double fist claim on the inside. And it's important for Samuel. He needs a result.
Yeah, he does. Like, we've already said it so much through this heat, but he's literally relying on just his first place finish. So this is so important for him. You could see the passion and the emotion. And yeah, 1 step closer he is. 1 step closer. 1
step closer for Samuel Pupo. Gets into the excellent range as well. That'll fill him with loads of confidence. Let's see how deep he can go in this event. Marco Mignot as well, surfed really well. We can get a quick commercial break. When we come back, why don't we bring in Jacob Willcox into the studio for the call, because he's on CT next year. More live action from Portugal right after this.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
So stoked.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia, the crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
And welcome back to live action. Yeah, and that is the CT schedule for 2024. It looks pretty exciting. We've got some mixing up in the booth. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Felicity Parmentier. And speaking of the CT schedule, a person's going to be on it next year, Jacob Willcox. Congratulations, mate. Well, how does it feel?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm stoked. I don't know, like you do this whole journey and you wait so much for this moment to happen, and I feel like this moment's amazing, but I feel like the best part of it all is traveling with your best friends and all the wins and losses that goes into getting you to this point. And I'm sure next year, once I'm on the World Tour, that's going to be pretty exciting as well.
Well, you're taking a strike, Felicity. Another Western Australian on the CT, joins Jack Robinson. Must be quite proud of your home state and of Jacob's all his hard work.
Oh, for sure. I think I've known Jacob for years. I mean, we started competing together when we were about 10 years old. I'm a bit older than him, so I've been watching your career the whole time, and I've seen you come so close so many times. So I'm just so stoked to see another West Aussie on tour, and I feel like you're going to be at home there.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, it's it's a lot of a lot of losses have actually gone into it, but it's so rewarding once you finally get there, and yeah, stoked. Let's get into this heat.
And yeah, exactly. He doesn't like talking about himself too much, does he, Jacob? Which is part of his strengths. But I'm afraid, mate, we've got half an hour, so we're going to grill you.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I'm going to leave you off the La Plancha just for a little moment. We'll take through some of these insights, and we'll talk about this first wave here. Alison Reginata. So young Aussie. This is all the waves we saw as we were talking to Jacob and the ad. And this is the kid from Sunshine Coast. Seen a bit of him surfing around. Jacob, what's his strength as a surfer?
Reggie rips. He's actually got a crazy backside air reverse on him, but you're probably not going to see much of that out here today.
No.
But he's just a powerhouse surfer, and I think if he picks the right waves, he's going to be on. But it looks like Cade's got a nice one here, nice snap.
Yeah, so Cade Matson there, and just, whoa, and a slow-mo pirouette.
He's been watching me surf too much if he's doing that.
So Cade also right up there on the rankings as well, so one of that all in that top 10 Challenger Series things. And I suppose, mate, what's the question in terms of, you've been consistent this year, you haven't had a win, you had a final in Manly, in Sydney, but is there anything you can change? I mean, you can pinpoint of why it's changed this year? You're going to get asked that question a lot, but is
yeah, no, I think it's, I don't know, this year's actually felt really kind of easy, which seems a bit weird to say, because all the other years felt like such an uphill battle, and just like, I feel like some things just haven't really gone my way, but this year it just kind of just worked out for me, and I don't know, it might be a combination of just more experience and a bit of maturity, just knowing what to do when I'm under stress and certain moments, and just probably working out a lot more about myself and how to get the best version of myself out when I'm competing. But yeah, I don't know. It's just all the other years, like it felt really hard, but this year's just kind of just happened, and it's been a really enjoyable year. And yeah, hopefully who knows, next year might be one of the worst years of my life.
I doubt it.
But like, yeah.
It'll be difficult, that's for sure. It won't be easy.
Yeah.
Speaking of someone who made it easy, it's Samuel Pupo, who's down there on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yeah, guys, that's right. Samuel, you were building your score since the beginning, and you pretty much locked it in by the end with that 8-point ride. Talk to us about your heat.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Felt like I was picking the wrong waves until like the end of the heat. But I heard the scores, and the scores were going pretty, medium, and I thought, maybe I'm surfing good, just the waves that I'm catching are really bad, and just try to stay calm and pick the good one, and then finally I got it and got an 8, so really stoked on that. I was getting pretty nervous to the end of the heat, and just it was so hard to pick the good one, so that's why I was a little bit nervous, but I'm happy now.
Yeah, because you're super close to qualifying for the championship tour. You won here back in 2019, so how do you manage all that anticipation?
It's hard. Yeah, I mean, I won the first contest of the Challenger Series this year, and that made me feel so much relief, after falling off tour. And I knew from then on that I just needed to make a few more heats, and I haven't done that since Snapper. So hopefully I can do this here. And it's been a while since I've been here, so I'm happy to be back, and I love this place, and hopefully I can keep going.
Well, do you want to say a couple of words to your supporters in Portuguese?
Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo, minha família, minha namorada. Bateria difícil aqui, mas é um lugar que eu gosto muito. Sabia que a correção da boia ia dar tudo certo. A primeira já foi, agora vamos tentar avançar mais algumas.
There you go. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sammy, and thanks, Joanna. Yeah, geez, such a cool, calm guy, isn't he, Sammy? He's always got a smile on his dial, never gets too, just even keel, isn't he? I really like his style.
Yeah, for sure. I think both of the brothers are just really down-to-earth guys. And we had Miggy in the booth yesterday and had a good chat with him. So, yeah, both wonderful guys. And, yeah, he's another step closer because, yeah, like you said, he's got to improve on that. He's got to win, which is amazing. But string of 33rds and a 25th, you know, he's going to be wanting to replace one of those.
Yeah.
His surfing's amazing, though, so I don't think he's going to have too many issues there. And he's so good out here as well. I've been watching him in the free surfs, and I'm like, wow. He's got such good variety. It's such a hard wave to surf with variety and to like really rip into, but he's been managing to do it. So I'm looking forward to see Sammy surf, and hopefully I don't have too many MAs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we saw him when he did in 2019 when he won it here, and it was solid that year and sort of burst on the scene. And yeah, so he's got a real groove on. Look at
He beat me.
Yeah,
he beat me in the semi-final.
He beat you in the semi-final, that's right.
Yeah.
It was pumping as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was ripping.
And I mean, we don't look too far ahead in that, but that CT schedule we'll talk through, like Pipe, Sunset, and then Margie's, right? The first three off the bat. Is that
I think
correct?
Bells is in there as well.
And Bells. So,
yep.
I mean, kind of 4 ways that you know, pretty suit your style, would you say? You're pretty happy with that, the way it kicks off the tour?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And I think, what is it, Pipe, Sunset.
Peniche, Portugal.
Peniche, Portugal,
Bells,
which is kind of where my kind of professional surfing kind of career started when I was 16 years old there. I did the trials and managed to get into the main event there. And I feel like that's kind of where it's all started, so it's kind of cool being back here now and qualifying, which is cool. But anyway, back to your question. I think all those waves do kind of suit me, and I'm excited to rip into them.
Okay, speaking of ripping in, here goes Cade Matson. The American driving around, he's got such a smooth style and just made a mistake in his last wave, so he's just trying to consolidate here. No one's got any big scores, so he's just looking for a little inside. It's dead time in the middle and he just gets stuck again. So he's looking good. He's finding his groove, but just that little dead section's got him 2 times now.
Yeah, just really sort of small scores, really locking in for the start of this heat. Have another little replay here. I liked what I saw on his actual opening ride. He just got taken out by that invisible ninja, and all of a sudden, he's got a couple of 2s locked in. But I know, obviously you've got a long year ahead, looking forward to the 2024 schedule. But, you know, you've obviously got to make the cut. But then looking further on, there's a bit of a left-handed barrel fest there. You've obviously got Tahiti and Fiji. I mean, what are your thoughts on those 2 events and potentially surfing in those?
Yeah, that's a pretty good motivation to make the cut. Just having Fiji on it, and Chirps went to Fiji probably a couple of months ago, and I love the place. It's a really fun wave, and I'm going to Chopu in about a month. So
awesome.
I'm hopefully going to get there because I'm doing a little bit of prep work.
Yeah, well, you got to think, you know, you look back to the waves that we have at home in Western Australia, and knowing that you've spent a lot of time up in the northwest there, kind of sort of speak to that a bit. And
yeah, I definitely feel a lot more comfortable in kind of left barrels than I almost would in the fat right, like out here. But it's just we don't get to showcase that too many with the events on the Challenger Series. But I can't wait to do it. Every time you get to surf an event when it's barreling, it almost doesn't even feel like you're in a surfing event. It just feels like you're free surfing. So that's always been a big goal of mine, to try to get there so I can try to perform in ways like that. It's because it's where I feel comfortable. But got to get through the wild ocean of Pipe and Sunset and Margs and Bells first. But I'm looking forward to all the challenges.
Okay, and live action here, you see Azuchi, the Japanese surfer, just kicking out. So the surfer's not really able to get any grip on there. You can see the brain's trust, a little bit nervous, just trying to sort of feeling every wave, every fall. And no one really able to get any type of purchase in this heat.
No, it felt like even when my heat started out there, the ocean kind of died off a bit. Here we go. So now that I said that, there's a wave coming. I should have said that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, here we go. So out the back, set coming in. Sometimes these bigger ones are a little bit wide, but Matson without priority says he's going to go. I'll tell you what, he's going to make his opponents feel a little bit upset if he gets on a roll here. And there's 2 nice turns. And you hear the whistles from the Californians. They like it. And this is done with a 3rd priority. So if you can manufacture a score, it must be hard. Jacob, you're seeing out the back. You're watching this. You watch these heats, don't you? Watch the waves when you let one go.
Yeah. It's sometimes those bigger ones, it's hard to tell if they're going to be a good one as well. Like especially if you've been waiting for priority. Usually the better waves are the second waves of the set that kind of move in on the reef and draw a bit more water. But I don't know if you can get into those ones like Kay did and get that at least 1 or 2 big turns out the back. It actually turns into not a bad score. And I think it's a pretty good call for him, really, considering his situation in the heat and the scores he has, just to have a crack at that and try to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on the other boys. But yeah, I was saying that when my heat kind of started, I felt like a lot of the ocean kind of just died a bit. You're looking in the dark and it seemed like there was a few more sets, and then my heat started and it was like I got lucky to get one underneath the boys at the start, but other than that we were just kind of sitting there. But these guys,
so you got that 7, didn't you, straight off the bat, and then that just must have, you know, of all the bit of hype and all the bit of the noise going on, just to get a 7-point ride, and then you backed it up pretty quick as well. So yeah, but you're right, like without priority, just to get one of those numbers like Kate kind of did there. We'll see what the score is, but yeah, it's pretty smart surfing to, you know, to back yourself and go off. How much do you watch, like when you're at the back there, how much of the surfing do you watch your opponents?
Depends what the situation is.
Right.
I don't know, it depends how you're feeling as well. I always kind of just have a little look. So it's good to know, especially if you're kind of in a weird situation, but here we go. It's got to be a good one in here.
Yeah, so Azuchi, Japanese surfer, swimming full off that last wave, but that wave is a no-go, so he's scrapping around. Jake Marshall too, who has had plenty of CT experience. Here he goes. So Marshall up and riding, first turn, a bit of a fin release, comes round. He's got a nice little coping and he hits it. You see him just weaving and bobbing, just trying to generate some speed on this middle bit and wait for some little end section. And he picks it here. And it's a slow, sluggish wave and he can't get any more points. And so they're all trying to juice it.
Looks like he was riding an epoxy as well, I think.
Is it? Chris Gallagher. Yeah, what are you on, mate? What boards have you been running out here? Because I mean, it looks like it's going to be pretty sort of average waves for the rest of the window. It's not going to be pumping. What are you on?
I've been riding Darren Hanley's for a while, but it's just like I think in that heat I just rode a 511 3DV model. It's just like a bit of a flatter board that just suits this wave. It's a little bit gutless at times and quite a flat wave. But here you go, here's Jake. It looks like he's on an epoxy, I reckon. But it looks nice.
Yeah, just with that stringer.
Yeah, I could be wrong. Been wrong lots of those calls. It looks like, I think he rode a similar board to that maybe in a heat. I had a heat within the US Open. It looks similar to that. I'm just deep diving into his quiver here.
Yeah, no, like you're right. No, it's a good thing. But I mean, that epoxy versus PU. How much? How many epoxies do you ride? Do you get on them much at all? Or
I haven't been riding too many. In the US Open, I took a couple over there, but they just give you that little bit more twang and reaction to when the waves are flat. I struggle sometimes riding when it's a bit windy like this and a little bit wobbly. But yeah, for this event I've just been on normal PU boards and they're feeling good. I think the most important thing with surfing heats out here is your wave selection. And I think hopefully Reggie is going to do exactly that right here in the heat. I'm a little bit biased, but hopefully he's just going to sit here and pick a good wave because it just makes it so much easier when you're on a good wave out here. You've seen some of the other boys trying to push it on those waves that aren't as great, but
yeah, well, he's out the back. He's got priority, but under that wave for Cade Matson was 6.67. So Reggie did sort of let that one go, and Cade Matson has took advantage of that with a fairly high number for the conditions. So right now we're going to leave Reggie out there waiting for priority. We've got a short break while we wait for the sets. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with more live action with the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. Welcome. Okay, welcome back to live action, and we've got the Japanese surfer Joe Azuchi fanging down the line. He's got a bit of speed now. He's had a bit of a shock of the heat, but there he goes, and he's had another fall. So sometimes those falls just start to catch up on you. Cade Matson, current heat leader, has been busy, and he's using his priority. We also had waves from Regginato while we were on the break, but Matson just being really composed, loads of spray, good style. Had that one fall at the start, but since then he's really been solid. And now just trying to put a bit of an exclamation mark on this small wave. Come down the corner. There's another little hit. And another, and those legs are burning, but he'll be happy with that. And the boys like it. There's Cole Hauschman, another CT surfer for next year. Griffin, also a CT surfer, so team leader at the moment. Super coach. Chief sort of whipping boy. He's got a lot of jobs up there, a lot of hats on his shoulders. But and another one here. I'll let you talk me through this flick.
Yeah, I like his strategy here. He's obviously locked in that 6.67 on his last wave, that bigger one. And yeah, he's surfing it so well because this wave right here, you know, he's had to do a lot of the work himself. It's smaller, it's a little bit more gutless. But yeah, he's still managing to find sections where he's able to throw a lot of spray, look dynamic. So I like the strategy. I think it's super smart. And yeah, bringing it through to the inside and getting a finish there. So yeah, the boys are all happy for it, the team's cheer squad.
Yeah, they liked it. And then here we go. And this is Azuchi. Sort of looked good, didn't he, Jacob, at the start? And he had some speed, but he just made another mistake.
Yeah, he looked good. He's got a nice compact style that suits these waves pretty well, I reckon. But yeah, he just slipped off at the end. It gets so hard, this bit here. You get so much refract off the rocks, and it gets so bumpy. And I don't know, whenever I'm going to that end section, I'm just like, all right, get there early, get there early, get there early, just finish. But here's Jake as well. Looks like he might be a little bit deep, but sometimes they just die off.
Yeah, so he went on the inside, got one little quick in, but sometimes these little insiders can warm up, and there's a nice little swoop from Marshall.
He had the vision on this wave, he saw it, we couldn't see it.
Yeah, you see that. How do you see that? That's obviously the line down. When you take off, you can see which ones you think are going to go down to the rocks.
Yeah, you're pretty much just looking for a closeout or anything that looks like it's going to close out. Depending on the tide. Here goes Reggie as well. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, talk us through this one, Jacob.
Oh, nice wrap to start it. Oh, might go a bit flat on him though. But he's staying with it.
He's got that powerful style, hasn't he? Sort of, you can tell he's a big build,
yeah,
and you can tell
that.
He's got some move, just needs a bit of open face to work with.
Got to finish. Got to finish. I think it'll probably better his situation just.
Yeah, so a lot of scores to come in. More live action. It's non-stop at the moment. And here he goes again, so trying to back up that wave. Little carve off the top. Just open, looking for some steep face if he can. Another one there. You can see it's small, and that's not going to be a keeper, you'd imagine. His score's coming in a 4.53. But we've still got scores for Jake Marshall to come in, and also Cade, who's out in front and looking pretty strong. But yeah, a lot of flurry of activity as this tide is starting to drain out. You get just a few more options. You get waves in between the sets sometimes, and 4 or 5 waves in the set, and just there'll be more opportunities hopefully as this tide drains out.
Yeah, for sure. During your heat, Jacob, I was sort of speaking about your move to the East Coast, and I sort of want to get your take on the contrast between what it's like, you know, moving from West Oz to the East Coast, and do you think that sort of helped your Challenger Series campaign in any way?
Yeah, I think it definitely has. It was definitely hard moving away from home. Everything was pretty easy at home. Good waves, and everything was so comfortable. But since moving over to the East Coast, it's just I feel like I've been able to take my take it all a bit more professionally with how I train and how I surf and how I structure my whole weeks. It's the waves haven't been as good, but I feel like it suited my Challenger campaign and kind of led me to probably why this year's been a bit easier. But yeah, I've almost been over there for 2 years now, and we've got a good group of guys that I surf and train with pretty much all the time, and the same people that I travel with to these events. So it just kind of makes sense being over there for now. I think I'll definitely end up back in WA. But yeah, for now, I'm enjoying it over there, and I feel like it's just the place where I can get the best out of myself is being there at the moment. And it's been really good to work with DHD as well. He's been there, and I feel like my boards have been better than ever. But here goes Jake. Oh, he's
live
got a
action
cracking
from
wave.
Marshall.
Wow.
So now he's starting to get that epoxy moving, and he's got a bit more spice. You can tell he's got confidence from that last wave. This wave's just got more sort of options on it, and he's living up for the last big turn. He tags
over
it.
the heat for sure, and he knows it. He loves it. I love it. A bit of passion.
Yeah, you could tell that once he sort of got those first 3 clicks in out the back, you could feel his groove and more. So Reggie, can he fight back? He's going to need a score now, you'd imagine. Not quite getting the same quality of waves as his opponents, but there's a nice bit of fin drift, bit of dynamic surfing, and he's got another one here. So comes around, just lacking that board speed that Jake had. And, you know, it's a difficult way to surf, isn't it? I know we often talk about it, but what are the things that make it sort of more tricky than
It is
some
a
of the
tricky
ones?
wave to surf. I don't know, just it's flat, and the reef has kind of got these weird holes in it, so it goes from fast to slow and
so the
back to
pace
slow.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard, but it's just picking the right ones is definitely. I thought Reggie was on there for that first good snap, and then it just kind of went flat on him. But yeah, I don't know. You can see even at the back of that wave, there's all these weird boils and stuff the waves hit, and it just you never really know what you're going to get. But
And Flick, sometimes you just get that first turn in. When that first turn feels good, it kind of sets up the rest of the rhythm for the wave, doesn't it?
For sure. This one, just one turn after another. Jake Marshall absolutely going to town. And I think you can see the clear difference, like kind of to what you were talking about, Jacob, between a good wave and a not so good wave out here. Like this one, he's just been able to carry his speed the whole way through the wave, whereas sort of Reggie's wave, you know, is a little bit misjointed, a little bit wobbly, and yeah, just looks so. It almost is like it's coming easy in a sense to Jake, but the easy part was his wave selection.
yeah, and he just connected the dots so nicely on that as well. He just hit all the marks, and it's his situation in the heat. He just needed to kind of finish that wave, and he did it. He did it well.
And what about your coaching, Jacob? You don't seem to have a coach when you're going away, when you're travelling so much? You do it all on your own, or how's that working?
Yeah, pretty much when I'm over here, just do it all myself. But I work with Bottle when I'm at home, and have a few mentors that I speak to on the phone as well when I'm just away. When I'm away, and I feel like it's just after a while. I've been doing it for a few years. Like I feel like you just have to have faith in yourself that you can make the right decisions, and it definitely helps. I spoke to Bottle the other day, and just having that person to just like back up your decisions that you're thinking. And yeah, Bottle's been a great help this year, and yeah, I don't think I'd be able to qualify without his help. So yeah, thanks, Botsy.
Thanks, Bottle Thompson. There you go. You got a shout out. About time. Here goes.
Oh,
nice first hack, and that's probably 4
the
from
wrong wax
4.
on.
Yeah.
He's just, you know, it's weird how that happens. You know, you just start making mistakes, and then you try and push harder, and then you make more, and it becomes a bit of a vicious cycle.
Yeah, I know too well of that cycle.
Yeah, well, it's basically my life, mate. So let's not delve too deep into it. But Zuch, he's just he's struggling. He hasn't any type of ways, and he's had the odd opportunity, but then when he has had opportunities, he's fallen off and he's under pressure. But it's the Australian here that needs a 6.71, Jake, and he just hasn't been able to find the waves to showcase his talent so far.
Yeah, it's just the wave selection. I feel like the boys are out the back are just holding priority, so he's trying to create a few opportunities underneath their priority, but yeah, just needs something with a little bit more wall, or just it's a simple formula out here sometimes. I feel like, well, that's what I tell myself. It's like you get the one snap out the back, you're feeling the dots, you get the one snap on the inside, and I feel like that's what Jake did pretty well on his wave before.
Yeah, now
he got the formula.
Yeah, it's a simple formula that's, in theory, you've got to put it in practice. Mate, and a couple of minutes before we unfortunately going to leave you, but what's the plans for the rest of the Challenger Series? You got this event and Brazil. You reassess your goals, or you just keep in the groove, mate? What's the plan?
Just keep in the groove. I definitely want to, now that I've locked in a spot, I just want to keep working on that seeding and just keep competing well for these next 2 events. I feel like it's a good opportunity to bring some momentum into next year anyway if you get a couple of results in these events. And yeah, I'm excited to support the other boys and hopefully get a couple of results as well. But yeah, I think there's a few other Aussie boys that are close to qualifying as well, so it's going to be good to be there for them and just all get around each other and try all get the job done.
And for pipe, which is the first CT event, you'll surf as a CT surfer. What do you get there a couple of weeks before, or are you just going to play it by ear, see the swells? What's your plans for that? Sorry, we just got some massive numbers jumping up on our screen. It's an 8.57 for that connecting the dots moment, and that's unfortunately Joe hasn't been able to find the dots, let alone connect them. Meanwhile, Matson is in second place. The Americans have been really, really smooth and strong, and just been too good, really. They haven't made too many mistakes. And Marshall, Matson well out in front, and now both, Reginato and Azuchi needing massive numbers. Yeah, pipe. What's your plan for pipe, mate? Talk me through it. Just get barreled?
Yeah, pretty much just get barreled. I don't know, I'll probably try to go over there a bit earlier. I might even try to go over there in December or something to try out some boards. I feel it's like a good swell. It's a bit easier to go there from the East Coast than it is from WA. So
Flick's got a place. Stay in there.
Yeah.
Mate.
Sounds good, yeah.
Cheaper commo.
Yeah.
West Aussie enclave over there.
Nah, mate, you stay for free.
But yeah, get over there, and I love Hawaii. It's a super nice place, and hopefully get barreled. That's a pretty simple formula.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Again, it is those simple formulas. If you can lock in those clear plans, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, we like to make it complicated, though. Don't worry, I'll get over there and it'll be complicated. That's a simple formula. No, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be enjoyable. But these boys are too good in this heat, the American lads.
Yeah, too good. Two big numbers. Look at that heat total from Jake, 15.47, which is huge. Given the conditions, I think the conditions are improving, which is great for the rest of the rounds. So it's the highest wave score of the event, and these two mates are talking it through. So yeah, just out of nowhere really, Jake's has come out and blasted his way into the next round, and these two are happy. Unfortunately for Alistair and Joe, they're going to have to regroup and got on to the next event in Brazil. But Jacob, well, thanks for taking your time on such a big day for you. We really appreciate coming to the booth and showing insights. Good luck for the rest of the event.
No worries. Thanks for having me in here. So hopefully I didn't bore everyone at home too much.
No, good insights.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers.
All right, mate. Good luck in the rest of the event. And, can't wait to see you on that CT in 2024. All right. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
The EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia is brought to you by EDP, Surf for Tomorrow, by Vissla, creators and innovators, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
And welcome back to live action. That's the Portuguese flag. That's because we're in Portugal. I'm joined by one of the Portuguese surf stars, Chico Alves, mate. I tell you what, we've just had Willcox in here, CT qualification. This is what this event's all about, seeing these great stories where guys have worked so hard, and girls, to reach the dream. And it's going to happen right here in Portugal. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's impressive. I had the chance to actually compete with Jacob in Peniche like probably 8 or 9 years ago. And back then you could feel you could do it. And the whole process he went through to actually make it right now was a long road. So congrats to him, and hopefully he can do some good things on the CT.
Yeah, exactly. He mentioned that he had his starting, his first ever career event was here in Peniche, up the coast in Peniche, and he was going to come back here for the Super Tubes event on the CT. So, yeah, full circle. But as you said, in those 8 or 9 years, it's a lot of hard work. There's been a lot of ups and downs. He's come close, sort of lost confidence in some ways, but now he's just found his groove. And, yeah, he's so sort of mellow, like he's so driven and focused, but, he wasn't, over the top about it. He just sort of takes it in his stride. And, yeah, great to see him on the tour for next year. But speaking of guys that are on the tour, well, right now, look at Matthew McGilvray, CT surfer, sponsored by Vissla, who sponsored this event and been a great supporter of professional surfing in Europe. Alejo Menez, also CT experience, probably done at least 6 or 7 years on the CT in his career, been hampered by injuries over the time, but still an incredible talent and still fighting hard for his spot. And Nat Young, of course, Chico, one of the icons down there from Santa Cruz, had some big CT experience, big wins. He's been amazing here at this wave over the last few years, so it's great to see him back. And then kept bringing up the sort of next phase, Jabe Swikoki. So he's the rookie up against these veterans, but that is a pretty stacked team of some heavy hitters.
Well, the amount of experience we have on the water right now, it's crazy. The 3 surfers that have CT experience to put together, they have probably 10 or 15 years of CT, so it's great to see kind of an underdog like Jabe. Let's see how he can react to that. I know he's a really, really talented surfer, and yesterday he was ripping, and he made it through, but he was catching like not the best waves of the heat, and he actually made through with some mediocre waves, but the talent he presented on those waves was excellent. So I can't wait to see what he can do on this one.
Yeah, and here goes Alejo, the Brazilian. Just that, he's got that wide stance, that real powerful style. Now he starts to pump through, and there's a nice sort of tail release, looking sharp as ever. He knows this waves well again. A roundhouse cut back, waiting for it to stand a little bit on the inside. There's a nice little sharp stralp. So just showing that he's on point straight away, Chico. He looks like he's ready for business.
Wow, he looks so fast, so committed. The start of that wave, you could feel the energy from Alejo. Straight off the start of this heat with priority, he got the inside position over the other 3 surfers, and he delivered. I like this first float, nice and quick. And here he waits for it to stand up, and I like this transitional kick of the tail here. I think it's really technical. Bam, really quick. And this turn I thought was risky, because those foam claims sometimes can get you towards the back part of the wave, but he did well to connect again, and a nice kind of just a jam on the face of the wave. But I like the start of the wave. Nice float of the top. Here he gets patient, and he flicks the tail here. Bang, nice and quick, really tight. And Alejo is a really explosive surfer. Once he gets the opportunity, he always delivers some pizzazz in his surfing, and I think that's one of his strengths. Is every time he has the chance, he just feels he's like putting an extra in each turn, and that's something really unique about Alejo surfing. I think he just gives it all on each turn. Yeah. So 417, and I know Alejo loves this place. I actually had a chat with him last year. Knows he did really well here last year, and Alejo loves to surf this wave, and I think it's a wave that suits his style really well. I know he's just really aggressive, and he attacks every section that presents himself.
Yeah, well, and that's a nice segue into someone who attacked a lot of sections in his heat. Jake Marshall, the highest heat total of the event, down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Absolutely, Jake, 857, the highest score of the event so far. Why do you think it's so difficult to get those scores right now?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting to get that big of a score out there this morning. The waves are pretty tricky, and it's definitely a little challenging, but ended up just picking off a good one in my heat. I didn't really get the best start, so it was good that I got a few fun ones at the end, and yeah, I got a great board, and I'm feeling really confident and strong, so I'm ready to go.
And you've got a good crew too, right?
Oh yeah, great crew. I got my coach Chris Gallagher here. He's coached me like my whole life pretty much, so super fun to have him here. And then we got a good crew of people. We all been surfing together and having fun and just training and kind of just getting ready to go.
And as we move further into the event, the CT chat starts to come up. Is that something that's on your mind right now? What are you thinking about?
Honestly, not really. I've kind of been in this same position so many different times in my career where I need a result going into these last couple events, and right now I'm just kind of have had a little bit of like a weird year, like not really my best results, and I'm just kind of focused on this event. I really want to make a final and win a contest. Like that's kind of been my main goal going into these challengers. I really want to get a win, so I'm just trying to focus on that and just take it one step at a time.
Well, things are looking good. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Great, thank you. Thanks to everyone at home for watching and staying up late in the middle of the night. Thanks, guys.
Now you can go to bed.
Yeah, let's get a little rest now.
All right, thanks, Jake, and thanks, Joanna. Yeah, cool, calm, collected. Hasn't had an incredible run of results, but you know, little heats like that can sometimes change around. Just a confidence boost, hey, Chico, when you're getting some big numbers and you just get on a bit of a roll.
Yeah, and for Jake, it might be even a bit more confusing, like CT results than challenges, and sometimes you can get maybe a bit blown away with a lot of information and a lot of things to dial in, like organizing everything, boards, coaches, like fitness, psychologists. I think when you look at the pack of actually being able to compete in both tours when you don't make the cut, it's really hard and can be really exhausting. So to see him just with a new energy for this event and putting just a goal for this event, I think it's the right way to actually look at it instead of like, oh, I need results to be back on tour.
Yeah,
I want to win this event. That's it. That's a
basic.
simple. There's a bit more basic in it. You know,
yeah,
like,
well, when we had just Jacob Willcox in the booth for that last heat, that's exactly what he was saying. Like, just keep it simple. It's a pretty simple plan if you can execute it. As we see, Jabe, a nice first turn. This is the replay. Just driving around again, throwing a lot of spray despite the relatively sort of fatness of the wave. And there's another. This is his first wave of the heat, so he's waited 10 minutes for it. Driving down the line, looking for a finish. Got a bit of board speed. There's a crack, and that's a nice finish. Just looking really calm and composed. And this is a huge number, Chico.
Yeah, I just felt he's that good. I saw that yesterday, and he couldn't find a section like this one, and the score reflects itself like 7.33, and just because he had the opportunity, and Jabe, you can tell he's a big guy and he likes to have some juice on the wave, and this one gave him bang, throws the fins out, and that's why the score is so high, because he puts some power in those turns. So this turn, look at this, so technical. I love the flick of the tail with the weight on the front foot. And that looks really stylish and committed. I think that's a really exclamation point in that last turn. And on his surfing as an underdog for this one, expecting guys like Alejo, Matthew, or Nat to perform and be putting pressure on him, it's the other way around. So yeah, nice for Jabe.
You got a 7.33, so here goes Muniz. So only these two surfers, the only guys that got waves at this stage. So surfing without priority, just keeps pulling the trigger. Alejo not going to get through that section, so that won't be a counter in his end score, you think. But the two CT, well, Matthew McGillivray, current CT surfer, and Nat Young, who has plenty of experience, both just biding their time, waiting for their first sort of wave, and almost reaching the halfway point in the heat, and still yet to open their account. So they're being patient, they've got experience, and they'll know that they've got still a lot of time. But on the flip side is, you know, what you get the 15-minute mark, you haven't had a wave, you know, you can start to get a little bit scrambled in terms of, you know, what wave you're going to go and how you're going to approach the rest of the heat.
Well, I think one thing that comes into my mind when you think about competing in Ribeiradilhas is that you really need to get that priority on the start of the heat and make sure that the first flurry of waves that come, you get one. Because as you said, when you get to that 15-minute mark and you haven't even catch a wave, it's just that hard to deal with the pressure.
Yeah, and that's about to change. The set potentially approaching. Those two don't have priority. It's just going to come down to who's in position. Looks like Nat Young's on the inside at this stage, so he might be in a better spot. He's looking at this one. He's going to swing. So Nat Young, first wave of the event. There's a trademark backhand stab. Nice little floater. A little bit of fin release. Another nice click. So he's connecting the dots well here. A nice little top turn. That board looks small and spicy. And he's just got that backhand style where he can always whip the fins out when he needs to. So he mixes the power carves with a bit of variety. Now he starts to juice it down the line. Waiting for the last section here. He doesn't make many mistakes, Nat Young. He hasn't made any on this wave, and he's still going. So, wow, he waited, what, 16 minutes for that wave, and he's taken it all the way to the rocks. Absolute commitment out the back. Swikoki, he's trying to back up that 7.33, and he looks like he's done that with a good job, because that's right on the rocks as well. So he's ridden that all the way from out the back. And both Nat and Jabe getting some scores done. Looks like Matthew McGillivray will check whether he got one, but he could be the last man standing. You talk about being on the rocks. Well, yeah, literally on those rocks, and they're not soft. They're not soft. Yeah,
I think mainly that's the.
There are a lot of things.
That's the main characteristic about the rock. It's not soft.
Look, I don't pretend to be a geologist. You know, I know a little bit, but I know they're not hard. They're not soft. Okay, so this wave, Chico, what did you like about it?
Yeah, I just like the flow. He had a lot of flow. I like this flow off the top. As you said, that board is looking really spicy, and he has a lot of speed on it. I think the first part of the wave was mostly just connecting the dots, making the wave flow, and then here it's when he starts to wind up. Nice snap off the top, gets up there again, and this last one a bit more vertical. So the 3-turn combo at the end was the best part of the wave. And as you see the crew there.
Definitely the most vocal down on the beach. They're loving the commitment onto the rocks. And then behind him, Jabe. Slow start here, Chico, but he started to warm up.
Yeah, gets just a quick setup snap there. Winds up again. Gets a transitional snap to the front. Most likely all the wave he has been catching up to this part of the wave, but this carve was beautiful. All the way around. Another quick carve, and he gets up there again. Nice snap, and this last one, throwing the fins out the back. So nice last turn. I really enjoyed this maneuver. I think this angle is gonna give us the right angle. Bang! Throws the fins out, and he makes it. So I think both of them had a lot of setup maneuvers, but on the inside they both performed really well. So identifying the potential at the end and surfing through the criteria at the end there with a lot of power at the end. So I think they're both going to put some healthy numbers on the board.
Yeah, healthy numbers and good scores. And we've just got a bit of a break. We'll let the judges filter those through while we take a short commercial break. I'll tell you what, they don't go anywhere, because after this, we've got the women coming into the round of 32. Big seeds, big names, Sally Fitzgibbons, many others turning up right after this. So we'll go to a short commercial break, come back with the rest of this heat, and then go straight into the women's round. Please stay tuned. It's all going on.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Welcome back to live action. We are progressing through. This is the last heat of the round of 64 of the men's. We've seen some big numbers drop. Nat Young with a 6.77 to open his account. We also saw Matthew McGillivray locking in a score in that break at 5.17. And Morais backing up his 4.17 with a 2.33. So really nicely poised at the moment with 10 minutes on the clock. And this was Jabe's wave here, a replay. He's been busy. So 6.17 to back up his 7.33 Chico, and he's just finding the right waves. He's surfing, just no nerves. We talked about being the rookie and the young guy in the heat. He's just been really, really confident.
Yeah, he has been surfing really good. As I said to you, I think when I saw his heat yesterday, I could tell he's got some really good maneuvers on his pocket, and he's been surfing really good. This was the replay of the last one of Alejo. Nice wraparound, cut back, another bit of a snap to the pocket. He waits for it to stand up. Let's see if Alejo can finish it off this one. Gets another long carve. Really slow wave though. This wave is making him work really hard. And this last turn, bang. Money turn at the end there. Best turn of the whole wave, I feel like. And this is his wife and son watching the action, so stoked for Alejo. And as we see, the last one from Matthew. Nice click off the top, wraparound snap. Really lanky guy and really stylish surfer from South Africa. 5.17 for this one. Just a healthy number to start this heat off, and just a slow wave as well for Matthew. But nonetheless, a start, and bang, finishes it off strong. So I think Alejo is going to get the better of the exchange, because I feel like that last turn was better than this one. And they're going to compare both of them, because both of the waves had a lot of downtime, and then it was all about the last turn, and Alejo's last turn was bigger.
Okay, so live action. He goes Alejo again. He got a 6.27 for his last one. So he's trying to back up a 4.17 right now. Here he goes. He's got those wingspans. He puts his arms out wide and does those big stabs, and then a great shrub at the end with a bit of fin release. He liked it. And so a 6.27 was his best wave before that, and then he's backed it up quick, smart. McGillivray got a 5.17, so you were right, Chico. Morais getting the best of that exchange, and it's he's looking strong. I mean, you know, Matthew McGillivray, like ranked number 19 in the world. He had a quarterfinal in Bells and Sunset, and he made the cut. Really, actually, I think he's really underrated surfer, but right now he's under the pump because this guy just starting to get his groove on.
Yeah, really nice snap there. This wave stand up a bit more. Nice wraparound, carve, bang, nice layback jam there. So 3-turn combo out the back with a lot of speed. Alejo, when he finds the pocket, he's so dangerous. Nice ash again. And this last one, I really enjoy the flick of the tail. And I think that showed a lot of variation in technique there. Trying the fins at the end, as we can see, it just clicks the fins out, bang. And I think that shows a lot of confidence and shows that he wants to show something different to end his wave. And I feel like it's going to be probably one of the best scores of the so
yeah,
far,
it just
so.
had the link, didn't it? They were all linked together, those turns, really well. It's a really nicely poised heat because Nat Young with that 6.77, he's only had one wave, but it's a high scoring number. As we see the girls coming up next, Ariana Oshoa there, getting some last minute tips from the coach. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the icons of our sport. Of course, Kobe Enright, Daniel O'Rosa. So, yeah, we're through to the round of 32. The big seeds starting to turn up. And can't wait to see the women really get into these great waves. Lots of positive energy around the Bass Surfer. And she's all ready for that next big heat. But yeah, as I said, Chico, we've got some big numbers all. Well, the lowest first wave scores are 5.17, but Nat Young 6.77, a 7.33 for Jabe, and Leo coming in now with a 7.13. So right now, Nat Young still just needing a 6.64, which is, you know, less than his first wave. Matthew McGillivray, well, he's got a more difficult task. This current CT surfer needing an 8.23, or probably more likely 2 waves if you can get them. So some big numbers dropping in over the course of this back half of the heat. It was a little bit slow to begin with, but she's revved right up in the last 10 minutes, Chico. It's starting to get, the pot is starting to boil.
Yeah, we at the start of this heat, we saw the names. We just know if the waves come, they're going to perform. So I think if we see more a flurry of action happening, we're going to see 7s again. So we just know that every time surfers like Alejo, Nat, Matthew, and Jabe take waves, they're going to perform and throw at 6, 7s, and 8s. So it's great to see the consistency in the ocean and to see them all having the opportunity to perform. And I think that that's the beauty of surfing, competition surfing, is when you see all of them getting opportunities, back and forth scores, and back and forth positions. And that's what gets me excited about surfing, and what gets me excited to see when I see competition surfing. And this heat has been showing a lot of good scores.
Yeah, and look at the rules, so tightly bunched. You could throw a blanket over the 4 of them, a wet one, and you've got that young, I'll tell you what, that young surfer Jabe, you know, he's looking around there. Those 3 guys in white, blue and red have probably surfed, I don't know how many heats between them. You couldn't even add them up. You need some type of supercomputer.
It would be awesome to know.
He's come in. They've all surfed this wave. They've all had results at this wave. And he's sitting out there with priority, with the heat lead. So a really, really strong performance from the young surfer in the field. And he's just been really impressive in what's been a really high-scoring heat. And he's currently just sitting out in front. This is why, with surfing like this, Chico.
Yeah, Jabe started off really strong. He only caught 2 waves, but the 2 waves he caught, 2 keepers and 2 great scores. 7.33 for this one, most likely because of this last turn, and this last turn was money. He winds up, he went straight, nice bottom turn, puts the inside rail, gets the speed, and bang, explodes off the top. So nice technical maneuver, and this was Alejo just now. Nice snap, a bit of a more maneuvers in terms of quantity, but nice ones and really spicy ones. So Alejo showing off variety, commitment, and a will to make it through. So nice surfing by Alejo, and I like the variation at the end here. Bang, nice. Shows a lot of love and a lot of commitment for surfing Alejo. He's always so competitive, and this was the backup of Jabe 617. Here at the start we thought, well, it's going to be a hard wave to put a score on the board, but then the wave just kept building and building, and he was able to open up here. Opened his arms, and wow,
yeah,
nice carving snap.
It hugged the reef, didn't that one? It was without priority on the inside, and it just kept on giving and giving. And Jabe
last one
made the most of it with a big number, 7.33 for that one. So great surfing. Those 4 surfers still all stuck together. We've got 2.5 minutes on the clock. Nat Young needing 6.64, and that man there on your screen, one of the top seeds in the event, Matthew McGillivray. We saw Kanoa Igarashi, a CT surfer, get bundled out yesterday. And right now it's looking like another one could be potentially on his way out. Nat Young, second priority. Jabe with first priority. Alejo keeping a close tabs on all of it. Hopefully we'll get one more set and one more opportunity for Nat Young. He's only had one wave. I mean, we've seen him do this before, to be honest. Nat, he sticks to his game plan. He's not one to change it up, and he knows that if he gets one more opportunity, he's going to have a crack at it. He's not going to fold. He's going to wait for the right wave, but, you know, catching one wave in half an hour, it's always going to make your life a little bit difficult. And he's really up against it too here. He's 31st on the ranking, so he's, you know, quite far down for a surfer of his caliber, and he needed a big result here to get up even close to that cutoff, the 10th on the bubble. And right now he's got 90 seconds to do it, so he's in trouble. He's got out of trouble before, but it's all in the lap of the ocean gods right now, and yeah, it's going to be a tough one to take. They'll leave him just with Sakurima and the Corona Pro to do anything in the last event in Brazil. Not something that you really want to do. So a minute to go. I mean, as we said, Chico, the whole time, 2 go in, 2 leave, and there's so many people there to trust. They're a bit quieter now. That is absolute gold from that light. They sucked me in, and yeah, well done, boys. That is good, mate. Teamwork makes a dream work, Chico, and that is a bit of gold.
Smooth.
That was smooth. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So I was saying that a bit quiet. They were actually playing a little trick. Yeah, played a trick on Monday, that lot. Anyway, here we go. So we've got 30 seconds to go. Nat Young's going to have to pull the trigger no matter what. It's not a wave he probably would have chosen in the first half of the heat. He's going to have to go anyway. Jabe say, well, too late, mate. I've got priority. I'm not going to give you anything. That's the cutthroat nature of surfing. And he's just going to consolidate his first place with 10 seconds left. He's had a really impressive heat. He's currently locked in the #1 position, and he surfed great, and he just held off the rest of the crew. It looks like we'll just follow that. He finished off with a bit of a flurry. Incredible surfing, but Alejo also really impressive, and Nat Young, well, just ran out of time. And Matthew McGillivray and Nat Young both just getting 1 wave each. So look at the two, you can see their disappointment. Obviously not the way they wanted. Just they want to surf, they want to showcase what they've got, and they've both got a wave each, which is yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes. 2 guys with incredible experience, incredible ocean knowledge, and they still manage not to crack the 2 waves. So they're out. We move on. That was the last heat of the men's round. We progressed straight into the round of 32 with the current Challenger Series leader, Sally Fitzgibbons. She's really on the brink of making her CT qualification official with a couple of heat wins. We'll cover that story as it comes. Ariana Machoa, Kobe Enright, and Daniel Rosas. Right now, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series from Ericeira, Portugal. And the world's best aspirant surfers are here in town at Ribeira Dias, looking to step up, looking to go deep into this event. One of them's about to hit the water. Loads of cool talking points as we bring in the women at this stage. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Felicity Palmatier, Chico Alves. Let's bring on the women.
Let's bring them on. I'm really excited about this heat. We've obviously got Sally Fitzgibbons in there, which she's right on the cusp of qualifying. She hasn't quite sealed the deal yet, but she has been so consistent throughout the whole year. She can get it done if she gets a third or better at this event. But basically right now we're kind of waiting for, you know, a few other people to drop out of the draw to make it official.
All right, here we go. We'll pick it up and set the scene here in reds and in live action. It's Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Ariane Achoa. Kobe Enright and Daniela Rosas will pick up Sal on and inside here. Quick snap from her. And she'll unload again, displacing loads of water. Glassy looking face, great snap. And she'll just keep going here. Another one opens up with a big wrap and even kicks out with just a little extra fizz. And she looks bang up for this. Fitzgibbons had a great season. And as Flick mentioned, she can't qualify in this heat. We do know at this competition, if she gets third, that's semis or better, she's in. But there's a chance if she can do it before that stage as well, depending on where other surfers around her, if and when they fall out. Here's live action. Daniela Rosas surfed really well in the opening round. She's got that board with the carbon on top, epoxy technology. And she just loved that lightweight equipment, really liked the flex and the pop she was getting from it. Served her well in the opening round. She got a tough heat here. Half an hour to post 2 scores. And to get out of this round of 32 and really build up a platform for solid results. The Peruvian, her story in the last couple of years has been going from strength to strength. It's been improving at all venues all around the world. And already underway in this heat. Let's have a look at the replay here, Flick.
Yeah, replay, opening ride. Daniela, I really love the way this board looks. We saw it in our opening round heat. It's just looking like it's pretty fast, it's dynamic. She looks sure-footed. Didn't really give her probably the finish she really wanted, but, you know, nonetheless, it's a good opening wave, and yeah, she's looking like she's in good form. It's a replay of Sally's wave.
Yeah, Sally started off really good on this one. Quite a slow start, but I like the ending. I think she connected some really good turns here, and I like when she gets the opportunity and the wave stands up a bit more. And the start was just really slow, but this part, nice gouging maneuver there and another snap, and she was able to do one more here. So 3-turn combo at the end. We see that the judges can score you if you do big turns out the back or just at the end as well. So you just need to put a combination in, and I think Sally had a good combination there at the end. I really enjoyed the first gouging maneuver she had to connect to the second one. She generate a lot of speed from the first one to the second and from the second to the third. And I think that's the beauty about Ribeira. When you get into the momentum, you just start plugging away big turns. And this was Ariane. Ariane is really dangerous out here. She's got a vicious backside attack. Last year she did some really good scores in Ribeira Dias. Different conditions from last year, but nonetheless, Ariane is showing off that she's in form and ready to go. So a 4.17 to start it off.
23 minutes remaining in this one. Remind ourselves what went down in the last heat. A dominant performance from Jabe Svirkoki, and he's standing by for a chat.
Business in that round, in that heat, right to the last minute. You were holding on to that priority. Was that the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, watching all the heats this morning, it's been pretty slow, and whoever's kind of had a quick start but made sure they got a good wave has seemed to be making the heat. So that was the plan. Got a quick start and then just kind of waited and made sure if another good wave came, I was on it.
And now you're not going to surf today, so what are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Rest of the team will go get some waves. Maybe I'll be on film duty. We'll just take it easy and, yeah, go for a surf. There's been so many good waves around town, so, yeah, just chilling.
Well, the waves look really great from the beach. What's the perspective from when you're competing?
It's a big playing field. It's really easy to get lost. I feel like from the beach, it's kind of like a defined spot of where you should be sitting, and then being out there's a different story. So a little smaller today, so it's a little easier to be aware of where you are, but yeah.
Well, great job. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. Great insights there from JP. Stoked enjoying the free surfing opportunities, loads of them around this town. Embarrassment of riches in Ericeira. Aside from this wave, I can't Sveni at Ribeira Dilius. All sorts going on up and down the coast. 22, well, just over 21 and a half minutes remaining in this. The early work done by Sally Fitzgibbons. So we're talking about her being on the cusp of re-qualifying for Tour. 6.83, the best of the opening exchanges for Sal, which will calm down any nerves. I just want to ask you guys, if you surfer like Sally, you've been competing for world titles, you've been one of the big names in global surf for a number of years, you fall off tour and kind of on the cusp of re-qualification. Is that inside her head right now? Is she big picturing it, thinking about next heat, next wave? What's going on with Sally?
Sally has got so much experience in this whole draw. She's the woman here that, you know, she's multiple years on tour. You can see here on the rankings, she's sitting in #1 spot, and she has been so consistent on this Challenger Series. Looking at her results before, she has literally not missed a finals series, this whole Challenger Series, which is super impressive. However, she actually hasn't won an event. So it's interesting, there's women below her that have actually won events, but Sally just so consistent and yeah, #1 spot there. But yeah, you've got to think, you know, she's had so many years on tour, surfed so many heats. You know, she's finished runner-up in the world multiple times. When I think to Sally surfing right-hand point break, she's had a lot of success out at Snapper Rock. She's had success out at Bells Beach. She's actually won out there back-to-back on her earlier days on the World Tour. So this is who we're talking about right now, Sally up and riding on another right-hander, streaking down the line here, just trying to get around that section and looking for a finish, and she gets it. So it's going to be a great way to back up that 6.83.
Already on her way to a total here is Sally, so not wasting any time at all. And a decent tactic to try and do your damage early on in the heat. It's what Sally's doing, sticking to the task here. Just searching for a bit of face. As it's not particularly forthcoming, she used just the fact she had tons of speed to get a nice stamp to finish that one off. We'll fly past the peak here and check out conditions from above, where it's still nice and smooth on the face. And a tidal swing, ever significant in Europe. Just a bit smaller in terms of the tidal range today, so not quite the swing. Chico, let's have a look at this wave from Sal.
I like the feel of that board. I feel she's got the right board for today. That first snap looked really nice. And I like how she generates speed down the line. And I think it's a big advantage when you have a surfboard that allows you to generate speed here in Ribeira Dilias. The wave looks really good from the beach, but you need to generate a lot of speed to surf it well. And she's generating speed on waves that look really hard to surf. The wave she got now is just really mellow and soft sometimes, and that board is flying down the line. So I think that's a big advantage when you're surfing Ribeira. You need a board that has a bit of extra volume to connect the dots, and I think she made the right choice there of board selection for today.
Ariane Ochoa here, getting a little stuck. And she got some clean face to work with. And you can see she really kind of grimaces on the wave as she does her maneuvers. You can actually see her face really change. If she feels like the maneuver didn't go as well as she would have hoped, she does this little sort of wry grin. It's a bit of a feature of her surfing. She does the same sort of thing actually when she does a really good turn. So a really expressive surfer in lots of ways. It's interesting to see how different surfers, their emotions play out on the wave. But Ariana, there's something really unique about her. She actually kind of laughs throughout her rides flick. You seen that happen much?
Look, the best surfer's the one having the most fun in my rule book, except for if you're in a competition. Here we go. Sally up and running again. She's wasting no time. Just absolutely staying busy here, weaving through to the inside section, and goes for the grab row reverse. And does she stick it? She's going to ride out. She is.
Wow. Nice one.
Sally.
Really enjoyed the last turn.
Yeah, Sally sticking that eventually. And just showing us the variety also in her repertoire. Sort of stands out, a little bit of a numerical quirk. Only surfer in that top 5 not to have won an event so far this year. She's leading the ratings for what we've seen so far in this heat. She'll be a solid shot, maybe take out a win here in Portugal. A lot of surfing yet to come before that happens. Scores to come in this one. She's already got a couple of 6s. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this last turn. Nice float off the top. And you can tell she's a bit more loose now. She has 2 sixes. I'm going to go for it. It's in her mind, and she went for it. And I really enjoyed the aggression here, and to see something different at the end section. We haven't seen much risk at that end section, and Sally throwing something different at us. And I really enjoy this last one. Wow.
Super progressive. It's good to see from the women. I like it.
Yeah, it really reminds me of guys like Josh Kerr doing that turn, and Jeremy Flores. And I think that turn itself, it's something different to see. And you don't see that often, that type of maneuver. So really technical by Sally, and she made it. So really hard to make that turn there. But she's really athletic, and she managed to make it happen. So. And this was during Sally's wave. Daniela Rosas doing a nice carve out the back, floats over the top of that one, and just bails. So hard wave to surf overall, right?
Yeah, I liked that last wave actually. I just really like her style, and I think her wave selection's actually been quite good. Her last turn, she sort of mistimed that one, but before that, it's just looking so nice. The pace to her wave was a lot different if you even just look and compare that to Sally's last wave, although Sally did get that little bit of progression at the end. Sally's wave was a bit wobbly, a bit smaller, but yeah, Daniela's Rosas wave, just her wave selection's looking really good.
Yeah, I just feel like Daniela has a lot of experience here. Last year, she looked really good here too. I think when we look back at that year, we saw Daniela putting together some beautiful lines, as you're saying, and she's got a good read of the wave. And her style is just like, you feel like her style suits this wave really well. And that board is looking really good. So last of one for Sally, 677. So improves by a bit. And judges really enjoyed that progression maneuver at the end. So one judge gave a 7. So really nice turn by Sally.
Fitzgibbons turning up the heat here, and even on a softer wave, different ways of doing it. Flaring up through the lip by reversing, and a dominant performance already from her. So we'll head into the second half of the heat. We're getting a bit of a clinic here from Sally Fitzgibbons. Looking great so far. More live action on the other side of the break.
So 20 years of like surfing in the region, it's really cool now to have the focus here at Ericeira, because I can surf a few more breaks around there and learn the wave a little more. It can get tricky and challenging, and I think the more time you spend out there, you can really kind of maximise your performance. I think, yeah, the younger ones are still experiencing some of those pressures for the first time. So it's neat to be there with a lot of experience. I feel like the next 2 events I feel really comfortable with. Hopefully I can, you know, string together some great performances, and you shift your focus from time to time, and I just didn't see it as a backward step having to compete on the Challenger Tour, you know, this year. I think from here on out, the new life of a competitive surfer, you might be between both tours, but it is, I guess, a satisfying feeling to string together some performances and be in the position I am to hopefully jump back on tour and surf some more great waves with some great mates, and yeah, I feel like I still got a lot left in me.
Sally Fitzgibbons here, embracing the journey. She's making it look fun too. 12 on the clock for her. Big total, 13.6 out of 20. Throwing away a 6.27. Showing us the power, the aggression, also the progression. Looking to stay relevant with the young generation. Nipping at her heels. So far on the Challenger Series, leading those ratings and setting up for a strong performance here in Portugal already. Of course, loads yet to come. We'll fly by and check out a glassy, mirror-smooth sea surface. And our swell still in the water. This ground swell out of the northwest, offering opportunity for surfers like the Basque Ariane Ochoa.
Love that first move, straight up into the lip. I really like to see that. But this wave kind of not cooperating with her here. She's sort of weaving back more towards as if she's going left. She's just trying to get a second turn on this wave, but sort of running out without her. But yeah, one turn, and I really liked where this one was going. This is it, straight up into the lip there, sort of gets at 12 o'clock and whips it back around. Just pretty unfortunate that that wave just kind of didn't really give her anything else to sort of work with here. Another little carving maneuver, but you know, I think that's Jacob was in the booth before, and he was sort of saying, you know, there's sort of a formula out here. You get that one good turn out the back, kind of got that midway section, you just got to connect a few dots, and if you finish with an exclamation mark, you know, going to get a good score. And you can sort of see, you know, just for one turn, she got a 3-point ride. So
here's the prep of Sarah Bam. She's going great at the moment on the Challengers. Just outside the cut, comes into this one in 7th, joint 7th actually, with Luana Silva. Is also going to be in this heat. Sarah Bam, the South African, also surfed as a wild card in J-Bay this year. She's based over in Australia now. She's been really impressive on the Challengers this year. She'll be coming up yet in another stacked heat. Meanwhile, Ochoa, who's been busy, a 5th wave for her. It's just a quick in and out, 10 on the clock. Kobe Enright's not had a lot to say in this. She's got priority. She'll want to use that soon. The Australian, she's got a small number on the board, and she's not really jostling at all so far, so not showing a lot of interest in the sets. And that, yeah, that insight from Jacob Willcox there to turn out the back, do some more good turns through the middle and finish strong. Yeah, it sounds ezy when you say it like that, Jacob. Thanks for that.
yeah, look, it's way easier said than done. And here we're having a look at a bit of a reflex warm-up. Surfer in the next heat, Nadia just warming up there. So surfers doing all different sorts of things these days to warm up for their heats. Saw a couple of interesting ones yesterday go down on the men's side of the draw. But yeah, I think back to the formula thing, I really do think what Jacob said was true. That one big hit out the back, you know, you already established that in the judge's mind. Hey, I'm here, I'm on my way to a good score. Then it's all about just weaving that midsection and making sure you've got good flow. And if you finish with a bang, you're going to be leaving, it's kind of cements it in the judge's mind, like, hey, this was a good wave, you know. Start with a bang, finish with a bang.
9 on the clock here. Our pack will shift seaward. They've seen something setting up. And as this tide now draws off the reef, and will just get shallower and move slightly outside. Should get some steeper faces. Just extending these walls out. Giving surfers, well, a couple of questions really to answer about positioning. They can either kind of huddle together and sit with a priority order, nice and politely, or opportunities to maybe do something a little different, go deeper on the reef. I've also seen people not only get waves but get keeper scores while they're paddling back out, and opportunities stand up. Sally in 3rd prior just realized she'll want to just sit inside. We can see what's piqued their interest. It's this set stacking up here, just over 8.15 on the clock. Priority with Kobe Enright. She's gonna have to use it here. At the moment she needs 6.01. That's assuming no improvement from Daniela Rosas, who's got 2nd prior. Here goes Kobe, and she's up and riding here. First turn just pushes her into a slightly softer section, so she's patient for the opening part of the ride. Similar kind of energy again in her 2nd turn. Not the paciest wave we've ever seen. She's still maintaining that patience though, hoping things will get a little steeper through here. Let's see if they do. So heading down the line through the mid part of the wave here. And opens up, just extends that turn. Also extends the body, gets a nice clip on the lip there, using the speed. It's really smoothly linked together. Never really unleashed into the lip, but the commitment on point as she goes real close to dry reef.
Yeah, pretty much finished that wave right up on top of those rocks. You can just see how close she was when she finished that last turn. Those rocks really draining out right there. But look, Kobe had to go. She had, 2.33. You've got to be thinking today you're not getting through the heat with a 2.33. Even though she took off here and it sort of was looking a little bit sleepy, we kind of commented on the fact that, okay, it hasn't got a real fast pace to it. She has to make this wave count because she's going to be thinking that she might only get one more wave once she gets back out the back after this. So I kind of liked what she did. She stayed with it. She obviously spies down the line. We can't quite see it, that this wave's going to stand on up. Gets another couple of little turns here, and she sort of managed to get it up into the lip just there, which was nice, and really committed to that end section. You can just see those rocks right in front of her there.
Yeah, I think with this last one, I think she's going to be in a good position to make this one. We see that Daniela and Ariane have low scores too. I think this is going to really help her cause and maybe put something on the 4 range for her too. So I think she's going to be right there in the mix. And as you said, I think that last turn was really committed. You can tell by the head movement that she knew she was really close to the rocks. I like this one, bangs off the top, and this last one just really close to the rocks. I just feel like everyone knows they're gonna. If you want to finish it off a good one here in Ribeira, you need to finish off close to the rock. So we've seen a couple of close calls over the years. We know Teresa once got a bit of a hectic situation there when it was bigger, and we saw Miguel Fortes saving her. So yeah, those rocks have a lot of history when it comes down to finishing it off turns over there. So famous rocks, Paul.
Big set standing up here. Possibly the biggest one we see in this heat. Priorities with Roses. Is she going to use it here? I think she will. She certainly should by the look of the wave. Let's see how she goes here. And opening up with a swing on the rail and looking committed to this. Here's the little pocket runner for her. Off the bottom, off the top, nice and hard. Plenty of spray, really nicely timed. Straight into a joined up carbon maneuver. Another good section here for Daniela. Hits it. That was really well done. Good amplitude from the turn. The drawn out bottom turn committed into the lip. Good wave there for Daniela.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably one of the best waves of the heat so far, if not the best, because those 2 big turns, they were really good and really committed. And the wave had a bit more size than what we've seen the whole heat. So I think she did a really good job. She just waited patiently for the right moment to attack it. And I like this one. Nice snap off the top, throws buckets of water. Then gets a nice roundhouse cut back. And I like this last turn. She just readjusts at the end there, the direction of the board, and she was able to make it. So I think this was a really good wave by Daniela, and she was really needing this wave because Kobe just posted a 4.77, only needing a 3.57, and Ariane only needing a 4.18. It's really dangerous for
Felicity, just thinking about the flow. Daniela's got something, the way she links her maneuvers together. All looks quite joined up, and then really impressive when she goes on the attack, as does Sally right here. We'll pick up live action. A smaller wave for Sal, but she just wanted to get amongst it here. She fancied surfing, so she'd take a wave. Let's see what she's got for us. Just swinging the board around. This one not offering loads. It is a smaller wave. It looks a bit softer too. What she got to finish though? Little snapping turn. Releases some spray. And looking for a steep section here. So that one not really providing a necessarily strong finish, but Sally just decided, hey, why not go? See what I can put on the board. Don't think she'll threaten her numbers there, but I'm just thinking about revisiting that point, the flow from Daniela. Everything looks really nice and joined up in her surfing.
For sure, I agree with that. But I also think that all these women in this heat surf incredibly well. But I think what it's come down to with Daniela is just her wave selection. It's her wave selection that's allowed her to really have that ability to have the flow here. We're having a look at the replay of Sally's last wave, and she's had to get the board moving and do a lot of the work herself. And to me, it's obvious that it's the wave selection. It's a smaller wave. It doesn't really have that steepness to it. But yeah, Daniela waited out the back. She had priority, and yeah, she let that first wave of the set go through and chose the second wave. It stood up, it hit the reef really well, and enabled her to get top to bottom. I'm sure if these other 3 girls in the heat had that wave too, they all surf so good that they would be linking those turns together. And just again, to echo what Jacob said this morning in the booth, wave selection is everything out here.
Well, someone that needs to pick a wave is Ariane Ochoa. It's got priority. She needs a score here. Looking for 6-7-3. Kobe Enright needs a 6-1-4 as well. There's that last wave of Daniela Rosa, 6-2-3. It's a spread from the panel, and good enough there to really just exert a bit more point pressure on the chasing pack. But prior to that, sitting on that 3, not what you want to do in the last couple of minutes of a heat. So just putting a little bit of a gap there and opening up, what, 3.5 points between her and Ochoa, chasing her down, and everyone's repositioned him. They put themselves out of position from deep. It looks like Enright she'll go here. So here goes Kobe looking for 6-1-4. Nice committed carving turn to open up. And again, back towards the white water. So having a look around here and seeing exactly where this runner section's going to come. She finds it here. Goes into the lip, just pushes with the board. A nice turn off the top. Would have loved to just combo that up with another hit on the lip. That section wasn't there. Let's see where that goes numbers-wise.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be enough for the 6-1-4. A lot of downtime until that last turn. That last turn looked a bit better, but the wave is just slow overall. I think you can tell by Kobe's style that once she gets a bit of more juice in the face, she will open up for sure. But she hasn't found the right one yet. So Ribera, it's all about finding the one that really opens up and allows you to do some big turns. This last one was read by Kobe, but other than that, wasn't nothing else on offer. As we rewatched the replay, nice, throwing a lot of water out the back of that one and making sure she makes it, but she needs another type of wave to actually do the 6-1-4. Maybe something around Daniela's wave would be perfect for her.
Final 20 seconds here. She's still going to be chasing a 4-2 in for her. And still looking for a number. She replaces a backup score. That means her requirement remains unchanged. Ochoa had priority, doesn't use it. And she will be kicking herself there. Didn't even get a chance to get away and try and attack the score she required. But let's just reflect on another solid showing from Sally Fitzgibbons, who won that heat really in the first couple of minutes, certainly the first opening exchanges. There's the grimace from Ariane Ochoa as she brings it in. It's Sally looking really good here, Flick.
Yeah, continuing that dominance. She's just looking sure-footed. She's bringing a bit of progression. Surfed a really smart heat. You know, look out. Just another heat in the bank and one step closer to making it official.
Another step closer for Sally. A third place finish or better will guarantee her 2024 CT status. Of course, other permutations as well if surfers around her lose out. She's looking good here. We'll keep running with the women's round of 32. More live action from Ericeira real soon. It's the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro presented by Estrella Galicia. You're checking out your current ratings leader on the Challenger Series for the women, Sally Fitzgibbons. And another strong performance from her. Good numbers, good performance. She'll look to just keep that going. We've already qualified one Australian this morning for next year's championship tour, Jacob Willcox. Sally Fitzgibbons in a real good place, but we'll keep you updated as that situation unfolds throughout the event here. Let's get set for our second heat of this round. Checking out a couple of surfers going well inside the top 10. Sarah Baum and Luana Silva. Also Nadia Eristabe. She's in the teens, I think 17th coming into this. Natasha van Grunen, another South African, a talented surfer. One of the standouts from the early rounds is Lulu Silva.
Yeah, Luana Silva starting off really well. Wow, nice carve there. Throwing buckets of water. Nice throw of the fins there. And Luana, she loves this wave. She's done really well here. And she's one of the standouts in Ribaradillas every time she puts her foot on the surfboard. And it's just the read and the power surfing that she can present here in Ribara. And wow, what a start. Showing a lot of pizzazz. As we see here, Leandro Dora on her corner. Giving her the right tips as we see Sarah Baum, the first one. I think this was only a 1.5, so getting stuck there a bit. And I think the major score is going to come from Luana Silva as we see live action.
Yeah, Nadia, nice hit from her. She's got that backhand turn. That's the trademark maneuver. Arrives late to the lip and gets that tail out. She did it really well in the early round. She'll look to just keep that going here, and there's exactly the kind of waves she wants to try and find here. Quite a bit of experience at this wave. Obviously a surfer from up on the north coast of the Iberian Peninsula in the Basque Country. It's not a long way down here. The swell forecast, and it's easy to come down, get some practice, or a bunch of qualifying events as well in this part of the world. Just the one turn though for Nadia.
I loved it though. It's showing so much commitment, and the fins got released out at the back of the wave there. So have a look at this slow-mo. Just you could see the fins just really releasing out the back of that wave there. So really great technique. And look, I'm going to say if she had got a couple of those done on that wave, we're looking at a very healthy score. So that's good signs from Nadia already. Just unfortunately that wave not giving her more opportunity there.
It'll be interesting to see where the judges go with this Chico, because we have seen single maneuvers getting pretty decent rewards. You're thinking it's a running right-hand reef point, and generally it's connected up waves. So let's see where the one hit goes.
Well, I think they have been really clear. No matter where you do it, if you do a strong turn, the score is going to go higher. They don't want to see a lot of downtime on the wave. They just want to see you perform when the section is steep. And we've seen guys throwing big turns out the back, or one turn out the back and getting good numbers, and guys only doing a big turn on the end section and getting big numbers too. So I think Jacob's theory, it's great. When you want to go excellent, you need one out the back and one in the inside. But if you want to stay in between and you don't catch the best one of the heat all the time, which in Ribara can happen, if you get either on the outside or on the inside, you're going to get a healthy number if you get a steep section. So I think it's all about not getting like slow waves and not really getting major maneuvers in. That's going to cost you those higher scores.
Good number in for Luana Silva. 6 points in for her in her quest to get back on the championship tour. And opening up here in Portugal, a place where she's made a final in the past with Gabriela Bryan. That was an epic final in really big surf. There was all sorts of excellent scores going down in that final. Really dramatic one. Luana Silva, so far so good. Pretty decent start for her. Someone that had a blistering start to the last heat and never really looked back from there. Your leader on the Challenger Series for the women, it's Sally Fitzgibbons.
Absolutely. Sally, talk to us about your consistency, because you're #1 on the leaderboard. You haven't had an event win. Is that a goal you set for yourself?
Oh, it's all everyone that's in the draw. We're here to definitely win, and it's just the fact that it's really, really hard to do that. So everyone wants it, and you got to try and dig deep to find that desire. Like, I think that's been the coolest thing about coming back into the Challenger, is that I have to find the desire I had, you know, like 15, 16 years ago when I was the young rookies like these guys, and that's not always easy to want to go back and start from the start, and but it forces you to evolve. And I think all you need to do is paddle out for the early warm-up surf, because there's 100 of like the best surfers in the world, and 1 foot waves on offer, and yeah, they're just going for it, and that energy is like what you have to capture. So just sitting in that and yeah, putting it deep inside, and then kind of channeling that into my heats.
And where do you see yourself getting that event win? Is it going to be here at Ericeira, or would you say Saquarema?
Oh, I have super fond memories of competing here in Portugal. It's been coming up on 20 years, and yeah, I've had some great results, and feel like a lot of support here now after coming for so long. And so definitely I'd love to stand up on a podium here in Portugal. This wave is learning it more and more, and it's so much about strategy. You got to try and find your space to let your surfing kind of open up, and it's different to the last few stops. So if I can get all the strategy and the pieces right, I feel like I've got the tools, but yeah, you definitely have to apply them at the right time.
And let's get back into the new talent that's here on the Challenger Series. Is it something that's inspiring?
Oh, the new talent's electric. I definitely wanted to stick around long enough to kind of, I don't know, just realise the impact that our generation's had, and see the evolution of our generation. And if, you know, if you're quickly out the door, you don't really get to, you know, be in the lineup and the warm-ups and just watching them. And as I said, the hunger's one thing, but their skill set is definitely there, and the way they're kind of constructing waves. I think, yeah, the development is fast, and the levels are rising really quick, and whoever makes it onto tour out of this class for next season, they'll be so ready. And yeah, I'm just such a fan of surfing. Once in or out of the jersey, I just love it. So yeah, I'll compete for as long as I can.
Well, your skill is definitely there. We'd love to see you, and good luck in the next round.
One more thing.
Absolutely.
One more thing would be, yeah, just the inspiration I took from the start to the day and Jacob qualifying. So Jacob Willcox for us, that was super inspiring. The road's so long sometimes, and but yeah, he's going to suit the tour so well. So we're stoked for the Aussies, and a big happy birthday to one of the Jarrell back home. So happy birthday, Jen. Yoo-hoo.
Back to you guys.
All right, awesome stuff. Thanks, Joanna. Great insights there from Sal. We'll pick up live action here. Nadia Aristabe out of Basque Country. And there again is that spicy backhand hit from her, the release of the tail. She's got a 3-3 for just that one turn earlier on. Small throwaway number to come in from her as well. And then that score that you just witnessed live, just over 19 minutes remaining. Not loads of other action that went down so far on our scoreboard. We do have numbers to come in though, so let's get all caught up with replays. First of all, this one from the Basque.
Yeah, nice snap out the back, connects with another one, and as Felicity was saying, if she gets just a combo with that last maneuver in, throwing the tail out, she's gonna get a really good number. So I think she just did that. So that start looked really good, and the last one, bang, throws the fins again. And if we saw 3-3-3 for the first one, only with one maneuver, this was the end maneuver. So nice surfing by Aristabe, and always throwing the fins out. So trying to show something different, and with a bit more commitment. And we see the past 2021 winner standing up, sitting in the 7th position. So right there to qualify again, and what a wave to have a crack on it, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to rekindle those fond memories. Sarah Baum here on the backhand, just trying to unlock really some of these vicious backhand hits here, Flick.
Yeah, I love Baumi's style of surfing. I've been a fan of hers for a really, really long time. Baumi's actually been on the qualifying series, the Challenger series, for quite some time now, really trying to make that jump up into the CT. And I'm a big fan of her surfing. She actually has a really progressive side as well. Over the years, I've seen her take to the air as well. So I think if she was to make that jump and get up onto the tour, she'd be an exciting addition. But yeah, she's relocated to Australia too, so spending a lot of time down under.
Here goes Van Gruenen. A little bit of a slow piece section for her. But the commitment to these backhand turns from the Goofies in this heat. They're not doing safety tens. They're trying to push really hard. It's been interesting to see, and also for our judges to compare how some of those backhand hits measure up against each other. Putting it on vert on the backhand, that's one part of it, but also then getting that release of the tail. That's something that Ericeira's been able to do. It's cool on that replay there. Sarah Baum as well. Seeing the release she can get. Looking really loose and smooth at the same time. Be a good number to come in for Sarah shortly. Just over 16.5 minutes in this one. Loads to come. The best moment of quality thus far was the first wave from Luana Silva. Silva and Sarah Baum, as we mentioned, equals 7th at the moment. They're tied, so just on the cusp, knocking on the door here. With only 5 spots available and so much talent, Flick. It's really tough to get yourself a spot on the CT for the women.
Yeah, it really, really has. Yes, there's so limited spot, only 5 spots available. So, you know, it really is so important that you get an event win. That's all I can say.
All right, well, we talk about tides and how significant they are and how they change the wave here. Let's take a look at our tide table for the day. So Chico, with tides actually got a little bit smaller just after midday. 12:30 will be our low tide. What's that going to do to the waves?
Well, I think with smaller conditions, sometimes Ribera divides into points where you can take waves, the inside one and the outside one. So I think we're going to see girls getting a wave, paddling out and getting a wave in the middle and getting big scores. So it's really hard to have priority when it's low tide, because you can really sit further out the back and really not see waves on the inside that have potential for 6s and 7s. So here we see the Basque crew supporting Nadia Erostarbe. We saw Adur Amatria coming back from an injury, having a bit of a hard loss yesterday, but nonetheless supporting her fellow friend. And it's great to see them getting together and supporting each other. We see that nowadays every country kind of like gets together and support the athletes. And I think that's something great, because sometimes surfing can be a lonely sport. And back then we used to see a lot of just surfers traveling alone and not like having a tight crew supporting. And now like they are transforming that kind of like loneliness traveling into something great and a good energy, and I think everyone is doing that right now, and I think that's a good sign of good I don't know how to call it, but maybe partnership in between them. I don't know. It just feels great to see them happy and sharing good vibes together, as we see Sofia Medina getting ready, and I think we're going to see some good things from Sofia today.
Significant number dropping in on this heat. You guys were speculating on what would happen if Nadia Erostarbe did one of those backhand hits and linked up with other maneuvers. The answer is good score. Best score of the heat so far, 6.43 for her. So that squad that we just saw of the Spaniards, including the likes of Andy Crier and Goni Zubizarreta, as well as Adur Amatreyin out of the Basque Country cheering on Nadia. She's got a first, they'll be stoked. She's got a 3.33 as a backup though. So you want to improve that. Luana Silva drops to second. She's got Prio as Luana. With a 6 on the board. 2.5 at the moment, costing her total. Meanwhile, chasing them down, a couple of South Africans. Sarah Baum looking for just a 3.18 currently. Natasha Van Groenen, a 6.1 her requirement. Doesn't really have a solid score as yet. Natasha 13 on the board in this one, and it'll just sort of settle down and sit down here, and a chance after everyone's got a couple of ways, get your first sort of legit situation, and maybe Flick at this stage a chance to sort of reassess, think about, all right, I had a plan before I paddled out, is it working, do I need to change anything?
Yeah, I guess that's sort of what Sally was talking to in that post-heat interview with Joanna. You know, sometimes it really does come down to the strategy on this wave. You know, if you've got all the right tools in the kit, but it's applying it when you need to, right? So, you know, there's been the first exchange, priorities sort of established now, you know where you are. You sort of got to ask yourself like a few different questions, you know, where am I? What do I need? And where do I position myself? You know, and obviously taking into account priority as well. So such a big lineup, sort of to talk about what you were saying, you know, because it's such a big lineup, and here we are, we're seeing someone take off down the line here, Nadia.
Here's Aristabe snaffling an opportunity from wide and inside. What she got for us? A little crumbly section, gives it the treatment. There's that drift, and she keeps the speed crucially to do this. Bang! Just a quick stab from her, and then still swinging on the face here. Commits to the bottom turn quite early. And looks to go into the lip for a finish. Really nice. Finishes it strong. So a bit of variety there as well. Linking maneuvers together. The heat leader, Aristabe. Meanwhile, Silva chasing it down from second. There's that stylish carve and snap that she does. Puts the board all the way back into the pocket. And again, opens up that time with a bit more release and a nice combo. She's feeling it.
She is. A bit more passion shown. Here we go. Sarah Baum up and riding on the backhand again. But not really planning out the way she probably wanted that wave too, but super impressed by Nadia. She was in fourth priority there. She actually hadn't even established fourth priority. She was down the line when she took that wave. It was on the inside, sort of what you're saying, you know, on the lower tide. Maybe we are going to see opportunities like that, but replay of Luana.
Yeah, nice Ganjin carve out the back, really powerful. Nice roundhouse cut back. You can see the urgency to get into that section. Really nice off the top. And this wave just kept building and building. The second wave of the set tends to be a bit more steep towards the inside, and this one was the one, and she was able to finish it off. So I think we're gonna see an excellent score coming for Luana Silva. She was stoked, and she's got she knows why she's stoked, because that wave was really well served. And as you said, fourth priority for Nadia, nothing to lose on going on this one. The other girls out the back trying to identify something after the first one and second one of the set, not finding it. And Nadia, as you said, posting another good number on the board and finishing it off really strong. So I think she's gonna better that 377, and she just did the 643 paddling back out. She gets her second best wave. So I think that's one of the strategies for Ribeirão for sure.
10 minutes to go in this, our second heat, the round 32 of the women at the moment. It's Nadia Aristabe and Luana Silva going great in this. Join us for more live action right after the break.
Isto é um projeto ambicioso, é um projeto de alta competição. Acho que está bem claro o que é que estamos aqui a fazer. Eu sabia que ia ser duro.
Me dijeron que para la tibia rota, ya dije, no puede ser. Otra vez, no. Obviamente es un camino muy largo. Cuanto más desafíos tengas, igual más mejoras. A treinar.
Sem parar. Bom, aqui o start é assim, estão altas ondas, não há desculpa. Eu quero essa disputa e a simulação do que rola no QS, então vamos simular da melhor forma possível. E é a nossa última oportunidade.
Sorte não vai ser o suficiente.
The third season of the documentary EDP Surfer Tomorrow is on the horizon with the premiere first episode scheduled for October 7th at La Baraque in Ericeira. That's coming up this Friday night. If you're in the area, come and have a look.
Looks really, really good, that promo. I'm really keen to have a check that out. That looked awesome.
7 on the clock here and some movements on the scoreboard. Before we get to them, let's check out live action from Sarah Bohm here. What she got for us, nice steep section, a good clip off the top with speed, and again, just raking the rail. And it'll go a little softer for her here. Bit of work done out the back for Sarah. She'll keep going here. Needs to get involved. She's a bit of a way back now, 7.6 the requirement. And that's because of the movements made by surfers in first and second. Aristabe's number was 6.5. But a big score, an excellent score, drops in. Luana Silva, 8.33 in for her. She goes back to the lead. Chico Alves, you called that, mate. You said that was going to go excellent. You were right, again.
I said 8.27, actually, but yeah, missed by a minute. But 8.33, I just felt that the energy of that wave had an excellent score on it. Every wave, every turn that she connected on that wave was really smooth, but a different smooth. The wave had energy, and she put some powerful on each turn. So some power on each turn, and she was able to finish it off really strong. So in comparison to Nadia's 6.43 and 6.5, I just knew that had to be a 2-point difference. As we see, a happy coach.
And how good does that feel, Flick, when you're in the water? Maybe she's only ridden a couple of waves. We're having a look at it here, but when you get that score read out at 8-point, that must feel pretty awesome.
Oh, definitely. I think it's affirming, you know, it's affirming to her plan. Like, look at that hit right there. To me, I just keep saying it's wave selection. She's only rode 3 waves in this heat. 2 of them have been her scores. And you just look at the pace that she has on this wave compared to the other waves that have been surfed in this heat. She's got a different speed to it. You know, she's surfing fast, and she had a variety of maneuvers and took it through to the inside here. That little jam in the pocket. She knew it too. You know, you can just tell by that body language. Clearly, excellent score. So, yeah, just affirming for Luana, 8.33, and yeah, just means that she's sticking to her guns and backing herself to choose the right wave when she has priority.
No downtime at all, was it, as well? She was just driving down the line there. The speed was with that ride throughout for Luana Silva, so looking good in this heat. As we mentioned, a venue that's been real good to her in the past. And now you can really see that conversation about the tide starting to be significant. We've actually moved further out to sea a bit. And we've also broken up the lineup a touch in terms of the fact there is scoring potential. A second bowl that's a little bit wider and on the inside. Surfer that's used that pretty well is Nadia Aristabe. She snaffled up an opportunity paddling back sets, standing up on the outside here. Priority is with Nadia. Surfer out of the Basque Country. If she wants to attack Luana Silva for first, 7.84 would be the requirement to do that. Luana's gone into the excellent range. It's Sarah Baum with a bit of work to do. 7.6 from third. Natasha Van Grunnen's a long way back. Needs a 9-point ride. Not a lot of time to get it. So let's see if we pique the interest of Aristabe here, or if she just decides for the time being to hang on to prior and wait for something that conspicuously looks like it offers 6.5 points or better to improve and make life more difficult for surfers chasing her down. That said, sort of flattered to deceive a bit, really. Stood up and disappeared on us.
Yeah, did a bit of a disappearing act. It looks like Bormy on the inside here, having a look.
Here she goes. One of our 2 South Africans in the water. Is just a quick in and out for her. So just thought, why not? Let's speculate, see what I can get going. Nothing really doing for her, so she'll have to continue to be patient. 3 on the clock, still looking for that 7.6. And there's the nervous times, the requirement edges up. She knows she hasn't really hit a stride in this one as yet, Flick.
Yeah, it's sort of unfortunate. I think her wave selection sort of let her down. She has had moments of brilliance, you know. She's got a 5.33 in the 4.17, but she hasn't really found anything that's gone sort of linked the whole way through. We have Natasha sort of having a look at that one. She's in 4th. She needs a big score. She needs a 9. So for her, really, right now, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, you've got to think that she's probably only going to have maybe one more opportunity. So she's going to take off on a wave. You've got to hope it's going to be the best one of the heat. But yeah, back to Bormy, I just feel like she has had moments of brilliance, but she just hasn't found one of those waves that's really sort of stood up and hit the reef properly, and sort of hasn't been able to carry that speed the whole way through the wave.
Let's see how the final couple of minutes play out here. Silva a long way in front. Good total for her. Chased down by this woman, Ericeira. Here she goes. So using the priority. She's got a runner here. There's that turn, really nice. The backhand whip with that release, that trademark maneuver from her, uses it to great effect. And then at which point the wave just kind of fizzles out on her. So a little bit of damage done out the back. Let's see if that threatens the 6s she's already got on the board. Not sure it will. Let's see. Get down towards 90 seconds. We'll have another look here at Nadia.
Yeah, I just like that she's really aggressive off the top. She always tries to push a bit more and throw the fins out, and I think has been the difference in her scores. I think the 6.43 and the 6.5 all comes down to those big turns that she applies a bit more pressure and throws the fins out. As we can see, she puts a lot of front foot pressure to release the fins, and I think that looks really good, especially when we see the slow-mo after, as we see Luana on a bomb.
Yeah, good wave here for Luana Silva, the heat leader. She's quite a way in front as well. She's gone into the excellent range with the 8.33 and a big, dynamic, impressive turn right in Nadia Ericeira's face. She just blows out those fins into a fluffy lip line and looking to bring this in. I think she'll bring this one to the beach, will she? Luana Silva has never really looked hurried in this heat or any signs of panic. She only rode a couple of waves with quite a significant portion of the heat came, and then she found that excellent score. She just checked the watch there, 30 on the clock. She's all the way on the inside and showing her class there, Luana.
Yeah, it was sort of one big turn there, released the fins, got a little bit of drift, and man, the work's done. You know, she only 4 waves with that last one, but 6-point ride and an 8.33 going excellent. So yeah, I really liked her strategy, just really backing herself to choose the best quality waves today during that heat.
Looking to make a move up here on the Challenger Series ratings by staying alive in Portugal. We mentioned her previous success in events past here, and she'll get out of this round and look to come back and do it again. Let's check the story of how it went down. Luana Silva came out swinging.
Yeah, she's showing us why she's a past winner here. She identifies good ones, and she surfs through the pace of the wave. So I think whenever you see someone surfing through the pace of the water, it feels different. It feels different. The scores come in on a different way, and she actually improved on that last one with a big turn out the back. And yeah, this was the first one, a bit of a slower start for her. This wave, she needed to do a lot of hard work to get a score out of it, but this was Nadia's first 6 with turns like this. She was posting some healthy numbers, and this last one was the best turn of this wave so far. So Nadia connecting the dots, not pushing too hard on the outside, but when she needed to, she has put in, some aggression in, as we saw on that last one. So Nadia playing it safe, but doing the job, and this was the 8.5 from Luana. Great surfing. I just feel, you could feel the agency here for this one. Bang! Throws the fins out. That turn itself was a 5 for me, so that looked really good. Nice carve here, and after that turn, she was just building the score. She was not gonna fall for sure, and she was just trying to finish it off this wave in style and good fashion. So nice, well surfed wave by Luana to do the 8.57, so 8.33, sorry. So nice hit win for Luana Silva.
Official results, there it is, back on the beach. Luana Silva will be delighted with that result and performance. Numbers are solid. She'll take Ericeira with her to the next round. We can get a break. When we come back, we're chatting with Sally Fitzgibbons. She's jumping in the studio. More live action from Portugal right after this.
And welcome back to Ericeira. We are progressing through the rounds of the women's heat, round 32, heat number 3, and another stacked heat. Bronte McCauley, the West Oz legend, Zali Kelly, young up-and-comer, Tessa Tyson, former world junior champion, and of course Sofia Medina, younger sister of Gabrielle, and one of Brazilian's great young surfers. We've had a flurry of waves while we're on the break. We're going to go through them now. On and Ben Mundy. Philippe Jervis, strong start here from the Brazilian.
Yeah, this is a 3.5 by Sofia Medina. She got stuck a little on that big turn, fortunately, but very well served. The wave just kind of disappeared on her. It's pretty much the only. We also have a wave for Bronte. So nice backhand attack, straight into a second nice snap. This is a good-looking wall. Goes over the top on that one. Nice rebound off the top. She's trying to get that connection all the way through the inside. We know that it's not easy, especially on this low tide, because it gets harder and harder to connect. But she did it, and she's gonna finish this one off. Oh, I felt like she was already pretty tired on those legs. But yeah, well done by Bronte.
Yeah, and there's some great surfing. Speaking of some great surfing, well, I've got the pleasure of introducing Sally Fitzgibbons into the booth. Sal, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, nice to have you here.
It's an absolute pleasure. Straight out of the heat, my heart rate is still up.
Oh, I know.
Those long paddles, jeez.
And you got through, and you're obviously #1 on the Challenger Series rankings, so congratulations on what's been a up and down year, but you're back on track, is that correct?
Yeah, cheers, guys. It's one of those things, isn't it? You're riding along and it's surfing. You don't know where it's sending you, and I think as long as you know your intention, for me, like, I still love competing. I still have plenty of goals, and you just channel that into your next challenge, and it's right in the name. Challenger was my next challenge. So just being here, and I feel like being that position, there's still plenty more surfing with these 2 events to come, but for our generation, I don't know, just to sort of represent that with all these new ones coming up, it's kind of an honour. It's cool.
And what is the goal for this particular event? You must have set a few. You're good at goal setting, Sal. What's up? What's your plans for Portugal? For sure.
I just love coming back here to compete, first and foremost. As I said on the broadcast before, it's been 20 years, so you start to see familiar faces and friends you meet over here, and I really love the waves. So first and foremost, I just want to do my best surfing in the jersey. I think pushing towards that destination, if it is to be back on tour, it's to compete with those top 10. It's about kind of pushing the needle now, and I've had some great results, but the only way you're going to better those is kind of throwing some risk in there and really kind of, I guess, putting that little icing on the cake, I think.
Okay, well, yeah, it's a pretty nice cake we've got here, and we've got some waves coming in. That first wave for Bronte, a 6.5. Also, obviously, with so much CT experience, and also trying to get right back up there. Strong start from Bronte. I had a chat with her dad, Dave, obviously a legendary, well, not obviously, he's a famous surfer from Australia, and he's sort of her support network. And I think you're travelling with your dad, aren't you, Sal? Is that what's happening this trip? How good is that, having your old man in your corner?
Yeah, Pops is here. Marty, he's back off the bench, so he's done a few loops over here to Portugal over the years. He loves coming here too, and he's just here to enjoy it these days. He's such a fan of surfing, and just watching all the women and the level rise. We just love coming down the beach together and doing our thing.
And I suppose it is an opportunity when you're surfing these Challenger Series. I know you always look, you're a positive person, you look on the bright side, but the chance to surf with these young up-and-comers must be incredible, to see the talent coming through the ranks and just to be a part of it, and then to beat them, obviously, as well.
Yeah, well, there's two sides to it. Like, you look at this heat now, and I've surfed with Bronte, obviously, for years and years and years on and off tour, and Zali's been around. She's one of our Aussie hotshots for sure. And then you got that new guard. You got Sophia and Tessa. And so it's just that good mix. Like, you love coming up against those new ones, but the battle with the vets is super exciting as well.
Okay, and here goes Zali. So the Australian, as we mentioned, one of Australia's up and coming. She just can't get around that section. So a bit of a mistake in terms of wasting priority. And she'll have to go and regroup, reset. That wasn't the wave she wanted to start off with. And she'll go back out there, now at the bottom of the pole in terms of priority and restart. But she's got such a smooth style, hasn't she? And really power, Zali. She's got it all, really. She's just a package in the competitive environment.
I think first and foremost what she needs on this tour, and what she has, is she's a competitor. Mm-hmm. She's grown up in our system, and she's done, enough events you've lost count. And I feel like so she's very well like worn in, and she has a really good competitive mind in problem solving. And I feel like this wave kind of lends itself to that. It is a puzzle. You guys have been commentating, been listening, and you guys.
It's not easy for sure. Yeah.
Like finding those moments in such a long wave and not getting caught out, you know, riding a wave you don't need to be on, because that puts you 5 minutes of paddling out of the lineup. So I'm still getting used to it. It's my first time competing here, but
it is.
Yeah.
How's the like it's the difference between being on the city tour on the challengers? Like, do your routines change, or it's you just the pressure is different? How's because you've been on the city for a long time, and out of nowhere you have to change gears. And what it has been like for you? Like, what's the difference?
Yeah, I feel there's some things you don't change after these so many years. You find the things that really make you feel at home and have the energy that, you know, you're walking out into the water and you feel ready. You feel like you have knowledge of the wave, your equipment, your body just feels like, you know, all on point. And then there's those bits I feel like that you have to relax into and let the place show you almost, or the lineup show you every single day how to find your imagination. Because for years and years and years, like that's why I was so pumped for Jacob this morning. Like for him to be walking along this qualifying road for so long, and then he finally cracks it.
Yeah,
that's the cool part.
Sorry to interrupt, but speaking of cracking, we've got Luana Silva, who was a former event winner here, and she's down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, that is right. Luana, 8.33. You seem to have this wave kind of figured out. I mean, you did win here in 2021, so do you think that you've managed to figure this out?
I think 2021 was my first time coming here, and it kind of reminds me of some waves at home, like all mixed together. And yeah, it just reminds me of home, and I have fun always at this wave, so really happy to be back.
What kind of worries are you thinking about competing here?
Definitely, like, back of my head is CT qualification still. I know I still have a shot at that, so that's my goal at the end of the year. And just trying to put my head down and focus, but also, like, enjoy the moment at the same time.
What kind of training have you been putting in for this event specifically?
I think just more mental side of it, because I think I need to strengthen my mental side more than physical side. So that's what I kind of just been working on the last month. And yeah, I'm going okay now.
Well, absolutely, you're looking great. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations. Do you want to say some words back home?
Eu queria falar oi para o meu pai, minha mãe, meu irmão que está no Brasil, minha família inteira que está assistindo, e tô com saudades e te amo. Tchau.
You'll be back soon after a win under your belt.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Luana. Plenty to unpack there at the moment. No live action. See Sophia, Medina just up on here, fagging down the line. Nice little cut back there. Now looking for some juice on the inside. She's just pumping and weaving, and now she picks up some speed, and there's a finish. So, well, or is it a finish? It's not. Another little bonus section, and now there is. So, yeah, great surfing from Sophia. And Luana, yeah, she talks there about, I mean, she's so young and she's already had a bit of CT experience, but switching from that physical side to the mental side, I mean, it's, you know, it's so important. And to make that sort of transition when you're quite young must be, you know, even more important.
I'd love to give him a nice solid answer. There's not more hurt locker coming for him, but it is a never-ending piece of string. It really depends on your intention, your own journey, where you're up to, what you're working on. But sport is sport. It's hard. You put your heart and soul into it, and there's like just watching Sophia here, all you can really do is carry your spirit and your energy. Every time I paddle into the lineup and I see Sophia, you know, they have that steely resolve, the Medinas, you know, that whole overarching what they should be and how they should be acting in the lineup, and, you know, they're the ultimate competitors. But she turns around, she has the biggest smile on her face, she loves working on her surfing, and, you know, her and Charlie on the beach, like, that's what I kind of love seeing, like these a couple of dynamic you know, father and daughter combos lining up in this heat, and it's about sharing these experiences together, because that's all you really have at the end of the day. These results are going to come and go, and so I'm kind of always keen to try and keep sparking that sense of, like, enjoyment and coming back to that present moment is all those cliches, but it's hard to do. There's a lot going on, a lot of distractions, but we see a good set coming in. To the lineup now.
Exactly. If you're not enjoying it, then what's the whole point of the whole bloody thing, to be honest? But yeah, keeping that balance is key. And here goes Tessa Tyson. She is the goofier as well. She knows surface wave a lot, but she can't get around that corner. Yeah, and you're talking about Jacob, who we found out has disqualified. Well, last night we discovered. You're on the same boat where you're really close. It just depends on your results here, plus what other surfers do. But his theory was you've got to keep it simple. And and that's an easy thing to say. But I tell you what, Zali Kelly keeping it pretty simple now. A nice turn out the back. And now she starts to zig and zag. She's a tall surfer, lots of power. And now she's waiting for the section. Can't get a little bit of disappointment on a body there. That body language saying that she's a little bit frustrated. Still got time. But Philippe, you're a competitor, and isn't it? It's always that mix. The physical, the mental used to be. The physical, the mental side, the enjoyment side, the gnarly side. Yeah, that puzzle. It's what we're here for.
Yeah, I'll get into that. Let's just see the replay of Zali. Couple of really big turns on the outside. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow her to bring it all the way through the inside. Just kind of died off on the channel, but very good surfing by Zali. 2 big turns on the outside, and we know the judges like the big turns on the outside. So as we see here, nice first off the top, and then she goes for a nice snap. And yeah, very well served.
It was a good combination, wasn't it, Sal? Because it was 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I'd like to carry on from your thought when you were saying keeping it simple. I guess the hardest part is keeping it simple once you've developed the tools you need, and a lot of these guys are still young. They're still developing their skill set, and Zali, she has many tools in her toolkit. Like, I'd like to see her with one more of these steep sections, because she has like a really progressive side to her surfing, and she can really ditch those fins or go into kind of reverses. She loves going for airs. So yeah, it's having these tools, and then once you do have all these things like Jacob's developed, as we see Bronte, she's going to leave that one
live
alone.
action Tessa Tyson. Hold that thought. We just see Tessa trying to get a little double up here. You see little boils approaching, and she goes. Nice first turn. Gets it up high in the second. A nice bit of progression there. A bit of fins out the back, and then a third. So there's 3 nice turns out the back from Tessa. And now she starts weaving and getting through this section to try and finish off what will be a scoring wave for Tessa, her first and best wave she's had in the heat so far. Trying to finish off strong here. Gets one in. Not particularly strong and smooth, but the work was done out the back. And yeah, Tessa. And there's Charlie right there now. He's got his calls down pat.
So you can't beat the passion. These parents, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how you parent your kids in sport. Like, they're so nervous as we see the replay of Tessa. She's got such a lethal backhand. I love the acceleration off the bottom for these couple of sections, because it is really soft, especially that one, the approach from behind, and just kind of getting that section of a wave, like with some of them not really connecting through now. I think that's the best you can hope for, really.
Yeah, and she's going all the way for sure. Yeah, that passion, the parents, it's right, because you feel it potentially even more like when you're watching your children. I'm lucky, I've got a couple of kids, and everything you do, you try and step back and let them be their own people and you progress and be independent. That's the best you can do, but you feel it even more, and it's hard worker.
We see Bronte kind of digging deep for this one.
Yeah, and her.
Oh, she's fallen victim. There's so many elusive waves that really back down. She's just questioning herself now.
Yeah.
And her dad's stressing on the beach. Everyone's stressing. Mum's here too.
Right. Oh, cool.
So hopefully she can tap into that WA energy from today, because Jacob's hopefully not used it all up.
Yeah, exactly. And she's got a 6.5, so she goes again. So this is experience showing here. She washed that mistake off, and there's a nice first turn. And then she's backing for a second. A bit late to that one, but still manages to hang on. And he gets 2 turns in, but as she said, made a bit of a paddling error, but quickly got back on the skates and got a couple of turns in to try and back up that 6.5 she's got. Tessa Tyson's wave came in. That last wave of hers was a 6-point ride, so Tessa moving up into first, and then Bronte just waiting there. You know, her dad was such a great competitor, incredible surfer as well. You know what? I've got a story to tell. Dave McCauley, I saw a wave of Dave's at Nalu that to this day, I'm going to say this story. It's a bloody good one, Sally. But right now, though, while there's a short break of proceedings, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. Yeah, go to the WSLstore.com and get your jerseys. You can get your own Sally Fitzgibbons jersey there if you get it. I actually saw your dad out in the back of his truck selling. He had 20 of them that he was getting them signed. But I think that's fine. I think that's one way of doing it. But no, there's some great jerseys. What's your number again, Sal? What's your jersey, CT jersey number?
I'm number 89.
89.
As we roll into a replay here at BMAC, nice off the top, seeing this for the first time. Good speed carry. I just love her wave construction. She's never without speed, and this one's looking like it has an end section chipping over there, and a nice big belt to finish. That's how we do it. Bronze, good job.
Yeah, really well surfed. Another replay here, Jervis, and we've got Sophia up and riding again. Can she find the open section?
Yeah, she took off a little bit too deep on that one. She got a lot of downtime behind that whitewash, but she's going around the section, and actually it looks like it's going to be a good one. Nice carving on the first turn, and then straight into a nice holding that rail, just hitting that foam really strong on that rebound, and now she's going to hit the lip on that one. Comes around the section, and she's going to finish this one off. Maybe not, yeah. She's going to hit it one more time. Oh, that's a really more spicy. Just pushing that tail, just passion, that Brazilian passion that we all know.
And just not giving up on the wave. Like,
yeah.
She's just like, this has got more in it.
And then Zali Kelly. So a lot of action in that little break. Zali just finding, sometimes those little waves, they've got the foam on it, they do clear up down the inside. She's seen a section. She's starting to get a bit of speed here, a little check turn, and just falls out a little bit shorter than she wanted to. Now she starts to warm up, a little jab in the pocket, starting to find a groove, the foam climb, and this wave keeps on giving. Once you get these good ones, this wave just keeps going on all the way down the line. You get often 8, 9, 10 manoeuvres in. And Zali here. What did you like about this wave, Sally?
I just felt like this was the best shaped set for a while, and Tessa's trying to chip in out the back.
Yeah, live action. Tessa Tyson using priority. The waves are coming through thick and fast. We'll get a score update. There's a lot of scores to come in. Tessa just driving down the line. Her last wave was the 6. Trying to improve on a 4.17. Starts to go left. Nice little fang off the top. Redirection. That wave not quite panning out. So you see down there, and we've got a good wave from Bronte. Scores coming in. Bronte's sitting 5th on the Challenger Series ranking, so she's right there on the bubble, and it's so gnarly. Only 5 of those surfers getting in, and there's 80 in this event. It's the numbers, the pure mathematics of getting on the CT through the Challenger Series is gnarly, right, Sal?
And a lot of people have said to me, had some consistent results, like you're on your way, and it's sort of like, well, there's so much surfing to be done. There's 4 different winners so far, so there's 10,000 points scattered in multiple different directions. With only 5 spots, I'd just keep flying the flag and pushing it, saying the women are ready for more spots. And that's the tough thing. That's why this pressure is really increasing on these kids. They're coming into that adult version of the sport. As we see, Tessa was trying to get creative, but this wave just didn't have the same shape or run as the ones before her, so she's got to get back out there, get on her bike, and it's going to be tricky with 4th pro, but maybe yeah, she can have one more crack at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, like just the pressure on them, because they come out of that junior state where it's all just fun and we're playing sport into their adult version of their athlete self, and you know, and you don't want to think about money, but there are livelihoods to get to these locations and try and build a sponsorship team and not rely on the bank of mum and dad all the way to the end. It's tough, because even that, when the family leans in and shows that support, like it's hard not to hang on the results so hard and want the, you know, the surfer or your child to make it worth it, you know. And there's no real answers, just riding along with it and seeing how you go. But it's tough on this tour to really, I guess, shape.
There's so many
funding,
different factors.
Yeah, and here goes Bronte. Yeah, it's a good point. Let's talk this way. Bronte, just a nice turn. She's starting to get a rhythm now. She's getting some nice waves. Still waiting on that score. And there's a big top turn. Her backhand is so strong. West Aussie surfer. She's really experienced. Doesn't get flustered too easily. Just driving down the line, trying to consolidate this heat. As we said, there's so much pressure. Every heat winner is so important. She just kicks out there.
Tell me, you can see like flashes of Dave in
Bronte
surfing, right?
Yeah,
when they're both out lefties.
Yeah.
You just see him and you think, wow, it's crazy how we mirror our parents.
Yeah, and Dave was such his lethal backhand, wasn't he? He was always vertical and really quick. And yeah, Bronte's got that DNA. As we see Tyson also on a backhand coming round. This wave's a bit more action and she just kicks out. But everyone's chasing the dream, aren't they? And like when you're 17 or 18, you know, in other sort of parts of life apart from surfing, like normal jobs, you can work your way up, you can study, and then you can get a job and you can work hard, and there's a progression. But it's not really, you know, a massive dream. Whereas surfing, it's just the numbers don't go. There's a lot of people chasing a limited dream, and that means it's going to be people disappointment. You've got to commit to it, otherwise you're never going to get it. But the chance for failure is there, you know. It's a harsh one.
And it's like the ocean knows when you're not completely all in on it, like when you're just half protecting yourself. It's like you just got to put it all on the line. Like Tessa's, her desire's there, she's chasing it, but in her position now with all these scores that will be flooding in, she really just needs a better wave. And she's got the surfing, and that's the thing, like, for a lot of us, we carry the attribute to be here, is we're triers. We love to try things, we love to work, and when you work as a sport, it's funny, you can show up to work one day and there's no more heats to surf, like there's no work to do.
Yeah.
They're like, no, there's no work for you today. And you're just like, I just want to go and work, like let me at it. And so that's the hard thing about it.
It's very different to the commentary team, I would say, that approach.
Yeah, but it's a good,
There's only a few seats here too, guys.
I'm just trying to get my head around that concept, but I'll come back to that as you see. So those scores are coming in. We've got one more for Bronte. She got a 6.87 and a 6.6 before this wave. So suddenly, just through really composed and critical surfing, she's managed to get a solid lead up there and still finish off this wave. So this to come, and another one.
I just never feel like BMAC that she doesn't have the surfing required to win any heat. It's really just, I find the waves can elude her at times if it was that she bowed out of an event, but like the surfing she does on a consistent basis, it's just world class.
She really is, and that's why she's made the CT. And then Tessa, I mean, she was chasing just a 5.75 before Bronte's wave, and 2 nice turns and a third, just lacking that ability or the open face to show a flow and a speed, and that's why Tessa's still chasing the score. I'll get that score to come in, then we'll give you an update with 3 minutes on the clock.
Because she still only needs that 5.75, so it's like, it is that elusive score where if she chipped in, as we see Sophia, the last part of her ride, I'll throw it to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, Sophia needing a 6.02 to move up into second. Looks like Bronte's going to start to find a bit of space in terms of being the heat leader, and that second spot up for grabs.
Like, it still feels very attainable, but there are a lot of waves that have been surfed. Like, we saw the quality there. Oh, there's a nice opening gouge and another hit. It was just the end section that let her down, and I feel like if they were on the beach watching what the others had done, like the Bronny 6.8 or Zali's 6.6, they'd realise the surfing needed to require their 6 points. But when you're in the heat of the battle, you just don't know. So taking these waves, you're just trying to give yourself a shot.
She did though, Philippe. She went for it. She showed a bit of variety and put in a bit of aggression, and so that'll help. But I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, definitely, because all of the 4 surfers have a pretty average to high score. So you have Bronte with a 6.87, obviously a little far away from the other surfers, but you have Tessa with the 6 points. So the requirement is actually pretty small, and also Sofia has a 5.73. So it's, as Sally said, it's totally obtainable, and they just need, here in Ribeirão you just need to be on the right waves. If you're on the right waves, you're going to get through all the way through the final.
And there's so many buzzer beaters yesterday, right? Yeah. Like, you just don't know what's coming around the quarter. Or that Jackson bunch, like, he got creative and went to the air on the left. Yeah. So you just got to really stay in this last minute. But if it isn't to be that these 2 surfers get the score required, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with going to Saquarema, because Tessa had great result there, and then Sofia going back home to compete. So there's plenty more surfing on the table for them to come. But there's still a set, guys.
Yeah, there's waves coming. So 50 seconds on the clock. We're just waiting on that last score for Tessa Tyson. She needed a 5.75 to move up into second. Otherwise, she's going to need another wave. 40 seconds on the clock. Sets approaching. Bronte, it's good the 2 Australians are out in the lead, but they've also got priority, the first 2 priority. So still waiting on that score for Tessa. But here we go. So Bronte just pulls the trigger, and that first turn is strong. It's vertical. The second one is late, but she powers through it with style. This will be her last wave of the heat. She surfed really, really well, been convincing, and that mix of experience and talent proving too good. There's Dave and Bronte's mum, and that. Yeah, he looks pretty happy, doesn't he? Good posture. And yeah, he's pretty stoked with the way proceedings. Will be proud the way Bronte's gone about her job. So, another few heats, and this CT dream stays very, very much alive.
Go the Aussies. One
of the top seeds, and the Aussies are doing well, and Zali through as well. I'm still waiting on that wave for Tessa, but I don't think that's going to really be the one to go up in that 5.75 range. But we'll see, just to absolutely make sure. Bronte's got the lead though, and with a 6.87 and 6.5, solid heat numbers there, and Zali with that 6.67. Also just progressing. Yeah, as you said, Sally, Sofia and Tessa, plenty of surfing left in their careers, and another opportunity in Saquarema. So still got a chance, but we're just waiting to see.
Waiting on this score, you can kind of look at the fact that there's been a 5.07 from Zali and also a 5.73 from Sofia. So if it was to be, it's around that mark. They have some good comparisons, and then obviously she has the 6.0 in her scoreline as well. So it was 3 connected turns,
and they're taking their time.
And it's actually a positive that you have a section of wave that was uninterrupted. So I can see some reasoning for both sides and why the score might be taking a while.
Yeah, and Zali, this is where you just sitting there in the lap of the gods now, isn't it? You've done your work. There's not much more you can do. Tessa's fought all the way to the end and made the judges make a decision, and she's waiting on it, and means so much to these athletes. And it's going to be close there or thereabouts.
And the energy build up to get to this round for us is, as we see some scores dropping in, and it's looking pretty favourable.
It's the 5. Okay, so a 6.23 for Tessa Tyson, so she moves up into second, and there she is. She's got it, just a little clap, nothing too exuberant. That's right. Okay, got through that. I got a little bit lucky, and here's the wave. Sally, under the pressure, what a performance.
It just paid off. Like we said, she had to go at 2 before this, but see how it was just like, it was the same range where she picked it up, but it's just the never say die attitude. That's the desire, the hunger going, I'm going to make this work. And she definitely did. Good job, Tessa. That's amazing.
Yeah, and look at the French trust. There's the French connection. They're stoked. Such a good performance under pressure.
Deep breaths. The heart rate is high.
Deep breaths.
Dodged a little bullet in there.
Okay, and the good news is Sally Fitzgibbons is going to stay on for the next heat, so that is awesome news. But we're going to get a short commercial break and come back to the next heat of the round of 32 right after this. And welcome back. And there's the moon still up there, causing these tides. The big shifts. We've got 4 incredible surfers and a good range of mix of vets and up-and-coming rookies. We've got India Robinson, Bella Kenworthy, Nanaho Suzuki, and Nikki Van Dyke. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Philippe Jervis and Sally Fitzgibbon. And we've got, as I said, a mix. Bella Kenworthy, up-and-coming American talent of the highest order. Nikki Van Dyke, who's been a veteran. And there's the winner of the last heat with Dad and Mum. Proud parents, well surfed, and they're stoked. We'll get a chance to talk to Bronte about that pretty soon. But, yeah, this next heat, so many different talents, Sally. And we're in for a great heat, right? Sure.
The Aussies are invading you guys. We're everywhere. Yeah. But looking at this heat, what a lineup. As you said, new guard, old guard. Just I've shared so many cool adventures and moments on tour with Nikki, and it's just really cool to see her back and healthy and energised, wanting to be here. And that same goes with India. I know both of them really well, and India's she's been pretty public about some of the struggles she's had, you know, with her concussions this year and not making every event. So we'll jump into the replays. Yeah, so Nikki Van Dyke, that smooth style that we know, many years on the CT, such a consistent performer. As you said, back healthy and firing. She's going to be so, so dangerous. But yeah, India missed a few with those health issues. Here now, got the Queen Bella Health and Bella Kenworthy, more the up and coming and that progression element. She's a great skater, isn't she? She's like skates really, really well. The dad was Jason Kenworthy. He was a really well-known surf photographer in industry. It's pretty crazy. So her dad, Pops, big shout out. He started filming me when I started, and that's how far. Like, How old's Bella? I don't know if Bella was born.
16, I think. Yeah.
So I was pretty young. Bella would have been really new to the world, and it's cool to see the offspring really come up. I shared a heat with her at Narrabeen. Unfortunately, it was this big southerly, blew out the conditions, and it was a bit of a scrap fest. But just to share a heat, and we were just kind of buzzing, like, you know, a bit of hurricane wind, and so I can't believe I got to surf a heat with you, and so many great trips with your dad, and she was super into it, and and then looking to Suzuki from Japan, just being here on one of the small days, you know, when it was pretty grindy, and guess who shows up? The whole Japanese contingent, and
they love it.
They're just into it, and that energy is so contagious. Just being in the lineup with them, I was like, all right, like we're all into it, and we're getting psyched and doing our best with a couple of the smaller days.
Yeah, they've got a big crew, and there's such a push, especially the Japanese, the women. There's so much talent. They just conveyor belt just keeps coming for leap every time, every heat.
Every contest, it feels like there's more Japanese surfers, male and female, and it feels like the next 5 to 10 years they're gonna bring a big content, like they're gonna be big on the contest.
And I think a huge catalyst for that was obviously the Olympics. So being there in Tokyo for that was super cool. Just having a home Olympics for them, and just the build up to that, even with COVID, it being extended, meant just there's more funding and more push going into their surf program, and to have the Olympics come through town and out the other side for this generation of Japanese surfers, but then the one to come, I think they're forced to be reckoned with. I think they're going to have a few surfers qualify in the near future.
No doubt.
Yeah, there's so many and so much talent, and a real rich, obviously, surfing culture that, you know, goes back 30, 40 years. It's they're surf mad down that, especially in that Chiba prefecture and just south of Tokyo, but all over Japan. They just absolutely love the sport, and Suzuki trying to get ahead in this one. But at the moment, just a bit of a quiet sort of start. 8 minutes on the clock. Only that one wave of Nikki's a 2.17, so she'll be getting ready to try and go again. A set coming through out the back. A bit of a left-hander pulls through the lineup. So sometimes that low tide fleet comes in, that starts to break a bit further. Those little shallow bits of reef just a little bit further out and throws a few wobbles.
Yeah, it feels like the wave doesn't link up the same way that it does with the mid to high tide, as you see India Robinson and Morais.
Yeah, but sometimes these second waves are often the best set. Nice first turn from India. She regathers. There's a nice little top turn going up down there in Victoria. So she knows these right-hand points, and that's a massive turn. And there's a second one as well. The spray she generated from that one then wraps around as well. So India, first wave, looking really, really strong. Might get Sally Fitzgibbons to pick that one, but there was one particular turn that we all took a sharp intake of breath because India just absolutely nailed that. As you see, Nikki Van Dyke, another Victorian, and she just comes off the top. She's really such a good technique, always right in the pocket, and then just waiting for an end section here, and there's the carve. And India working through Surfing Australia and Richard Marsh for this event, so India's got dog down her in her corner, and that wave was, what a great start to it here. This is Nikki's. I'll get you, Fleet, talk through this.
Yeah, a nice roundhouse cat back straight into a nice hit off the top, and she comes around the section. As I was saying, the wave is not as long as it is with the high tide, but most of the times it has a steeper wall, and you can work with the leap a little bit more, but you just have to find the right ones. As we see here, this transition is actually pretty good. Look at this. Nice snap off the top. A lot of water coming out of that one. She's looking down the line just to understand if the wave is going to offer something more, but she's going to put it.
I like the spray as well on the board. It's not an unusual spray. What colour would you call that? So, okay, now hold that colour code, because this is the way of India's that was really impressive.
What a way to start your heat. Ready? Watch this. This is where she is able to create with her power that impact. 3, 2, 1. And that's everyone on the beach feeling that, and comboing that up and just making the most of that section, like we said. And that's what she did super well to win the event at Snapper this year. We had a lot of waves like this that were
Even the
that.
transition to the next car was really good. Too.
Everyone on the beach felt it because everyone actually got sprayed by that turn. That's what they felt it. They knew it happened. Speaking of some big sprays, we've got Bronte McCauley, winner of the last heat, and she's down on the beach with Chico Alves. Hold that thought. We'll just see Nikki pull off. Yeah, all yours, Chico, with Bronte.
Yeah, boys, I have with me Bronte McCauley, the winner of the last heat. I was out there, you looked on fire, you picked the right ones, pair of sixes. How does that feel?
Yeah, so happy to get through. We were on at quite a good tide, so there was plenty of opportunity. And I really messed up the inside on pretty much all my waves, so definitely tried to clean that up, but it's really nice just to get through the first one.
There's a bit more west in it. Do you feel like that helps on your backside so you don't have to be doing roundhouses all the way through?
Yeah, I think so. I think generally the steeper it is on your backhand, the easier it is. So I found it a bit easier than the free surf this morning on the high tide. So just happy to get through that one.
Strategy for the next one?
Just try to get 2 good waves really, keep it simple and just try to finish off better than I did today. Just a shout out to Jacob Willcox. So happy that he qualified. I know everyone in WA is just absolutely over the moon, and it was just incredible to watch his interview this morning, and I was almost tearing up. I was like, oh, but he just so deserves it, and he's worked so hard, and just so happy for him. So well done, Chippo. Woo.
It's so good to see friends making it. So good luck for the next round, and good to see you reaping here in Ribaradilhas.
Yeah, thanks so much. Cheers.
Thank you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Classic Bronte.
She's been hard on herself.
Never about her, is it? She's already
exactly.
thrown great vibes on other people.
There was one good end turn I was pretty wrapped with, so
she's
can't
done
be too
well.
hard on
She's
yourself there, mate.
so humble. Yeah, good old Chippo. It sort of shows what type of guy Jacob is, actually. He's got a lot of goodwill. He carries himself well. He's a humble dude, and really well liked on tour. Man of principle. So Chippo, she's stoked. But as ever, deflecting the attention to someone else. But great surfing from Bronte, and she's it means a lot.
I tell you who would have a tick in the notebook, the Dogmarsh notebook, would be Indy dropping a 717 for that opening ride. So she's been in the good books with the coach so far, I reckon.
Yeah, big numbers from there. I was down there actually listening, sitting next to Dog and having a bit of a chat as we watched a few heats. At one stage, one of his pieces of advice was just go faster on a surfboard. I was like, now come on, Dog. I mean, I'm no surf coach, but I mean that's a fairly bit of basic advice. And
but it's true. It is true. At the end of the day, it's true.
But the caliber of surfer he's working with, that explains a lot. That's a very simple coaching cue, but it's because they have the tools. You think of him sending Indy out. This is a bread and butter. They're very Victorian-esque type waves. Even the overview, it's a spitting image of bells. It's crazy to think.
It's weird, isn't it?
And I think it's to note that the Victorian surfers, they're bred tough because Nikki's chosen a suit that has no legs.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's fearless. She's
it's not that warm. It's warm, but it's not that warm.
Compared to Phillip Island, it's balmy. She's like, this is like going Hawaii. So Nick's. She's not feeling the cold whatsoever. They do breed them tough down there, and Nikki is still in the mix. A 7.17, huge score. We see some action. Suzuki, she'll be starting to get worried almost half the way through the heat and hasn't had a wave. Same with Bella, so the 2 younger surfers, least experienced, but looks like Nanaho might have a look at this one. So Suzuki finds a section. First turn will be important. She has to redirect back to the source. Now she starts pumping. Sees something down the line. First turn, it was crucial. She gets one in. That'll be good for her confidence. Now she starts to find some clean open face, looking for that little end section to unleash. Another closeout re-entry, just wipes the water from her eyes, puts her foot on the back, and now she starts to accelerate. And this wave, she's worked so hard for that one turn, really. She's going to need a second one to get back in the game. But here she goes, and a nice finish. And she likes it, thumbs up. She had to work a lot for it. Meanwhile, Bella Kenworthy, here she goes. She too has got the sort of, not the long sleeve wetsuit on, but she's warming up. There's a nice top turn, nice wrap. And she's still got more in the tank. It's a nice section to hit, and she does. And loads of spray. So the 2 younger surfers finding out. Meanwhile, India is trying to back up that 717. And a good set, this one. All 4 surfers getting a bite. She's just waiting for this wave to stand up down the line. The bells analogies keep coming through, and India knows this wave well by now. She's done well here before, and now she goes trying to get that last big power turn in and just has to cut it a bit short near her opponent, and the rock's coming her way. So a lot to unpick in that exchange from Suzuki, sort of doing a lot of effort with a big turn out the back, with Bella sort of linking her turns, you know, sort of through 3 or 4 ones out the back as well, and then India. I might get you, Philippe, to talk us through India. This is the last wave. Not as good as the first one, but a good backup.
Yeah, the first roundhouse get back really strong, straight into a huge curve. Look at the size of this wave, the quality of the wave, huge snap off the top. So 3 major turns on the outside, and she kind of gets away from the power source right there, but she managed to do really well. You need to maintain the speed and the momentum this part of the Ribeira de Ilhas wave, because it gets kind of tricky sometimes. She's trying to understand what's going to happen, and she sees the finishing section, but actually there's the surfer in green. Nikki is right there, so she had to cut it short, otherwise she'd be right over her.
Okay, so that was Nikki. This is Nikki wave, Sally. We haven't seen these waves at the back, so the outside sections are really important.
For sure. It just seems like at the moment, I don't know, is there what the tide is up to, but it just seems it comes in this flurry of good sets. Like most of the waves on this set had these end sections. I see Nick's like weaving, and it's still kind of steeper than what we saw in the last heat. And like you said, it's just having that stamina to stay with the wave and finish it well. And I feel like as we move through these replays, that's if you're finishing these waves well, we're moving to Bella's one. See, it starts a bit sudsy, Philippe, and then
for me, it's the best wave of the exchange in terms of quality, because you can see it starts off kind of white washy, but it's going to clean up with a big wall on the inside, and those are exactly the waves you want here in Ribeira. She's just looking down the line, waiting for the wave to wall up, just trying to get some momentum, and now she's gonna surf really well this end part of the wave. Look at this tip section again. Nice snap off the top, and then she kind of ran away there, but she finished it off really strong on the finishing turn, so that's a really good wave.
And I find the timing, the more I watch of her surfing, it's just the timing and wave feel and that mix of surf, skate, and I just really like her style and approach to the wave.
Yeah, the judges are going to have some work to do, sort of mix of outside turns versus some of those inside ones, but as they do that, we're just going to go to a short commercial break, come back with a round of 32, Heat 4 of the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this. Okay, there's India Robinson, and this was the Snapper Rocks. You competed this event, Sally, in India. What a way to start off the year.
And it wasn't a typical light like the bank. This was pretty far down. That was all the way down in like Rainbow Bay. Yeah, I get points for the chair up, I reckon. There's no better feeling, hey? And there's all the Aussies. The chant we kind of had through ISAs and Worlds is permeated into the Challenger Series, and moving on to Narrabeen, I believe, or still Snapper?
We're down, moving on to, this is Snapper, where she won the event. And really great start from India. And then also backed it up with a down in Narrabeen. So yeah, India missed a few events. We're still ranked number 4, so right in the mix and with 2 big wins and still surfing like this. So she's one of the stars of Australian sport coming through. Meanwhile, Kenworthy, who he said got the best wave of that exchange, and you were right, Philippe. So it was 7.33 for her wave before, and she's trying to back it up. India Robinson still with a score to back up her 7.17. Big number still to come in. And Nikki's wave is 6.9, so suddenly it was all a bit of explosion that last set, and the heats just caught a light. Everyone with scores, everyone with numbers, probably just the Japanese surf, the only one just dragging behind, but still in the mix. And we've got that, we saw those Aussies, Sally right in the middle of the scrum, leading the charge. And next up, we've got Isabella Nichols, Sophie McCulloch. You know, we've got some big names coming our way as well. The Aussies, they're there and they're scrapping, eh?
Well, it's just, it's really cool to see, like, surfing as a sport in Australia has a long lineage, and the women that have come before us, they were no wilting flowers, were they? With Lane Beach with 7 titles, and then Steph with 8. And as we see Nikki here, this wave really puts her back in the mix, I feel, the 6.9. Or is that also
I think it was during the break, yes. This wave had yet to be scored, so she got a 6.9, and then she's trying to back it up. She's got a score to come, so yeah, she's fighting hard. Good wave read of this. Just sort of nice and relaxed. Waits for the end section. She's calm, such an experienced competitor. And here she goes. There she goes, a nice little wrap that we've seen so many times on tours. Just and it just comes down on that.
That was so gnarly.
That was right on the board. A little mistake at the end, but it should be fine.
I was just about to say, it's great to see, like, just when you see the composition once the athlete's on the wave, like boards looking really good, and her surfing looks lively and sparky. I haven't seen her surf for a few months now. I didn't see her much in the US, so but this set rolling in.
Yeah, priority with Suzuki, and she takes off. Looks like a nice wave. First turn, right up in the pocket, really vertical and aggressive. Just meant she's a little bit late to the next one though. Here she goes again. There's the fin carve, really strong on the rail. And now she whacks the tail out on that one, and she just probably didn't quite finish that off. Meanwhile, speaking of rail work, Robinson driving down the line, and she's got some open face, which she loves. And she's just pumping and pumping and weaving. She had that 7.17. She's got another score to come, and plus this one. So she's really scrapping hard. She knows that Kenworthy with that 7.33 has got a really, really good number as well. So these top 3 surfers are really, really putting on a show. But this wave here, Philippe, again, just the roll work is so impressive.
Yeah, she has such a good technique, and yeah, the way she opens her arms and the torque is really, really insane. Look at that, non-stop. A little bit repetitive, but that's exactly what the wave needed. But the first turn was really good. We're still waiting on a couple of scores of India, right? This is the third wave.
She's got 2 waves, I think, to come in. They're both pretty solid, so she's going to be right. But this wave, Sally, was a lot going on.
Oh, I felt like she was pushing towards that sense of just making the most of these steeper sections right here. She got in the rhythm of the wave and then leans on her progressive kind of tools, and that was just really, really
that was a bummer.
Good manoeuvre. But just in that section as the wave lays down, for those of you wanting to try that at home, it's just like perfect technique. She's pushing over the back, but as the wave backs off, she was a little too high in that section to push down the front of it. So it would have definitely put her back in the heat, but there's another set rolling in, so there's still 5 minutes of action to come.
It's so fun right now.
It's absolutely pumping at Ribera de Ilash, and here we go, Kenworthy trying to back up a 7.17. She's been patient, she's been impressive, and there's a double up section, floats over the top. She's got good form, she's got a lot of board speed, and now again, her last wave had a really nice inside wrap to it. She's looking for that again, and a nice little carve, just sort of getting every bit of open face. Got a good read, got a sort of wide stance, front forward goes strong. Here she goes, another sort of hack in the pocket, another cut back, and this wave just keeps on giving. Another S turn. She hasn't been able to show the flare of that 7.17, but she's backing it up. She doesn't even know what a requirement is, but she's finished off strong. So for such a young surfer,
just the maturity in the lines is what I'm impressed with. Like, these young surfers are coming through, and yeah, they're building all those like explosive maneuvers. As we were saying, she has that skate background and can lean on airs and fin throws and all that kind of thing. But just to see the pure rail work and where she puts herself on this wave, she's kind of carrying that speed and grace and style, but has that kind of sear and power off her rail.
Because it's a wave that makes you think, doesn't it? Like often some way, you know, snapper, if it's banging down the line, you're just running on instinct. You're working off split second. But sometimes these waves, it gives you choice of different. You know, you can do different turns at different sides. So you got to actually think on the wave. It's a really challenging wave in that respect. But Bella, so far, despite her young age, has just worked out the section she needs and doing the manoeuvres, you know, that work in that space. There's some big scores to come in, so it's really, really tight. 4 minutes on the clock. Judges still got a lot of scores to come in. Kenworthy just finishes off, so really, really impressive from the young Californian.
And just like the Aussies, these Californian girls have competed so much and had such a talent pool in their local areas and regions that they're coming onto the Challenger now, and no task seems too daunting, and that's going to put them in such good stead, you know, when they qualify onto the World Tour.
And the pathway now, isn't it, juniors, and you've got your local regional qualifying series where you start to gear up, so that it's such a nice progression where you get through, and if you're good enough at your local one, you get up to the Challenger Series, and it's just a nice, even sort of way of getting to the end dream, the CT. And there's little steps, and Bella as well. She's climbed one. She's got out of the region. She's on the Challenger Series. She's young. I mean, I think the CT is going to come her way at some stage. It's just a matter of when, probably.
How good is surfing? Like, how many good surfers are there? Like, I tune in to watch the regional event. I just think,
good, yeah.
Oh my gosh!
All the regionals are so high level, such a high level. Even the Asian one. Yeah, every once in a while I get the Philippines because the waves are so good, and you just see so many Japanese and so many surfers that's absolutely smashing all over the world.
Or NIAS the other day. We had like all our Aussies,
the NIAS contest was
Asian
insane.
region at NIAS, and big shout out to Philip Ranson taking that one out. Great mate of mine, and just to see that passion, like it goes all the way down the thread, and just to see her in tears after that one, and it's just sometimes, like as we said, it is a long road to these things, but it's one these surfers are willing to drive, and no matter what, they keep showing up, and yeah, it's super impressive. Just brave and courageous to keep putting yourself out there.
Yeah, it's very true. And these three surfers all putting in. So that last wave, a 4.4 for the Japanese surfer, 4.77. That was with the mistake. So she left some points on the board there because she surfed so well, so aggressive. Really showed what she's capable of. And she's still got 2 minutes up there. India Robertson dropped a 7.6 to back up her 7.17, and she's still got another wave to come. And also Bella Kenworthy now needing just a 3.84 to get up to that second spot.
See how crucial these last 5 minutes is on what wave. Like, Bella might not get back into the lineup for another opportunity.
Yeah,
it all came down to that run. Yeah.
It's such an unpredictable lineup and wave. Everything's changing all the time because you might be paddling from the inside all the way to the outside, and the little inside comes and changes the whole situation. And then it's fun. It makes it a lot funner.
Yeah, it does. And there's still 90 seconds or 80 seconds on the clock. And they might get one last sort of shot at this.
So for all the Nikki supporters online, they're just willing a wave to come right now because we're predicting Bella's score is going to drop and better that 3.84, and
we think so, yeah.
1 minute remaining. All the Aussies are on the edge of their seat.
Look at the last score of India, 7.9.
It's one of those too, like Sally, like it's, you know, you don't know the score, you know, what do? Do you surf the wave? Do you surf the score? You know, how do you play it?
Oh, she's just has to take a mental note along the way of what she's got, and knowing that Bella's on a wave and she's paddling in with 40 seconds to go, this is her best shot.
Okay, she doesn't know what she needs. She knows she might need a score, so she comes around the first turn. It's a nice roundhouse cut back, real smooth style. Now she waits for the double up, drives down the line. There's a nice section, hits it off the top. You can see the frustration a little bit. She thinks there's no other section potentially down the line. She's going to stick with it. It's going to be a last wave of the heat. She knows she might get a little section down the bottom. So far, it's coming her way. So 2 turns out the back, and here she goes again. So this little section on the inside might add a few little points, and they could be absolutely crucial. Even a 1/10 of point might mean the difference. She's winding down, and it just didn't quite give her that end section where she could have done one of her trademark sort of wraps, but she stuck with it last turn, finishes it off. So she's just unaware of what she kind of needed. She has finished. India dropped another 7.93. So 3 waves for Robinson, 7.17, 7.60 and a 7.93. That is absolutely top draw surfing from the Victorian. She's in 4th place on the Challenger Series for a ranking. She's been on the CT before, and she's going to be super dangerous at this wave. It's a wave that suits her style. She's got a clean bill of health. She's got a rail game that can destroy parts of the Atlantic Ocean. So
that would
very
be the
impressive.
highest heat score for the women so far.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think Jake Marshall was up and around that, mate. So yeah, probably one of the heat totals of the event. Nikki, you can tell she's not too sure what she needs now. Bella Kenworth, they're taking their time on her second wave as well.
The score has taken a long time.
long.
And that's, you know, when you are at the back like that and you're not
You're
getting
waiting,
the information, like Nikki just had to pull the trigger and know that, okay, I've got to surf this wave. Like, you know, my heat depends on it, and it just shows every little point counts.
Okay, and this is the last wave of red. Just a bit of icing on the cake, really, from India. She just slams off the top just to come in nice and smooth. You can see the smile on her face from here. As she said, she's had a really, really good heat, and she just looks really comfortable, really composed, no mistakes, and just really solid rail work from Robinson. And they're getting these numbers in, so looks like Bella Kenworthy got a 5.67, which meant before Nikki took off on her wave, she needed a 6.11. She didn't know that.
She's going to be maybe 1 second
She's
short.
going to be actually that inside just didn't provide an exclamation point. She had the 2 turns at the back. Nev netted her a 4.83. So there's Nikki, and you got to feel for her. You're a good mate, Sal, but she's absolutely going to be devastated just to get done in the last few seconds or last minutes of the heat. That's
Both
the
sides
sport.
of the fence there, where deep breaths from Bella, surviving, and then Nick
the way
back
it
in the
goes.
bags. But thanks, guys. I've
Well,
enjoyed it.
Thanks for coming in,
Thanks.
Sal. Now, hopefully, we're not going to show what's going to happen during the rest of the week. There's a very good chance you're going to qualify in Portugal. If you do, and it's a big if, I know you don't count your chickens, but will you come back in and share some more booth time when you qualify?
Oh, I'd love to. This is Disneyland in here talking about surfing. So enjoy the rest of the action. Some good heats coming up.
All right, thanks. I really appreciate your time.
Good luck.
And
Go
your,
the
and your
Aussies.
insights. Yeah, go the Aussies. All right, well, thanks for your time. See you soon. Good luck in the rest of the event. And so Fitzgibbons saying goodbye from Disneyland. And there's India Robinson. Well, she's in Disneyland. She's had a great heat. We'll get to chat to her after we go to a short commercial break. But right now, while we reassess, get our breath back, bring Paul Evans back in the booth, we're going to a short commercial break. Be back with live action after this.
Welcome back to the Challenger Series in Portugal. Women's round of 32. Check out In the Water, another stacked heat. 2 Aussies. Bella Nichols, Sophie McCulloch taking on Sol Aguirre and Zoe McDougall. And here to talk you through the action, John and myself, Paul Evans, Chico Alves, back at it. How you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling really good. The sun is out. We saw a bit of a cloudy morning. I think here in Ericeira we always have some clouds early in the morning, but now looks really warm and the waves are pumping.
What about this heat, mate? We talk about surfers with CT experience in recent memory, and a couple of them out there now. Bella Nichols, powerful surfer, an aggressive competitor, and she's going to look to go to town out here, as will her compatriot, Sophie McCulloch.
Yeah, that turn looked really spicy to me. Throwing the fins out, 3.5 for a single maneuver. Great start, and you see that she's sitting just under the pack there. So a bit of strategy there for Sophie right off the gates, and I like where she's sitting. If she sees something that is left by the other 3 competitors, she's going to take it. So
an injury earlier in the season derailed Sophie McCulloch somewhat. She's going all right in the Challengers. Should love to press home her advantage here and go deep into this event in Portugal. See where that puts her on the ratings, of course. Once again, there's 6 events on the Challengers, 5 count. Just 1 throwaway and just 5 spots through the Challengers available for the women. So you're thinking surfers dropping down from the CT. They've obviously already got qualification done. They're also coming onto the Challengers Tour with experience against the very best. And that means there's not a load of places available for rookie surfers. So all the more impressive on the Women's Tour. Every time we do see new faces, a couple of them in the water, likes of Zoe McDougall's an incredible surfer, brilliant free surfer, great in heats as well. She looked really good. One of the clear standouts in the opening round, as was Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian. 25 to go in this, a 3 locked in already for Sophie, 3.5 in fact for her. We'll pick her up here, just kicking out of a wave. So a couple of attempts already on the board for Sophie McCulloch. Otherwise, everyone else still waiting. No priority other than Sophie. When she gets the lineup, she'll be in 4th priority, but the rest of them, since none of them have ridden waves just yet, they'll be waiting their turn nice and patiently. In the white there, Sol Aguirre. Not that strong push out of South America. And she's actually done herself a bit of a mischief-free surfing. So wearing a glove on that right hand. Chico got intelligence that she's got some stitches in there from hitting the fins in a free surf.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a hookup there as we see live action now. Zoe
McDougall, super patient, that cruisy start, and then she makes that shift from the flow between the turns to the aggression and the spark when she gets a section. Look, she wants this one to stand up. She'll be pretty patient, just putting a little bit of extra fizz into a carving snap, which she'll have to pull short as the wave runs out.
And we know that Isabella is sitting in 2nd on the challenges, and on the heat before, India Robinson just behind her made it through. So pressure cooking moments for both of them, and crucial heats right here in Ribeiradilhas. We know that we have Saquarema next, but this one is really crucial in terms of points, and everyone has a scenario coming into this, and it's great to watch these decisions being made here in Portugal. We always come down to this event knowing that we have a lot of scenarios on top of the table, and this is the replay of the first wave of Zoe. 267, we just knew by the looks of it that wasn't going to be a huge number, but Zoe, what a danger here in Ribeiradilhas. And this heat overall is, I think, I'm going to call it, is one of the hardest heats of the round of 32. Just by the level of surfing we have on this one, it's going to be a good one. Nice layback jam for Sol there. Sol with a glove on her hand, but making sure she doesn't get bothered by that, and she keeps plugging away. Big numbers, and that layback jam looked great. Small wave though, really hard to connect the dots on this one. Maybe some lack of energy on this wave, and probably just a bit of a mistake going on that one. I feel like today it's all about, today and all days in Ribeira is about wave selection. So
in terms of this hand injury here, Chico, paddling seems to be okay. Maybe pushing up to the board, potentially a bit of an issue, bit of discomfort.
Yeah, it depends where the cut is. Maybe if it's right in the center of the hand, during the takeoff might feel a bit awkward. But well, the cut might be big because that glove looks like well and truly protective. So it's not just like a band or something around it. It's just like a glove. So maybe a big cut. We know she has some stitches in there.
2 stitches, not a huge one.
Yeah, but yeah, stitches, they feel awkward, especially on hand.
All right, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. An emphatic performance from India Robinson. She's with Joanna.
Yes, absolutely ecstatic. I mean, we missed you last year because you were very busy on the CT, but it's great to have you back. You seem to have this wave all figured out. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I'm bummed I missed out last year after, sustaining an injury and stuff. So it's really good to be back this year, and just the atmosphere around here is amazing, and it reminds me a lot of my home break at Bells. So I feel comfortable, and I feel like I've got a good connection with it. So yeah.
Well, you should feel comfortable because you're in a very comfortable position on the rankings right now. Is the CT in your mind, or are you thinking about one event at a time?
Yeah, I think it's always at the back of my mind. I definitely want to get back there, but at the moment I'm just grateful that I'm able to compete and I'm healthy enough to do so. So I'm just enjoying every step of the way. I've got my best mates with me here, so yeah, I'm just enjoying competing, and hopefully a good result comes with that.
And it also helps that you're in a little gang coached by Doug Marsh that's having some amazing stats, right? Not amazing, he's not the good coach, you're the good surfers, right?
Nah, yeah, Doug's amazing. One of my best friend coaches with him, and she's on the CT, so I'm stoked I could link up with him, and some of the local Portuguese boys are giving me some tips, so that's always handy. And yeah, it's a good atmosphere, and I'm stoked to have him in my corner.
Well, great to see you, India. We'll see you in the next round.
Awesome, thank you guys, thanks.
Thanks, Joanna. Here's Sophie McCulloch. Nice authority on the rail from her. Another jam back in the pocket. Little pump off the bottom. Doesn't really collect that one. She'll look to see if the inside can provide her with some. In a bit of a 3-stage cut back there. She's just having to be patient here. This wave very reluctant to stand up on the reef, and it does sort of fizzle out in a bit of a hole. So Sophie just really trying to build a platform here. She's got that 3.5 in early on. Actually the high score of this heat so far. All right, here's Bella Nichols, what she got standing on the tail, looking for a wall. Doesn't find one, Chico.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start for all of them. We haven't seen a major true result score coming in. I really like the approach on India Robinson's interview. I like when they're honest about their emotions and they go like, yeah, I want to qualify. Of course, it's here in my mind. And I think that's a really honest opinion on our scenario. So it's good to be aware of what you should do and you can do to qualify, especially in her position being right there. It's really important, as we see the end of the wave of Isabella, and this one was Sophie's one. I think it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Nice carving snap there. Another 2-stage cut back. She waits for it, and this turn. I think this one, bang, nice float off the top. I thought it was that one, but was the one after. As you said, a bit of downtime here, but nonetheless, I think Sophie is going to be in the lead with a 3 and probably something around the 5-6 range with this one. But yeah, Sophie, she's really dangerous out here. When the section presents to her, she always does some big maneuvers, and you can tell she has a bit of something different about her surfing. I like that she's able to throw the tail a lot of the times, and she puts risks into her turns. So Sophie posting a 4.5. So in the lead now with a 4.5 and a 3.5, and a really slow heat. So Sophie has a platform she can build from, and at least she has something to work from, and a bit of a slow heat for Zoe, Sol, and Isabella, and it's going to be a close battle, we can tell by the names of this heat, and as we see some more lines approaching the lineup, which is always good to see. So we can see some big numbers being posted in, and we are going into a low tide, so a bit of a lull now.
Yeah,
Paul.
low tide real soon, mate. What are we looking at? 12:40, did we say? So low tide's coming up in around about 10 minutes time. We will be on the low water. Just that range in the tide has dropped a touch from what we had over the weekend to kick off things here at the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro. So just a little bit less of a tidal swing. It won't drain out and go as low. And conversely, it won't go as high at the top of the tide. But with this sort of size in the water, low tide's good, high tide could get tricky. And that's why Travis Logie, when he makes his decisions every day about what exactly we're running, keeps an eye as ever around the high tide, just to make sure the surfers have opportunity. There's our tide time, so 6:44 p.m. will be the top of the tide this afternoon, and it'll probably be getting pretty high for this wave around about 5 p.m.-ish, and not as luck would have it, but as skill and good planning would have it, that should be the time we wrap up here for the day, Chico.
Yeah, exactly. I think yesterday we were able to push through the high tide because of the size of the waves. We had a lot of energy in the ocean, and today is a touch smaller, so I think it's going to be hard to push through the high tide. But for now, looks really good, and I think with the rising tide again, we're going to see some really good waves.
Just over 16 minutes remaining. A heavy hitting heat as yet to fire up in the water. More live action from sunny Portugal right after this. Welcome back to live action here at Ribeira de las Ericeira, Portugal. And here we go. Zoe McDougall's found herself a wave, and she's swinging in the pocket, pushing on the rail. Does well to recover. A little slide from the fins, regains control and traction, and looks to unleash on the inside here. Has got nothing really going in this heat, and struggling really just to cover ground on this wave. See that board reluctant to get across the water. Much better. She picks up speed and able to execute maneuvers. She's gone a really, really long way on this wave. Bang! Really nice finish. Pushes hard. You can see why she wanted to push that hard. Just put some extra pizzazz onto her finish. But crucially, in terms of the score, Chico, she's down, and that's going to sting.
Yeah, that last turn, she needed to make that, but I think the fall was mostly because she was really close to the rocks, and she identified that, and she didn't want to damage her board. But really slow start to this wave, and as you said, she needed that last turn to actually put an exclamation point on this one. Nonetheless, Zoe connecting this wave together, trying to identify something, push something a bit more radical in this one, and this we thought was the moment. Here we see, bang, pushes the fins out, and maybe at the end of that maneuver she saw the rocks and let herself fall. And this was Sol out the back, and bang, nice big turn by Sol Gier on that one. So one turn and 3.6 for Sol. So Sol sitting in the second place now, but a really low scoring affair in terms of what we were expecting for this heat and the names we have on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still a real slow scoring heat.
It's so much talent out there. We've been talking all week about the wave selection, how crucial that is, and all about unlocking one of these runners with speed. And surfers really just trying to drive up the physical impetus. But if the wave has a sluggish pace to it, it's super hard to do that. It's one of the intricacies of surfing it. That wave selection just so important. McDougall's wave, she surfed for about a minute for 4-point rides. A bit of quality that we've seen was McCulloch before the break, 4-5 for Sophie. Isabella Nichols with priority right now. And the surfer going really well. In the Challenger Series, Bella's in second currently. Coming into this event in Ericeira, sitting just behind Sally Fitzgibbons, who we just had in the studio a short while ago, breaking down a couple of heats. That was really cool. Sally's still going in this one, eyeing up a win for her on the Challengers this season in terms of the event. And obviously a win overall for the tour would be an ideal way to qualify herself straight back for the Championship Tour, where she has been a stalwart, a fixture for the last 14 years or so. 11 on the clock in this, not a classic thus far. It's been a slow one. Let's hope it fires up. We'll just remind ourselves exactly where we are on the rankings here, and what it's all about is getting yourself in the top 5. That's the cutoff for the women. And we've just had Sally up here. You're looking at Isabella Nichols in the water right now. India Robinson as well, smashed out a performance. So all about staying alive if you're in that top 5, if you don't want to get overtaken, Chico.
Yeah, we saw Sally getting through. We saw India and Brown getting through. So now in the hot seat, Isabella Nichols on this one.
Sophie McCulloch in 15th place on those ratings. She's in the water right now. She's in the lead right now. Every heat crucial at this stage. If she can keep going, get out of this heat, convert it into a result, we will see major changes on our leaderboards when this event wraps up, because it's so significant, particularly for surfers going to semis and final. A chance to make a huge jump up the ratings at a crucial time of year to do it as well. Big wave out the back here. Priority is with Bella Nichols, and she'll look, well, not interested and let that one go from deep. McDougall might try and find some double up energy. Let's see if she does. From the white water into the lip, nice opening turn. Driving around the house. Get back to the sip. McDougall looking interested in a runner section. And uses the carve to whip one back into some white water. Wave will go real small through here. So again, just trying to squeeze anything she could out of that. Has a potential. Isabella Nichols not tricked by the wave into thinking there might be more on offer than there actually was down the line. So a bit of experience, probably a pretty good call to hang on to Pryor, though at some point, Chico, when you've got Pryor but you're in 4th place and you only need a small number, she will look to use that. Let's have another look here at this wave from Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe started off with a nice hit off the top, nice roundhouse cut back again, and then the wave gets really, really small. She tries to work through the inside section, but she, here after the roundhouse cut back, she sees that there's nothing on offer, so she decides to bail. But this first turn was great. Bang, throws the fins off the back, commits to it. So 3.8 for this one. So she betters a situation, and now she leaves Sol and Isabella needing both of them 4-point rides. But I just feel like if you look in terms of a track record of tides here in Ribeiradilhas, you can see that we have always a bit of a lull on the dead low tide. Yesterday we saw that the ocean looked really quiet when it was the point of the exact hour of the low tide, and then when there's a shift like of 40 minutes an hour, we start to see a push filling in from some bigger waves again with the rising tide. So I think we are on the exact moment where the ocean looks a bit more sleepy, but I think we're going to see some bigger waves coming in not a long time.
Here goes Sol. And then she's up here. Sophie wanted that wave, couldn't get on it. She had priority over Sol, but couldn't find herself in a position. Let's see what Agair's got for us here. Not loads done out the back. Section will stand up for her. She'll go with the carving snap to wiggle. And again, similar kind of turn. And then offering up on the inside, bit of a section for her to hit, and gets the tail out. So a strong finish. And a well-surfed wave. There's the squad, South American crew. They're watching this go down.
Did you saw the takeoff? She looked like she was in pain when she did the takeoff. Looked really sketchy that the moment she takes off. You saw? I think she used the elbow actually. But nice wave for her. Nice snap to start the wave off. Pushing through pain, which is something really hard to do on your heat. Nice carving again. That board is looking really good under her feet. Nice snap again. So this wave was really, really well surfed. I really enjoyed this last turn. Bangs, throws the fins out, and she was able to make it. So let's rewatch the takeoff. Look at her. Oh, I couldn't really. Yeah, she used the elbow.
On, yeah, you're exactly right. She looked like she used the forearm and the elbow to push up then. So obviously that injury on the palm of the hand given some discomfort. Tell you what, she's surfing through the pain barrier here though.
Yeah, she might feel really relieved when she's standing up on the board. She's not feeling pain now, but those takeoffs might be hard to do with the elbow like that. But she's doing the best she can, showing a lot of commitment and showing that she can push through some pain.
Here's Sophie. Wow, nice turn from her. Good power. Really nice timing as well. As she swings through some deeper water. Bit of authority, the back foot pressure. Tagging it into an oncoming section. Displacing plenty of water, giving the judges a bit of visual impetus. Just over 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We've lost a lot of time in this heat without putting big points on the board thus far. Let's have another look here at Sophie.
Yeah, nice wraparound cutback. Here she's just waiting for the wave to build up, get some speed down the line, and bang, nice off the top there. A lot of flow down the line and another one. So I think she will definitely improve on that 3.5 she has. And we see that with the last one of Sol, 5.5, she jumps into the lead. So really important wave for Sol. And this last turn from Sophie, nice. Down the line, lip float there. But the combination of the two maneuvers with a lot of speed. So I think she will probably improve on that 3.5 and jump into the lead. So last one for Sophie is coming in. Looks like she's going to jump into the lead with that last one.
Yeah.
And judges really appreciate the two-turn combo with speed. 5.93, so jumps into the lead, and now Sol Aguirre goes back to second.
A hefty number there for McCulloch, 5.93 for Sophie. And again, her sterling work, particularly the finish, good enough for 5.5, so not quite half a point between those two last rides we've seen. 4 on the clock. Pop quiz, Chico. Who surfed in a heat in Portugal with a glove on and done really well and actually qualified that season?
Back in the 90s, right?
No, not that long ago.
Not that long ago.
Nope.
With a glove on.
Hand injury.
The hand injury.
I can pass if you want.
I'm going to pass that one. I can't remember.
Italo Ferreira, Guincho. And he actually qualified that season. He hurt himself in a heat. Same thing, stitches in the hand. He was wearing the glove to keep it dry. Didn't slow him down, mate. Impressive performance. That's the first look for a lot of people in Europe. Italo blazed this qualification. He's never looked back since.
Incredible.
Let's check out the heat recap here. 3 on the clock. And this heat just starting to warm up now by virtue of strong performances like this lady, Sophie McCulloch.
Sophie looks so in tune with this wave. Her surfing suits really well the pace of this wave, and I like the aggressiveness she has on her turns. I know that when she can, she will always throw some fins out and put some extra, I feel like. Not really finding anything crazy, but nonetheless, putting waves together. She's in first, doing the job, getting the job done. It's not about like making excellent scores, but getting through. So Sawyer with a nice wave, pushing through pain, as we said before. Nice carving gouge, another snap, and the last turn, kicking the fins, was the money turn. So 5-5 for her on this one. And Sol with the second place for now. So we have Zoe and Isabella needing scores, and this was the last one of Sophie McCulloch, 5-9-3, and really well put together wave, putting some big turns in. This one, bang, nice snap off the top, and another big leap float there at the end. And this is Sol live.
Action here, Sol again. What she got for us inside the final 2 minutes of this heat. Second place at the moment, carrying an injury. Doesn't seem to slow her down. The squad enjoying that. It's the surfer out of Peru, Sol again, with the glove on the right hand, protecting 2 stitches, a free surf injury, and it is providing some discomfort as we speculated on the takeoff, pushing up, popping to her feet, a little bit problematic. Nevertheless, she's overcoming that.
You saw the duck dive. She's having a lot of trouble with her hand. She couldn't really duck dive under that wave. As we see the takeoff, really hard to take off. Wow, nice snap off the top. And another vertical approach. So 2-turn combo out the back, and really well surfed by Sol. I'm impressed. Really compressed surfing and really aggressive overall. And as we watch, nice low center of gravity, winds up and bang, throws buckets of water, gets down the line, and here she gets a bit more vertical, bang. So 2-turn combo, and I think she's going to jump into the lead with this one.
Yeah, that's a great combo. The judges tend to reward that kind of surfing. There's one thing, sort of snipping your way down the line, a long way for a finish on the end, but you can combo it out the back or through the midsection of the wave. Commitment to the turn was cool on the first one. She actually ramped it up, as you mentioned, for the second one. Going a bit more vert, a bit harder, putting a bit more into it. And a great chance to jump up to first place here. Isabella Nichols has had a nightmare. She sat for eternity with priority, and it might be a chance for her. Here goes Bella. Oh. And she'll lose priority. She won't stand up. And Isabella Nichols has only ridden 2 waves and hasn't got out of a 3 so far in this one. And it looks like this might be counting for her. I'm not exactly sure if that's before or after the horn, actually. She looks like she certainly feels it was after, because she's not even really attempting. So, second place in the Challenger Series, and she will bow out of competition at this stage. Isabella Nichols, something of a major upset there here in Portugal. Also Zoe McDougall, who blazed the early round. Not going great out there. Impressive performances, though, from the likes of Sophie McCulloch and Sol Aguirre, who just rallied and found themselves the opportunities. Sol doing it with an injury as well. And even though she was struggling a little bit, just pushing up on the board. There it is, we're all wrapped up. Sol actually stays in second. Sophie will get the win. It's all about getting it done. And that's what she's managed to do here. Just lurking back in the teens at the moment, 17th on the Challenger Series. A chance to do damage here in Portugal and jump up the ratings. We'll keep swinging more great looking heats. We'll see Alyssa Spencer hitting the water soon. More live action. We're on Portugal right after this.
what do you think is your biggest strength and maybe your biggest motivation going into 2023?
It's always been my dream to be on tour since I was a little girl, and there's so many girls on the Challenger Series that, you know, have the level to be on tour, and it's so competitive. You know, there's so many of us. It's really just about who can be the most consistent, I think, and this year that's definitely going to be my goal, is to try to get really consistent results in all of the events. It's tough. Like last year, I think I had maybe 3 quarterfinal finishes and a win, and it was still just a couple spots short. So it's definitely pretty gnarly when you look at it as far as like what results you need. But I think just trying to keep that consistency throughout the year is definitely going to be my biggest goal, I guess.
Be sure to check out the Lineup podcast with Dave Prodan wherever you get your podcast. Latest episode featuring insights from Alyssa Spencer. We're going to see her in live action right now. Currently sitting equal 7th on the challengers, taking on Ellie Harrison, Anon Matsuoka, and Popo Ado of France on Paul Evans, joined by Francisco Alves, and another classic blend of youth and experience here, Chico.
Yeah, amazing experience. And look at this drone shot. Look at the rocks right now. We can see all of them, and in a couple of hours, it's going to look much different than now. So that's the beauty of this place.
Bang on low tide right now, mate. This is slack water at the bottom of the tide. This is as shallow as it's going to get today, and you uncover the reef, and you can actually see from that shot there how uneven this reef is. So the shallow bits and deep bits, and that's reflected in the sections that break along the wave.
Yeah, there's like deeper spots, and then there's shallower spots, and normally when it's shallower, we see steep sections. So that's the beauty of Ribeiradilhas. And here we can see the start of the next one. Ellie on this one. Nice gouging maneuver on this one. Looks like a beauty. Ah, nice carve again. And bang, throws the fins out and gets around it. Looks like a jam of a wave. Nice carving snap there, releasing the fins a bit more. Winds up again and finishes it off really strong. Wow, what a start for Ellie, and 8.5 for this one, Paul.
What a ride for the Australian Ellie Harrison. What a way to kick things off. Look how she opens up, commits to that lip, Chico, and we talked about it's not necessarily an easy thing to do here at Ribeira, because you never know if it's the lip's going to cup out or go soft, and she just attacks relentlessly throughout.
Yeah, and the way she served this wave wasn't safe at all. She put a lot of risk into every maneuver. Look at this. Bangs the fins out again. So Ellie putting something a bit risky on every maneuver, and that turn itself was amazing. That kick off the tail, both arms behind. Some judges gave 9s, so what a start for Ellie Harrison.
A brilliant wave for Ellie Harrison. If your surfers like Isabella Nichols or even Zoe McDougall in that last heat and they couldn't buy themselves a decent wave, you'd just be wondering, where was my wave like that? That's part of dealing with the vagaries of the ocean. It's true at any spot across the world, particularly true here at Ribeiradilhas. As we check out Alyssa Spencer here, the Goofy, as we mentioned, equals 7th on the rating. She is lurking once again, came real close to qualifying last year. She'll want to get it over the line. She'll want a big finish here in Portugal. Nice hit from up with speed. Wow. Really nicely done. Timed that sweetly by waiting at the bottom of the wave and still opening up on this face. It just keeps providing sections. And again, another really nice hit from her. Just putting everything into that. Bit of back foot pressure, bit of release off the tail, and just carving and snapping all the way. A long, long way for Alyssa Spencer, and a really good way for her to open up.
Yeah, I just like the pace she has and the technique off the top. It's really, really good. As we just see the replay of the first wave of Alyssa, I like she's just like trying to figure out when the wave is going to stand up. She's not rushing anything. And then when the wave stands up, I like the technique on her backside. Nice snap there. And this one under the lip, bang, draws the fins, gets really tight in the pocket, gets a bit of a snap again. And this one, again, just sees the section again and bang, throws the fins. I thought the third turn was a bit better than this one because the wave was a bit more steep, but nonetheless, showing that she knows the wave, she's in the rhythm of the wave and surfing with a lot of technique. And this is Pauline on her first wave. This came in as a 317 for Pauline, so let's see what she did. Nice turn out the back, getting around it, but couldn't. So 317, Paul.
Yeah, Pauline Addo, just a quick hit from her and trying to stay in this. Ellie Harrison trying to run away with it. The 8.5 for the Aussie in the blue. An excellent ride. We're going to get a decent number for Alyssa Spencer too. Won't be in the excellent range. It'll be good though. It'll certainly set her up for a platform in this crucial heat from her point of view. 6.33. Just underlining again the importance for surfers close to that cut line of making, well, a couple of rounds at least to try and go deep into the event here with just this one more event to come on the Challenger Series. We're counting 5 results out of the 6 stops on the Challenger Series tour. Kicked off in Australia, headed to South Africa, Belito, then over to the US. Here in Europe right now, really enjoying watching this go down, and different surfers and their read on the ocean. We'll just stick with this right now and see if, well, we're not going to get any takers. Someone who had a pretty good read on the ocean in a pretty tough heat was the Aussie Sophie McCulloch. She's standing by for an interview.
Yes, she absolutely does, and she's going to tell us all about it. What's your read on this wave right now? Because there was a bit of a lull time.
Yeah, it was definitely a really slow heat, so not the easiest way to shake off the nerves. But yeah, I mean, I saw that the heat before ours, there was heaps of waves coming through. My best mate India was banging a couple, so I was like, oh, it could be a slow heat, and yeah, it was. So yeah, I suppose it doesn't really matter if you have a good read on the wave or not when there's not many coming through. So I kind of just tried to, yeah, get myself busy.
Well, what can you do between those busy waves? Like when there's nothing happening, what's going through your mind? How do you keep yourself pumped still for the rest of the heat?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard because I was like, oh my gosh, there's like no waves coming through. And I was against one of my other good mates, Bella, and we kind of had eye contact a couple of times, and we were just waiting out the back going, oh, is there a wave? Is there anything? Is there going to be anything that comes through? But yeah, I don't know. I kind of just try to stick to my breathing and, yeah, just tell myself that when a wave does come, I'll be able to surf it nice enough.
And have you been having any fun around other beaches around here at Ericeira?
Yeah, so much fun. I like going and surfing the beaches when it's a little bit smaller and my whole family's here. So, yeah, there's plenty of good banter.
Well, definitely a lot of support for you here. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Sweet. Thank you.
Great bants for the McCullochs, and well done to Sophie. She's through the next round, looking to go up through the ratings. 20 minutes to go in a current heat in the water. It is heat 6 at the round of 32. Harrison, another Australian, going excellent. 8.5 already on the board for her. Just smashed out an absolute runner that really sort of vanquished any memory of a slow heat in the preceding one. That was a smoker of a wave. Spencer found a really long wave as well. The American Goofy coming here off the back of success in the Challenger Series over there in California. 6.33 for Spencer, a decent platform. She's lurking here on the inside, so without a significant priority status, she'll just have a swing on the inside. Why not? Let's see what it offers her. Quick clip off the top, another similar kind of rhythm. She's got some down the line speed coming here and a section, and she'll just tag that one, just using her own board speed, not having to do too much with the board. There'll be a wave that counts for her for the time being, but probably a pretty low number, Chico.
Yeah, just a quick carve and a finishing turn on a smaller wave, so I don't think it's going to be in the same range as it was her first one, but we see live action now. Ellie again.
Yeah, a bit of a double up section here. What's she got for us? She's loading up. She spotted that section and put herself in a really good position.
Wow.
Another vicious tag on the lip and then swooping back right in front of Alyssa Spencer. This will possibly hurt the scoring potential as the wave gets into a bit of a hole. It'll run underneath that. Generally on the low tide, you want the waves to stretch out in front. You normally don't want to be heading and fading back in towards the reef. That's maybe more something that might happen on the higher side, but nevertheless, a bit of work done out the back, and it will be a second scoring wave for it. Comes as a 3.43. You know what? Even with that, she's got a pretty healthy total, Chico.
Yeah, almost 12. That's a pair of 6s normally. But yeah, I think she will improve on that 3.43. A bit of frustration signs there at the end of this one. but nonetheless, I really enjoyed the first turn. She winds up off the bottom, gets the speed down the line, and this one, bang. You see a bit of a flick of the fins there. I like that she always tries to put some extra on those maneuvers and not really just trying to play it safe and put a more simpler maneuver on it. But yeah, for sure, this was Alyssa's wave, 4.5, so mostly all of the score coming from this last turn. Bang. Right there, nice finishing it off turn, and a well put together backup. She's in second, needing a 5.61, and a bit of a slow start for Matsuoka and Ado. So both of them trying to catch up to Spencer and Harrison, and a bit of a slow eat now again, most likely because it's dead low tide right now, Paul. So from now on, we're going to see a bit of a push in a couple of minutes, and we're going to see some more excellent scores on the board.
Feels like we're already starting to see it with that 8.5 dropped in from Harrison early on in this heat. That was the best wave we've seen for a little while. That energy of the tide now in line with the energy of the swell coming in at the coast here in Ericeira. That should help more of these sets. We should get more consistent sets and shorter lulls as well. Let's see how that all plays out. 16.5 on the clock. Matsuoka, her interest as yet unpeaked by anything out there. She's got priority, doesn't have a score to her name. Pauline Ado, just a small number for her. So we're just over 16 to go. Time for a quick commercial break here. And another talented Australian, Ellie Harrison, at the moment looking good, going excellent. More live action from the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro real soon.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
We want to hear from you and all the amazing things you're doing to protect our one precious ocean. Post your video to your socials, tag at WSL and WSL1Ocean, and use the hashtag WSL1Ocean and speak up for the ocean. It's a beautiful part of the coastline here in Ericeira, Portugal, as we fly by over the reef here at Ribeira de Las. An absolutely beautiful scene for nature lovers, for people who like breathing in the sea air, particularly for surfers. And surf competition iconic at this venue through the decades, through the ages of professional surfing here in Europe. Right now it is Challenger Series competition, and we've invited the best surfers from across the planet to come here to Ericeira and contend for points put themselves in position to step up for the championship tour. Just 5 spots from the challengers for the women. And hotly contested spots. One surfer going all right in contention for one of those spots. Came really close to doing it last year. It's the American goofy Alyssa Spencer, equals 6 coming into this event here in Portugal. Second place in this heat at the moment. Couple of numbers, decent ones for her. 6.33 and a 4.5. An excellent number. Already locked in from the get-go by Ellie Harrison, the Australian. 8.5 for her. She just blazed a really strong, solid wave. No real question from the panel that was going to be an excellent number. You just can't see that in the energy of the wave and in the surfing provided by Ellie. She's backed that up with just a quick one, but good enough for a bit of a cushion. It's been a real contrast in fortunes, though. The chasing surfers, Shiko Ado, she hasn't done much, just a 3, and Anon Matsuoka with 12 on the clock, as yet to ride a wave.
Yeah, it's true. I just feel like I've said this probably 2 or 3 times this event, but I feel like sometimes there's 2 surfers that get on the roll and the other 2 just get a bit left behind. And it's really hard to catch up with the rhythm of the ocean here, because sometimes we see surfers getting an excellent score like Ellie did, paddling back out, gets a back up. When she gets back on into the outside, you still have priority, and she has a 12-point total. So yeah, I think that when you think about that, that can put a lot of pressure for someone who's waiting for the right one, as we see White.
Yeah, she is. She needed a wave. It's slopey on the outside. Let's see if she can connect here. She'll hope to. Stands the tail. And here we go. Swings. Nice crisp backhand hit. She'll keep working here. Her approach, she pushes that turn, that board nice and hard, and then just cuts back to stay with the juice. But that one will actually dribble away underneath that, and she's annoyed. She waited an eternity for that wave, 18.5 minutes, and it will be very meager return in terms of points from our panel. Let's have another look here, Chico.
Well, Paul, I think rhythm in Ribeiradilhas, it's everything. You cannot be more than half of the sitting waiting for a wave. It's a wave that, although it's perfect, you need to put some scores on the board, otherwise you don't have time to put 2 in. And it's just like not playing into your favor to sit down for 20 minutes waiting for one wave. We've seen guys like Kelly Slater saying your first wave, the probability of your first wave being the best one of the heat, it's not big. So I let everyone go and I just play my own game. And I think Ribeiradilhas is one of those places that you need to do that. You need to keep plugging away scores. You need to make sure that those few opportunities that come in are yours, and maybe fight a bit more for priority at the start of the heat. I don't know, but especially when it's slow like this, and the tide is so low, there's a lot of waves that you can't see when you're sitting so much so further out the back. And we've seen over the course of this event, over the last probably 4 or 5 years, guys paddling back out and getting amazing scores when they are paddling back out, and better scores than when they have priority. So what you see is like, okay, having priority, it's great, especially on the man-on-man heats, but on the 4-man heats and 4-woman heats, you need to kind of plug away a different strategy, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a great point. We saw Isabella Nicol, previous heat, sit there forever, drop the anchor with priority, didn't pay off for her at all. And that point that you made, Shika, about finding an opportunity on your way back out, particularly on this stage of the tide as well, where the wave is drawn out and much longer. There are multiple takeoff points available. Under 9 to go. Harrison still with that solid platform of the 8.5 thrown down early on in the heat. The first wave ridden in anger in this heat. It was a solid one. It was excellent. And that means Ellie Harrison will hang on to a pretty hefty lead right now, actually. She's got just over a point on Spencer. As we mentioned, had the success in QS California already this year. She actually won on the Challenger Series in Saquarema last year. So tasted success on this tour despite the win and some final finishes. Just missed out on qualification. That's how tight it is for the women. And she'd love to repeat that success, and she'd love to move up into a top 5 position here in Portugal before heading over to Brazil. Right now she's going all right in this heat. she's got some reasonable numbers on the board. The 6.33, the best of it, but the reason she's got such a cushion with 8 on the clock is the surfers in 3rd and 4th have got nothing going at all. And Pauline Addo, herself a veteran of the CT, with priority will find herself out of position there, and she'll have to just let that wave go. Spencer will say thank you very much indeed. Look at this meaty section, and she'll tag it, and just using the speed to cover a lot of ground. Now, can she get aboard in the right place here as this one doubles up? You see the little boil on the face. That's the uneven reef that we showcased with a little fly past with the drone. She's really trying to hang on to this in here, just getting that board all the way out of the water. And a nice little tag, and leans in. Really good surfing from Spencer, and that is how you milk an opportunity. Not a classic reeling wave, but anytime a section showed up, she hit it and hit it hard. Here's Matsuoka looking to try and surf out of trouble in a bit of a hole here. This is a much smaller wave, knee to waist high, a little sticky as well. Will she get finishing section? I'm not sure she'll connect, and doesn't. It'll be continued frustration for her. Here's your heat leader, Ellie Harrison.
We saw out the back Pauline Addo trying to catch the last one of this set, but Alyssa Spencer, I tell you what, such a hard wave to build anything out of it, and the last turn was massive. A big fin throw on her front side. We know she's really technical, and her front side is lethal, and she took advantage of that. So great. Showing a bit of experience and a bit of a backup plan for Alyssa. I think she will improve with this one. Look at this. Bang. Nice first turn out the back. Now there's a bit of a downtime all the way to the inside. But right when you thought, well, she's not going to do nothing more on the inside, she just blows the fins out in a really good way. And look at this. She just goes right, does the turnaround, and bang, throws the fins out. Really technical maneuver for her. So 2 big turns, one out the back and one on the inside, and I think she will improve on her scoreline. And this is Matsuoka, nice off the lip there. Looks a bit slow, this one, a bit of white water in the face of this one, so a really hard wave to read overall, and to post something good. And Alyssa Spencer improves with a 5.5, so a bit of improvement. And
quite close to getting into lead, actually. She doesn't do that. What she does do is make it really tough for Matsuoka that we just saw on the replay, and for Addo. Their requirements, they're massive. They both need excellent numbers right now, and that sort of energy a long, long way from what we've seen. Check the paddle battle here. Matsuoka is going hard against Ellie Harrison as they make their way outside. Matsuoka gets second prio. That's in her favor. She'll need to use that to spectacular effect, though. 9.06 is what she needs, under 5 to go.
As we see the replay of Ellie, nice float off the top, and then nice turn there, passing that section, and she bails, so not identifying a good scoring opportunity. And she was a bit behind Matsuoka if we see the footage, and she actually made a really good jump on her in terms of paddling. So I don't know who's got second, but Matsuoka got the second priority.
Yeah, Harrison didn't get it, but she certainly made her think twice there. Kind of snuck up behind her and forced the issue. Matsuoka having to dig in. She did get the second prio, but as we mentioned, her task is huge. She needs an excellent number to the tune of 8.16. 8.16 the requirement for Matsuoka, who blazed in the early round and has looked lost at this one. She's not had opportunities. She sat too long with priority. Hasn't got involved in exchanges in the early part of the heat. And a couple of surfers have run away with it. And you mentioned the importance of that busy approach in terms of building up your total, but also just staying in rhythm with the ocean. You just see more waves, don't you, when you're in motion, when you're paddling back out. You just sit there and drop anchor and pickle. It can all get a bit static. And the last thing you want to hear when that happens is your opponents dropping scores. Let's check the recap, Chico.
Yeah, it was all about this wave until now. The start of this heat was amazing for Eli. Look at this, nice tight jam in the pocket. Beautiful wave, bangs off the top there, throws the fins out. I like this setup now, gets around it. Nice carve under the lip there. And she was able to finish it off with a bang.
So 8.5 for Eli, for Ellie, and this is Alisa replying to that. Really smart surfing by Alisa Spencer. Really nice read of the wave. I really enjoy the under the lip jams. Sets up this one, gets under it, and look at this turn. Bang. Nice under the lip snap. Gets another one. And nice technique on her backside. She really makes sure her back arm goes all the way with her upper body rotation. So a lot of technique involved on those maneuvers, and it's always nice to see someone putting so much into it. And Eli here, Harrison, doing her backup 3-4-3 on this one. I like this turn. Bang. It's making it look easy, working really hard. Nice roundhouse cut back, looking really stylish. So a bit of a slow hit for Matsuoka and Nado, but these two are ripping. So 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. And let's see if we can see a flurry of action, Paul.
Final couple of minutes here. Ellie Harrison going great guns in this from the beginning. The 8.5 first wave of the heat. She's never looked back from there. A backup, it's not a huge one, but a cushion solid in terms of an advancing position in the top two. Doesn't have a big advantage over Alyssa Spencer, though. It's just 0.1 of a point in it. Matsuoka in all sorts of trouble with 90 on the clock, looking for an excellent wave. 8.17, and she's looked way, way off the pace so far in this one. As has this woman, Pauline Addo, the veteran with championship tour experience. And she's ridden one wave in this heat. She's done one turn on that wave. She'll use priority here. Here goes Popo. That's nicer from her. Bit of conviction into that turn. And another sort of half-turn setup in the final minute of this heat as she goes onto an inside and gets that a bit wrong. So it goes down and probably missed a couple of points on that wave. She will get a number that will count for her for the time being. I'd say she's got very little chance of getting that high 8 in the remaining 40-odd seconds of this heat, but at least she rode a second wave here, she could.
Yeah, she had a shocker for sure. Pauline normally is the one catching all the good ones that come in. And on this case, she looked a bit lost today, unfortunately for her. Such a good surfer, so experienced, and always one of the best ones to watch over here, and with a bit of a fall there. I like the first carve, was really on the pocket and really tight, but with 10 seconds to go, I think Ellie and Alisa are going to take this one out.
Yeah, counting down here, and a great job by Ellie Harrison, also Alyssa Spencer, and a crucial result. Well, it's not a result yet, but it's a platform towards one, just staying alive through these early rounds and really trying to hone in on finals day. And we'll make it official here. Harrison and Spencer, you 1-2. Solid numbers from them. Matsuoka and Addo nowhere near the pace at all. And as that tide now has turned and swung in, we expect more activity out of the ocean. We'll keep the heats coming thick and fast. Meanwhile, in the studio, delivering the searing insights and red hot takes, it'll be Monday in Parmentier. More live action right after the break.
And welcome back to Live Action. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Felicity Parmentier and Flick. I tell you what, this is a big, big heat. I mean, they're all big heats, but Fahina Fierro, Teresa Bombolo, Francisca Veselko and Erin Brooks, all countries, all nationalities, all ages, and a whole lot of excitement coming our way.
Yeah, this heat is so stacked. Vahine, she's right on the cusp of, she's been close to qualifying a couple of years now. She's right in there in the mix at the moment. Obviously, you've got super child Erin Brooks out there at the moment. She surfs for Canada, but I mean, there hasn't been much that hasn't been said about her. I mean, you just have to look at a few of her clips online and on her social media, and she's just been all over the world as we catch up the replay here.
Yeah, and that is Vahina Fierro, the Tahitian, just trying to find a bit of open face, early start, and that one's not going to catch up yet. And then straight up again. This is Bombolo, a local Portuguese surfer from Cascais. So close to qualifying last year within an absolute heat of making it. If it wasn't for Sophie McCulloch's sort of heroics at the last event, she did end up surfing a few CT events, but didn't get the whole run at it that she sort of really needs. She's a great surfer, really smooth style, knows this wave inside out, and a big Portuguese following down on the beach. So Teresa, and then of course Francisca Veselko, who is the world junior champion, and courtesy of that world junior title, she's got a Challenger Series wildcard, even though she would have got it through a European ranking. So yeah, real mix of up and comers, and as we see Fahina staying busy on this little insider. She's just looking for a save and can't get that, but it is really great to see this mix of talent coming through, and the Challenger Series is such a good way of showcasing the future of the sport. Oh, for sure. I mean, you're looking at it right here. Just Vahine, the last couple of years, she's got a wild card spot into the event at Teahupo'o, which is her home break. She now lives there, and she's had 2 semi-final finishes there. So along the way, taking out some big names on the World Tour. Obviously, Teahupo'o is her home break, so she knows it so well, but coming up against some really experienced, seasoned World Tour sort of veterans, and, you know, she took out Carissa Moore again this year, so Vahine has got a ton of experience already. She, like I said before, she's also come 2 years in a row, I think it is, pretty close to qualifying. Another person that we just mentioned is Teresa, and the person who actually got through that last heat, Alyssa Spencer as well, so they actually have something in common. They were both almost making the World Tour last year. They both had wins, however, they both didn't end up qualifying, which is pretty crazy, you know, and I think that just speaks to there's only 5 women that end up in that qualifying position, have to finish in the top 5 if you want to make it to the World Tour, and, you know, it says a lot when women aren't qualifying with a win. Yeah, exactly, and here goes Fierro, so the Tahitian, really smooth style, and as you said, she's had some big wins in Tahiti, but she's a competitive machine. She loves the competitive side of surfing, the sport, the science. She works really hard at it. I suppose in that way, the Tahitians, I suppose Michel Perez sort of set the tone, didn't he? Like, not only an incredible, like, big wave surfer and barrel rider, but just a competitive animal. And the Spartan has set the way. And these kids like Vahine, you know, sisters, there's also Kaylee Vast, who's on the same program, who absolutely rinses Chopa, but can come and surf 2 foot really well. So, yeah, real, you know, mix of tube riding talent and Tahitian blood, but that real competitive sort of fierceness. Yeah, I feel like what we've seen in the last couple of years, as we look at this replay from Vahine, really nice first turn out of the lip there. You could really see her fins release from this angle, which is pretty cool. But back to your point, Ben, I feel like what we've seen is, you know, kids and that sort of younger talent coming out of waves that we talk about being specialist waves, right? The Tahitis, the Pipeline, you become so good at waves of consequence, but then when it came to performing on the Challenger Series or on the qualifying series back then, they sort of didn't have that heat IQ or the strategy behind it, or surfing smaller waves, right? But I feel like there's been a real shift in the last sort of
few years. And you speak about Carly Vast, his younger sister Island Vast as well, also getting a wildcard spot into that event in Tahiti as well. I just feel like there's been a shift, and I feel like they're putting a lot more effort and consideration into coaching and making sure they're spending time surfing beach breaks and not just staying at the end of the road there at Te Helpo, because it's super hard to leave, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's have a look at Vahine and where she lives and how she goes about her life. A little video here of just getting to know Vahine a little bit better.
I'm Vahine Fierro from Huahine, Tahiti. I think my first experience at Te Helpo was in a surfing local contest, and I didn't catch a wave in my heat. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make this wave my best friend. And there's also this special energy that we call the mana here, and that's what I think we feel a lot out there, and that's why it's so special. My goal, well, this year I'm on the Challenger Series, and my end goal is to be on the tour and be the best in the world and surf with the best in the world. And it's a dream of mine to be on the tour. So yeah, see you soon.
Yeah, Vahine, I mean, it's often the first thing that we mention when we talk about Vahine is just that smile she's got, because it's seemingly plastered across her face at all times, but it's always there, and she's such a positive, real great spirit. But she's got this real competitive drive, hasn't she? That masks it, but it's right there.
Oh, for sure. I think it's only a matter of time until she does crack the championship tour. I mean, she's so close right now. She's currently sitting in 6th. She had a 2nd place in Bolito, so that was her best result this year. She also had a 5th up on the Gold Coast, the first event of the year. So she's looking sort of to edge back up into that top 5 conversation. So a win here will be super important in this heat.
Yeah, she's right in the mix. Speaking of winners, well, we've got the winner of the last heat, Ellie Harrison, down on the beach.
That is right. And this is exciting because it's your first time competing here at Ericeira, and right on your first wave that you're competing in this heat, you get an 8.5. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I knew it was slow out there, so the plan was to just keep the inside for the start, and luckily that wave came. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a good one, but then it kind of doubled up, and so yeah, it was nice to get a few turns in and get that score early.
There's definitely something to learn from this heat because you were a 10th of a point away from Alyssa. So what are you going to take from this heat and moving on to the next round?
Probably just wait for a good second one. I was kind of scrapping around, but yeah, I don't know. Once I start getting moving, getting waves, I just can't stop, and I just want another score. But yeah, probably wait longer for a better one.
And I was listening to your conversation with, I'm not sure who that is over there, but
Kurt, my manager.
Your manager, yeah. And you were talking about your board, that it felt absolutely amazing. So talk to us about the board that you're riding right now.
Yeah, so I ride CI surfboards, and this is a CI Pro, CI 2.0 Pro. So yeah, it's the magic. Feels really good. Just got it before coming here, and yeah, just feels good. So thanks to them.
And I know you want to send a message back home, is that right?
Yeah, so family from home in Victoria, and then also my family in England, my cousin Holly, my nana and my uncle, and home, my Dava, my grandma Dava, and all my aunties, brothers. Hello, Torquay board riders, yeah, Bowen heads. Hello.
Hello, everyone, and we'll see you in the next round. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shona. Thanks, Phil. Yeah, big shout outs there to the Harrison Massive. And we see Bonvalo, Teresa on this wave, really strong on her backhand, going up as a goofy in this part of the world. It's a lot of right-hand points, and that's one of her real strengths. And so Teresa just getting a start. We talked about Vahine and the way that they've come from Tahiti, but I think that's a big factor of being in the French system and surfing in the Europe qualifying, which is really strong. But Teresa here, first wave, just sort of getting up into it. Didn't quite have the open face.
No, it was just a bit of a smaller wave. You could see as soon as she took off, sort of didn't have that sort of speed we just saw from when we got to watch Ellie's 8-point ride as she was doing a post-heat interview. You could just see the difference there. Smaller wave for Teresa. Another interesting thing about this heat is Vahine Fierro is also a world junior champ, so there's 2 world junior champs in this heat.
Yeah, and 32, one's sort of born and bred and raised through the European surfing system, which is incredibly strong. Bit of a shout out actually to the European WSL, the likes of Rob Gunning, who is the administrator that puts it all together. Obviously, Francisco Spinola and Ocean Events, who put on these Portuguese events aside of it. It's a really, really strong tour. There's consistency. They've got the same breaks every year. They're set in place. There's a real clear communication about what's going on, and yeah, I think it's a really impressive part of the World Surf League. And big shout out to all those guys that make it work. And here we go, the World Surf League. I'll tell you what, right now there's some sets out the back, and looks like Vasselko, she's the Portuguese natural footer. Here she goes. Francisco, she's waited a while for this. Nice first turn off the top, sweeping cut back, and she starts to warm up here. She's got a section to hit. She hits it. She's got a really aggressive streak to her surfing. She's not afraid to go to the riskier manoeuvres, get the fins out. That was a big sort of closeout belt, but she's still got a section to work with. Waited a solid 12 minutes to get this wave, and she's making it count. Works really hard with the local coaches in there. Vasselko, really impressive start from the Portuguese surfer.
Standing by for scores now on the first of white.
Kick up, they like that, and it's pretty lot of that was on all that outside work, but that one big closeout Ranchi that sort of joined up the other ones was probably the money move.
Yeah, here we go. Looking at the replay, I love this wave. I thought she did really well considering she'd been waiting for a while to open up her account, but it was this turn right here, just such money. The timing of that was just perfect. Manages to kind of get around this section here. She's just looking to increase that score a little bit more. Gets a little bit more work done here. Couple of little carving maneuvers, but all the damage was just done on those 3 outside maneuvers. Nice variety there, and for me, just perfectly timed. It was really, really impressive. Just to see this turn here, carving, linking maneuver, but it's this third turn here. Just how precise was that?
Yeah, it didn't play it safe, which the judges always enjoy.
Uma terceira passagem pelo lead. Soltava bastante água
like that. They know a good wrench when they see one, and Vasselko is looking off to get a good score. No real big numbers posted yet. And Erin Brooks, the young phenom, is just sitting out there waiting patiently. Now she's got priority, even staying so still and calm. No easy task when you're just travelling over Europe and competing the first time. You're young, but she seems to have such a good competitive head on her shoulders already for someone so young.
For sure. I think she's done a lot of reps already for someone so young. I just think about all the different things I've seen her do over the last couple of years, the different places she's been able to go and experience. She spent a lot of time in wave pools, Waco. She's been in Texas a lot, perfecting on that progressive side of her surfing, really working on that aerial game. She spent a lot of time in Indonesia as well, so waves of consequence. Time in Australia, Rip Curl Grom searches, Padang Cups in Indonesia. You know, she's done so much at such a young age, and just adds to the experience back there. Having a look at her board there, so that is Mayhem, shaped by Matt Biolis.
Yeah, that might be. Is that Teresa? Or back up board there?
I think that was Erin's with the flames.
Oh, the flames. You're right. Yeah, my mistake. Yeah, so Saka, they're helping out. You're right, though, and I suppose that all that travel, I mean, travel is a great educator, isn't it? It really makes you learn. You know, it's the school of life, isn't it? But, you know, getting around, travelling, putting yourself in new environments is such a way to sort of gain maturity. I think Erin's got that.
For sure. I guess it's amazing that she's been able to do this from such a young age, because, you know, you think a lot of it depends, you know, what your circumstances are, but amazing that she's had those opportunities from such a young age to be able to do that, you know.
Yeah, she's doing really well at the moment. She needs to catch a wave, so hopefully we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action. Hopefully Erin Brooks start to put a foot on the gas. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got live action after this.
In this specific area, I mean, Ericeira, it's really complete. You have amazing waves everywhere. Right now, this week, though, it's going to be really sunny. Summertime for us, literally. Not much wind. I think it will be fun, and the water is actually really nice. It's been my life since I started surfing. I'm really competitive. If you are truly competitive, you always feel that kind of pressure. In the water, I'm literally myself, just me, the waves, and yes, there's still 2 events. Everything is still possible, so I'm just going to give my best, and we'll see in the end of the season if I'm in or no. If no, I'll come back even stronger. If yes, it's because of all the hard work and all of myself in the water in each heat and giving my best.
Yeah, Teresa Bonvalo, and there's a Portuguese flag. It's flying in that northerly breeze. A big fan base, and they're all backing. There are 2 surfers in this heat, so it's also almost a bit of a shame that Portuguese 2 best women surfers have drawn each other. At the moment, it's Frederico with that win, or with the best wave, a 7-point ride. So Teresa, though, she's a worker. She's dedicated her life to this sport, and she'll be in the mix. Here goes Erin Brooks, so first or second wave from Erin, the young goofy footer. Got that real vertical surfing when she can go up at 12 o'clock. Now she just waits for something down the line, pumping, and here she starts to wind up again. That classic old school spray on a board. You can see the flames zigging and zagging through this little section. She's pumping hard, and here she goes, just trying to get a little bit of a tee off spot there. Gets it up. It's not a big turn. She's not done yet. Well, she is. So again, Erin, a few turns out the back. See Tiago Perez is helping her out. Just happy with that. I mean, she had a slow start, Flick, but just starting to edge her way back into the heat at least. More live action though, and that is out the back. Oh, 2 big turns there from Vaheen. Wow, so a difference of styles. 2-turn combo versus a sort of longer wave of Erin. And I might get Flick Parmentier to just break it down for me, because different styles, and the judges are going to have to try and separate the 2.
For sure. It was super clear, obviously Vaheen went back to back, just 2 quick turns in succession. Have a look at the replay here. Sort of carving maneuver there, eyes up this section and goes straight up into the lip. So 2 quick turns. I like the second one. First one was a little bit horizontal, and now we'll compare to Erin here. So she got up into the lip there on that second turn, which was really nice, but you can see she's sort of baubbling around in the foam here. She's eyeing off this section down the line, really trying to maximize the scoring potential on this wave, just weaving that board back and forth, trying to get a finish on the inside here, because she knows she's had that one good turn out the back. So looking for a finish, sort of bringing it through to the inside, gets it, sort of sticks it. So look, I mean, it wasn't as clean a finish as what she would have liked, but I think most of the points are going to come from that turn we just saw there.
Yeah, I suppose the judges will be comparing that turn versus Fierro's, which was similar-ish. The only point of difference being Brooks sort of carried on and got a few little wiggles on the inside. So at least she's got herself at least back in the game. That 7-point ride from Vissla, the standout number, the world junior champion. And she's got a really solid marker, but needs to back it up, because sort of suddenly, Flick, within a blink of an eye, we've got 8 minutes left on the clock. It's like, it's absolutely flown by. There's been a sort of a big flurry of numbers, but it's been really interesting to see the different dynamics and the different surfers coming through the ranks. Right now, it's come down to basis of mathematics. Frederico getting the score there, so that come in for that 2-turn combo of 4.17. So he just edges up into first. Erin Brooks' score coming in at a 4. So, you know, we talked about there wasn't a whole lot of difference between those 2 waves. Well, the judges allocated 0.17 point difference between the 2, with Fierro just getting the nod. As we see, Vissla looking a bit wide. Teresa, I mean, these 2 have been competing for a long time. With priority, Bonvalo. Nice first turn, connects well, and then it connects again. You can see the spray. So already she's feeling that couple of foam floaters. Not without risk, those 2, and then one more. Now she's eyeing off down the line. section coming towards her, so she will get a last hit potentially. Sort of fades left and just kicks out. So again, those 2 turns out the back, they were really smooth, they were really powerful, and I think the drone shot will probably flatten it out. When we see the front angle flick, I think we'll see that they were probably 2 of the more heavy-hitting manoeuvres of the heat.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Have a look at this from this angle here. First turn straight up into the lip for the second one. They were 2 really nice, well-placed turns. Unfortunately here, she's just stuck in this foam, sort of trying to hope and will that there's something down the line where she can sort of put that exclamation mark on the, well, not exclamation mark on this wave.
And it just didn't come.
No, it didn't.
It was like a section coming towards her, but she had no speed to hit it, but she's done the damage out the back, so Teresa. And the score's locking in quick because the judges had those 2 waves before, were really similar, 2-turn combos, so they could just quickly place them against those 2 waves before, and she's come out best with a 5.5. So Bonvolo moves up into 2nd place, but Vasilko in 3rd there now, just ending a 1.5. Zoe getting a bit of a kiss on the cheek from her mum, bit of good luck. She's out there next in the next heat. Another stacked heat. I mean, they're all stacked heat, aren't they? We keep saying it, but Zoe Benedito, Macy Callahan, previous winner here from last year, Sawyer Lindblad, and Laura Ralp. So big names coming up again. But it's all about this 6 minutes to go. And Vasilko now with priority. She's played a strong, patient game, but we have seen, harking back to what seems like an eon ago, it was actually this morning when Nat Young had a high 6, and had 1 wave and didn't get the chance to back it up. So there's been examples today where surfers have been super patient and that second wave hasn't come, and she's starting to have to come up with a plan B pretty quick.
For sure. I think everyone's nervous at this stage, right? Like, even, you know, as it, you know, on paper, yeah, Vahine's sitting out there with the lead, but she's got 2 4s, right? Like sort of a high 4, a low 4. You look at Teresa, who's in 2nd, she's sitting there with a 5.5. She needs to just improve on her, or she needs a 3.5 to go to 1st. So if I'm Vahine right now, I'm pretty nervous. You know, I'm really hoping that I can get another wave and improve on that 417, because I would not be feeling safe. No. You know, knowing that Francisca is just sitting down there with that 7, only needing a 1.5, you've got to think if there's one more exchange that happens, it's going to be 4 waves come through, 3 to 4 waves in that set. You've got to be thinking that Vahine's going to get one, Francisca's definitely going to get one. So I think we could see some movement on the leaderboard in this last sort of 4 minutes.
Yeah, Ferrero, she's good enough to know that that's a false position, that number 1. She's in the lead at the moment, but she'll be she's crunched the numbers. She's a smart lass, and she's surfed so many heats, so she knows she's going to back it up. Erin Brooks has decided to pull the trigger early just to get a second wave at least back on the board. Here she goes, leaves her arms wide and just does that, a bit of variety. Kicks the fins out and slides it round, so just aiming for a bit of progression. Meanwhile, Bonvolo gets 2 turns in and finishes off. Out the back, Vasilko has backed up her wave. It's a bigger wave. She's just biding her time. Thought she's got a bit of wall to work with here. There's a first real carve of note, but there's more on offer, you'd think. Another redirection back to the source. And she's played this right. Just gets a little bit hung up, but manages to keep it together. Another cut back. Just, here we go. She's done some work out the back. She's backing up a 7, then she does a nice finish, tags it, and she says to the class, kicker's a classic, mate. She's always putting up there, and you see Vahine Fierro. See, yeah, well, Flick, you called it. There was going to be an exchange, and all 4 surfers shuffling the pack. And it's going to be a matter of where it comes down, obviously with Francisca, with that 7 in a locker. But it's just waves from Fierro.
Yeah, here we go. Look at the replay here from Vahine, but a couple of turns there. But like I said, right, so Francisca stood up. She needs a 1.5 to get up into an advanced position. She's definitely done that. So she's either in 1st or 2nd. It's now between Vahine and Teresa. So it's just going to come down to what the judges, you know, once we have a look at what Teresa did on her wave, we're going to be able to get a good indication. So this is Teresa now on her wave out of this exchange. Got a little bit hung up there on that first turn, and then finishes pretty dynamically there. She's given a little claim too, so everyone's trying to do their bit.
Portuguese don't mind a claim, I tell you. And yeah, they're passionate as she talked in her interview, where she said she's just all about this is her dream, and she's worked so hard for it. And this is the wave from Vissla, just trying to get that 7, and she's going to back it up with a pretty good score. And as you say, it's all about this next exchange. I just thought Frederico kind of missed that first turn. She was a little bit stuck and just had to go around it. And that's a really nice finish there from Vissla, and that's a great little exchange. And this is, there it is again. She likes it. She tells the judges that she likes it. She's like, yeah, I like that. I like a bit of flair, a bit of crowd work. That's what makes this sport pretty fascinating. It's about the people as much as about the way they surf, the personalities, and the way they go about, differently. And we see some waves out the back there, so it's not over. I mean, that's like my dad's wardrobe. It's just full of corduroy, isn't it? That one.
Corduroy lines.
Stuck to the horizon. We're used to that coming from Western Australia, Flick, and we've got some sets coming. We've got Teresa with priority, but on the inside with 90 seconds on the clock, Frederico, the Tahitian, decides to go. So there's waves at the back, no doubt getting ridding as we watch this, but we'll stick with the Tahitian as she tries to, well, we don't even know what she needs, but there's a nice turn. That's more of the style that we've known and grown to love. And there's another one. So there's 2 backhand belts, this wave delivering, and a third, and there's a section she can hit, and a 4th. So really, really nice, smooth, well-constructed surfing. But meanwhile, at the back, Bonvolo, another exchange, floaters off the top, and she is claiming it massively. I'm not sure if she'd seen the wave. Meanwhile, okay, Aaron Brooks, so it's all going on here. I'm sick of the sound of my voice, but I can't help it. Bang, and there's another big turn from Brooks. She hasn't had these sections down the line to show more, and again, you can see her own frustration as she flings herself off a board because she just, she's getting those backhand sort of close that were interesting, but no more points on offer down the line. She's not giving up. Though with 30 seconds, she's going to be really struggling to get it. So here's the exchange. She's surfing good, but just hasn't had the opportunity.
Yeah, she is surfing really, really well. I mean, this couple of manoeuvres here that she put together were really, really nice. Sort of got hung up there a bit, but you can see this wave here. It's starting to double up, but this last section here, this was a great hit. Beautifully well timed, but yeah, you could just see here she just wanted more from that wave. You can definitely see the frustration,
but still, watching that replay, and it's, there's that turn there, and that's 4 turns. Teresa had a couple, just the 2, and then also Frederico's wave. So there's so much to look forward. But this is Bonvolo's a 2-turn combo flick.
Yeah, straight up into lip there. She's flying around this section. Definitely needs a little bit more. She's definitely going to want a little bit more as well. Looking for this wave to stand up again, and it sort of is giving her a little bit more opportunity here. Carving back towards the face and lines up this section here. Beautiful time to hit again. Followed by another one, sort of almost lost the rail there for a second and floats to finish. And she is loving it.
So that's why the claim is there, because we hadn't really seen the 4 or 5 turns out the back. And the finish, it was a little bit of a safe. I don't really like the floaters, but more about just getting the job done and making sure that all those sort of hard work on the wave out the back is going to count. And she's just come around the corner. So Bonvolo, you like the passion, you like the drama. Well, she's always provides that, to be honest. And she finished it off, and it was a hard section, and she dealt with it really well, and that's why she's so stoked. But I don't know, there's so many scores to come in. They're all so tightly bunched. And this is Frederico's, and she didn't claim it, but she surfed this so well, Flick.
Yeah, Vahine didn't have to go for a claim, but she actually took off on this wave down the line. So she wasn't out the back yet, but this wave actually ended up standing up really nicely. That was a better turn for her there. You can see the wave starting to get a little bit more steep. She puts the board up on rail again and then finishes really nicely and strong. So she was the only one not to claim a wave, I think, in this heat. But yeah, the judges have definitely got their work cut out for them with this last exchange, because sort of splitting hairs to me.
Yeah, they're all very similar waves, aren't they? A lot of the goofy footers all doing their stuff. Francisca Vissla was way out in front. She's kind of locked and loaded, you'd think. and then there's got a little bit of nervous weight on the shore. And this is probably one of this is we don't want to be a professional surfer, do you? You're waiting for the scores. There's a lot on the line, and the Portuguese in attendance. Chance of having 2 of the local Portuguese surfers go through, but I'm sure Fierro needing a score as well. 5.48 as it stands for Vahine, and Aaron Brooks needing a 5.57. But that could change depending on what Teresa's score comes in. So you know what? I'm just going to wait for the scores to drop. I'm not even going to bother trying to work that out. It's there's 5 judges. They're very experienced. They're professional. I mean, that's all they do. I mean, it's literally their job, and they're ciphering through it, watching the replays, trying to work it out. So real drama. So much on the line here. And kick up. Well, she's a bit like, I'm kind of all right. She's got big numbers there, so she's pretty safe. I think for me, or Fleek, what do you reckon? It's been Teresa and Vahine, right? I think, Aaron needs a 5.57.
I think it's all so close, right? I just think, I just feel for these women because they're all so talented, right? And you just know how close Teresa got last year to qualifying. And, you know, she did get a couple of events on tour this year. So she's been in these tough moments. And Vahine as well, you know, she's sitting in number 6 on the Challenger Series at the moment. She's also looking for results. Erin's just this young talent who's coming through and obviously wants to prove herself that she deserves to be there. I think Francisca's definitely locked this one away, no doubt. But I just really feel for these 2 women who have ended up, you know, in this same heat and, you know, potentially, well, someone's going home.
Yeah, someone's going home. And it's going to come clear pretty soon. So Vahine's wave came in at a 6.7. So suddenly Teresa's requirement goes up to 6.04 and Aaron's goes up to 6.8. So it's going to be so tight. So Teresa, is it a 6? And Aaron, is it a 6.8? So that's where we're at. So Vahine at least knows what she's got. She can't do any more. She surfed that so well, and it's a big number. But now the next number's coming in, and it looks like Teresa has got a 7.77. So a huge number. So in the end, it wasn't that close. That's a big, big number. And there's the 2 split screen. Elation on the right, despair on the left. And yeah, well, she's happy as well. She should be at home as well. We talked about the pressure and the drama, and the added weight of being at home with all the support. But that just means that the elation is even higher. She'll be relieved as well because that was a very, very close call. And they are stoked down on the beach there. Ribera de Ilash.
Wow.
Great surfing. 2 Portuguese surfers through. So that is great for the local sport. And there's Aaron down there. Well, she fought hard and she just didn't quite get the waves inside. Looks, you know, she's having a quick debrief. She's going to get so many more opportunities, isn't she? But they still sting. Every loss stings, right? No matter how old you are.
Oh, for sure. I think, you know, this is a crazy moment for Teresa because, you know, she's sitting in number 11th on the Challenger Series right now. Vahine was actually in number 6, so that's a big moment. One, Vahine knocked out, and Teresa's still in the event.
Yeah, I mean, just a normal heat that we've been up on it, being so close in the rankings. But it's official. Baselko and Bombolo, the 2 Portuguese surfers are through. Unfortunately for Tahitian and the American, they are out. So, with all that drama, we might need to maybe take a breath, get our composure back, and then come back with more live action right after this.
Isto é um projeto ambicioso, é um projeto de alta competição. Acho que está bem claro o que é que estamos aqui a fazer. Eu sabia que ia ser duro.
Me dijeron que para la tibia rota, ya dije, no puede ser. Otra vez, no. Obviamente es un camino muy largo. Cuanto más desafíos tengas, igual más mejoras.
É muitíssimo a treinar.
Sem parar.
Pessoal, aqui o start é assim, com altas ondas, não há desculpas. Eu quero esta disputa e a simulação do que rola no CS, então vamos simular da melhor forma possível.
E é para ser a última oportunidade.
Sorte não vai ser o suficiente.
Happy face, Kika Veselko. Talk me through that heat. You had a 7 and then it took a while to get that back up, eh?
Yeah, it was a really stressful heat, not many waves, and I started really late, but I got the 7, and then I didn't want to, to go crazy and start paddling all over the place, so I just sat calm and trusted that a wave would come. And yeah, then I got the backup, and towards the end, all the girls got really good waves, and I was stuck on the end side, and I couldn't get any of it. But I'm really happy I made it. This was a really hard heat. Everyone's surfing really well, and I'm happy to make it through with Teresa.
How hard it was for you paddling back out and seeing those lines coming in at the end of that one?
Yeah, it was really tough. I was paddling for my life to try to get the last one, and I was always kind of looking if they were going to fall and just take the insider. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it went well for you. A couple of words in Portuguese, please.
Estou super contente de ter passado este hit com a Teresa. Foi um hit muito parado, mas conseguimos passar. Estavam boas ondas quando vinham. E pronto, bora para a próxima. Obrigada pelo apoio e até já.
Vamos para a próxima. Thank you, and back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks you, Chico, and thanks, Francisca. Yeah, so she stayed calm. No easy task. Got the line up here, and we've got in the booth Alyssa Spencer, another special guest too. We've been blessed with some talent in the booth today, haven't we?
We have.
Alyssa, how are you feeling? Got through your heat today, and how's the general vibe? How are you getting along in Portugal?
Yeah, I've been loving my time here, and I'm super stoked to make it through the first round, and happy to be here with you guys.
Great. And this wave, it has its moments, but if you're starting to find the groove, you've been doing some free surfing out here, and you're starting to get sort of in sync with this, which is a really fun wave.
Yeah, no, I feel like this wave suits my surfing really well, and there's a couple waves at home similar to this, so I definitely feel pretty comfortable here, but the free surfs are pretty tricky with everyone in the lineup, and getting waves is always a challenge, but when you can get yourself on one, it's fun.
Okay, well, speaking of waves, there has been some waves ridden while we spoke to Kika, and also in the break, so a few waves coming through. It's another, we keep talking about these stacked heats, but I suppose every heat has got incredible surfers, and in this one we've got Macy Callahan and Laura Roop, Sawyer Lindblad and Zoe as well. So I might get Alyssa to talk us through some of these surfers. You know these surfers, girls, you compete against them now very well. And this wave here is Zoe Benedetto. She had a really late buzzer beater in her first round, came in with like 30 seconds to go, and here she goes again, just zigging and zagging. She's got really good board speed and a big section coming her way, and she hits her with real power and venom. And there's another wrap, and she just kicks out there. So strong surfing from Zoe, and then flick, Laura up on this one.
Yeah, up and riding. Started off with a bit of a cutty here. It's sort of getting a little bit slower, but she's sort of staying with it, trying to make the most of this wave. You sort of see the difference in sort of wave height compared to Zoe's. Zoe's sort of got bigger as she surfed down the line, but Laura's just fading away there. So sort of a smaller wave. And then here we have Macy, and out of Australia, living on the Gold Coast now. Previous event, last year's event winner. So she's got a lot of experience out here and a lot of experience on right-hand point breaks. So I think her surfing really suits these points. She's never looking like she's too rushed. She's never trying to fit turns in where they don't belong. Just feel like, Macy does really well on right-hand point breaks. So, yeah, opening up her account here. Not, I'm going to say, average sort of wave score. Nice way to open up.
It's interesting how the surfer's style reflects their personalities, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like Macy's so calm and cruisy, but with that real stylish element. And as we see out, speaking of style, that was a massive turn from Zoe and another one. So she's just really starting to find the groove. A little bit hung up on that one, but still rides out with a bit of speed. And S turning the way through. Last turn down the bottom here and finishes off. And that is good serving from the Floridian. You've seen a lot of her. You've probably competed a lot against Zoe over the years. What's the sort of, what's the strengths of her surfing, would you say, Alyssa? What do you like about her surfing?
Yeah, she has a really powerful rail game, which I think looks great on this wave. And yeah, she opened up with 2 great waves already. Yeah,
she's banking up there. And that sort of turn there, Flick. So much spray, right?
Yeah, she gets so much torque. She has this, so it's sort of a different sort of style that I've seen to some of the other women on the Challenger Series. She sort of cocks that back leg really nicely and just gets a lot of, a little bit of progression out of that carving manoeuvre, which is sort of hard to do. So, yeah, those 2 waves there, I mean, that if you could say, oh, yeah, that's how I'm going to start every heat on the Challenger Series, you'd take that because... yeah, it's a really good feeling, especially knowing she would have been watching the heats before, how inconsistent it was right up until that last minute. But this is Sawyer on must be her 2nd wave. So on the back end here, point of difference to the other girls. And fresh off a win from the US Open, looking so spicy. So yeah, love that wave from Sawyer.
Wow, yes. Really, as you say, that variation, they like it as a brother. Down there in the support team. Unfortunately for Taj, he missed out on his early rounds, so he's backing his sister now. And Macy, here she goes, just taking her time. Just nice, smooth style, originally from Avoca, but as you say, up on the Gold Coast now, so even the points are making the style even better. And there's a nice aggressive turn. And another. She's got the flow. Oh, and there's another great carve. And that is just really, really good surfboard riding action.
Great wave riding action. And you can take this through this one if you want, Alyssa.
Yeah, Laura on another good wave here. Get a couple turns on the outside. Coming through the inside. This wave looks like it might set up pretty nicely through the inside part. Wow, that was a great finish turn.
Wow, so yeah, again, after that flurry we saw in the last heat, that's just continued. The surf just turning on now. Probably as that tide just pushes in, prime kind of tidal time, and there's still swell. The sun's out and the girls are ripping. Obviously, you don't want to badmouth your competitors, Alyssa, obviously, but you're on 7th, I think, on the Challenger Series rankings at the moment. We just saw Vahini miss out, so can you start looking at people that are dropping out above you? Can you get in that headspace, or is that's bad juju?
I mean, I feel like the rankings are constantly changing. There's different girls making quarters and above every event, and there's so many talented girls on this tour. So, yeah, I just feel like the level of surfing is crazy right now.
Yeah, well, the level on this wave is pretty strong, and there's a big snap off the top from Laura. So, some big numbers dropping in. Look at this slow-mo down, Flick.
Yeah, wow, this was a massive turn from Laura. This was really, really progressive too. I really liked how she just attacked that last section. Super, super progressive there. I really loved that.
Yeah, risking a lot. So there's some big numbers you think are going to stop in this heat, setting up really, really nicely. All 4 surfers, you can sense, started getting in their groove, and all got sort of multiple waves. So, and that's what we want. Once they start getting those big scores, they only have to go up. But on these events too, to move up the rankings, if you go back to those rankings lists, you kind of need a big result, don't you, to really make any real estate. You've got to get to the semis or quarters at least, to really make a move. So
yeah.
It's high pressure, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the level of surfing from all the girls is amazing right now. And, there's only 5 spots to qualify onto the tour. So you definitely need some of those big results throughout the year and keep it pretty consistent to be in that top 5.
Yeah.
I was going to say, last year, you obviously came so close to qualifying for the tour, and it was you and Teresa and Sophie, and I think Sarah Bourne was even in the conversation, coming so close, missing out by, I think it was a count back in the end between you and Teresa and Sophie, and also winning an event that year. I mean, how do you reframe your mindset coming into this year, knowing like how well you did the previous? You know, what kind of things did you change and what things did you take away from that? Because, you know, it can be mentally exhausting.
Yeah, no, it's definitely hard to, you know, work through those like losses and getting so close. But oh, here's Zoe up on this way right here.
Hold that thought. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up though, Flick. Yeah. Thanks for bringing it up and making go through it all over again. Yeah,
we'll get back to that.
Yeah, you're not off the hook yet. Alyssa, as we see Zoe. So you off the hook. She's off the hook. She's doing these massive turns, and there's another big spray. And she goes down. So, yeah. So the question is, how do you reset? You know, how do you get over it and take the positives, I suppose?
Yeah, I mean, last year I had the best competitive year that I've ever had. Winning the event in Brazil was definitely a huge like milestone for me. So I think I could take a lot of confidence from that going into this year, and you know, figuring out what worked for me in that event and the things that kind of clicked me into being super focused and in tune. So I'm just trying to take that same energy and mindset into every event this year. And, you know, every event's completely different and every year's different. So it's kind of a learning along the way, I guess.
Yeah. And then obviously traveling on the Challenger Series, like these days, we'll just have a look at this replay here from the last of Zoe. It just seems like she's absolutely on a roll and she's just picking absolute gems. I mean, that was a beautiful carving maneuver here. You can see this wave starting to stand up here on the inside, sort of starting to double up, waiting for this section here, tags it again. And yeah, I'm really loving what I'm seeing. Just the way she's finishing these waves, just so assertive.
Yeah, and she's already had an 8-point ride already before this, so she's already been on a tear. And Laura getting a 6. There's some more scores to drop in as well, so Macy's good wave as well to come in, so there's some big numbers, but Zoe, you can definitely feel she's just really feeling it, not afraid to go big when it matters and risk it all. It's paying off at the moment. See that set coming through there. But yeah, big numbers, big scores, great surfing, and the level is just starting to rise as we see live action now. So Macy doesn't know the score she got on the last wave, and she does a nice little slash in the pocket. Another one. Those boards look good. She's got a lot of no sort of. As soon as I say it, she makes a mistake. But you know, with Macy, when she's in flow, there's not a whole lot of in between turns. You know, she's no jitteries. There's no little wobbles. She just sort of drives cleanly through her turns normally.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that just talks to her experience at point breaks and her experience at snapper. She looks really good out there. Obviously, she won this event last year as well. So. Definitely has a knack for picking the right waves out here. As we look at this replay, just so fast and whippy out of that first turn. But yeah, I like what you brought up before, Ben, about surfers sort of their style could be a direct comparison to their personality. And I would say that Macy is pretty cruisy, but yeah, definitely has a little bit of pizzazz every now and then, like we just saw.
She can surprise you with her just how stylish and cool she is, isn't she? Yeah, exactly. And I think was it the year before, Alyssa, that we came here and you had a really good event here when it was massive? Was that year? Because I remember some backhand hooks on like some waves that were like the biggest skyscrapers. So you've surfed this wave in all its forms, but that year it must have felt great to get out here and get some big backhand waves. It was huge, right?
Yeah, that year was super fun. I remember we had a couple really like big days with a lot of swell. But yeah, I think I had a couple good heats. I think I ended up with a 9th that year, but the heat that I lost, I had 2 9s, and Shino also had 2 9s.
That's right. That was the heat. That was one of the best heats I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
And I didn't know a lot about your surfing or Shino's, and you just all of a sudden there's these 2 young girls falling out of the sky on 8-footers and getting 9s and losing. So it was a really incredible moment just to see that that next level, which the Challenger Series always unveils. And 2 years down the track, here we are. And that was Sawyer. So the score's just slowly filtering in. Macy's got a 5.5 and a 5.93 for her first 2 waves. And then one to come here. But this is Sawyer. And that's a nice first turn. You would have competed a lot against Sawyer as well, I'd imagine, Alyssa. Is she a gnarly competitor? What's she like as a person and a competitor?
Sawyer is such a sweetheart on land, but I think that we all get pretty fierce in the water, and I mean, she's She's an amazing surfer. She has great talent, as you can see right there. Her backhand is definitely her strong suit, and yeah, she's pushed me so much, you know, surfing together all these years growing up, and now we're here on the Challenger Series together, so it's pretty cool.
And there's a real strong, obviously, that. So hold on, I thought there's a big set coming in. Looks like Laura's got priority, and she's going to use it. She's not. Yeah, there's obviously, we've seen a lot of the Californian men together traveling as a group and all supporting each other, the San Clemente kind of lot. Is there a similar kind of vibe with the women on tour? Do you all sort of hang out and support each other in a similar way?
Yeah, I would say so. I think, you know, all the girls on tour are really good friends with each other, and we all push each other a lot and do fun things with each other outside of the water. So it's nice to have that kind of family away from home as well, and, you know, just be able to do fun things together on the road.
Yeah, why not? And I'll tell you what, it's coming down to our last heat 8 of the women. The men are starting to get ready. We're going to progressing straight through into the men's after this. Jackson Baker's coming your way. We're going to do a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this. And welcome back to the glittering sunshine of Portugal and the beautiful Atlantic Ocean, shimmering with waves and intent. And there's been some incredible numbers dropping today in this heat. As of course, when it's break, there's a lot of action going on here. And this is Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand. Nice two-turn combo out the back. Really starting to open up on this really nice carving wall. She was trying to improve on already had a 7.33, so she's got one big number in the bank. Now she's just trying to add to the income stream. And she's still going on down, and she's still got this nice section, and she hits it. So Lindblad looking cozy and a nice dismount. I'll tell you what, these girls are just all feeding off each other in terms of the scores are coming in, Fleck, and then you just know you've got to go big. You can't get through with 4s and 5s in this heat. You've got to go right up to the almost in the excellent range.
No, for sure. I mean, you'll have a look at the replay of Macy's wave, and this one's looking really nice. Looks like she's got a lot of open face ahead of her. Jams it in the pocket there for that turn, but just falls off and almost falls off right in front of, looks like green. Here we go, replay. Everyone's catching so many waves in this heat. Looks like maybe just with that tide, it's getting a little bit more consistent, which is so good to see. That was a bit awkward there, sort of fell off in an awkward part of the foam. Everyone catching waves here. Zoe up and riding again, jammed in the pocket. Coming around this section here, looking for a little bit more room to move on the face, but she knows that that wave's not going to better the 2 waves that she's already locked in.
Yeah, she's got an 8 up there, big number already, and look, she's got 2 8s actually. Yeah, so 16-point heat total. I think that, well, I know that is the highest heat total of the event so far. So Zoe, absolutely on fire, and has been doing such great surfing. Still got scores to come in for all 4 surfers, but yeah, incredible. See Keanu was Singh there, We're going straight through, and he's just a bit of meditation, a bit of visualization, or he's having a sleep. I'm not sure, but he's just taking his time, deep breaths, just getting his mind into the game. So that one, you can actually hear him breathing. But the one with Macy where she fell off, it almost looked a bit like the other surfer in green, Laura, was almost in a way a bit. I don't know. I don't want to cause controversy here, Flick, Parmentier. I'll put it straight to you. But if she was in the way, that is potentially an interference situation, potentially.
Yeah, if she did it on purpose. However, I really don't think any of these ladies would have been. We saw a lot of controversy go down yesterday in the men's side of the draw, and I don't think that was controversial, or I don't think Laura was trying to get in the way. But yes, we've definitely seen that in the past over the years.
It has to be on
with
purpose.
intention, you know, intention to disrupt that person's wave, right of way on the wave, I think.
Well, just saying. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Macy was already in trouble because she came in late, didn't she, and had to try and redirect with a lip and just came unstuck. Still scores dropping in as it stands. Look at those numbers. 2 8s for Zoe, an 8.2 and a 7.33 for Sawyer. Laura's got 2 6s. One of them's a high one. So despite, you know, in most other heats, a 12.77 heat total. What was your heat total, Alyssa? Do you remember?
I think it was around 12 points.
Yeah, around 12 points, and that was a solid score. And in this particular heat, just the way the cookie crumbles, Laura still needing a big number despite posting 2 good scores. And Macy with a score to come in, now chasing like, well, a 9.6, almost a perfect ride. It's almost a combination of waves. So it's been such an incredible heat, full of high scores. And well, I might let Flick talk me through it because there's a lot to unpack here, and you're the perfect woman for the job.
Am I? All right, here we go. We've got a lot of waves and a lot of surfboard riding to get through, so we'll have a look first at Zoe Benedito's opening. Oh, this was her second wave. This was her 8-point ride. So she is, I sometimes talk about people having romances with waves, and I'm going to say it right here. I think Zoe has a romance with this wave right here, Ericeira. She's just looking like it's a match made in heaven. She just knows exactly what waves she wants out here. She's picking the ones that are really sort of giving her that open face. They're standing up properly, and she's also giving us that sort of variety that you look for. It's part of the judging criteria. You can see her weaving this through this section here. See the wave starting to steepen up a bit, and really just so much torque out of the top of that lip there. But yeah, she's got a convincing lead on this heat. With those 2 8-point rides. So that's the highest heat total of this event, but it's been a lot of high scoring waves in this heat, and this is Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand, absolutely going to town. She has a 7.33, and she is looking cool, calm and collected. She's looking very sure-footed on her board, just weaving her way through to the inside here. And yeah, she's looking very, very strong.
It's interesting, Alyssa, like, you know, Zoe yesterday, she had a real last-minute buzzer beater. She was literally 30 seconds away from being out of the event. And sometimes when you get that reprieve, does it help you think, okay, I've dodged the ball here, I'm going to make the most of it? Does that sometimes happen?
I mean, I don't know. It just depends. I feel like every heat is so different.
Right.
And, you know, especially out here, I feel like things can change so quickly. Like, waves come in the last second, sets come through, everyone gets a wave, and things can change around really quickly in the last minutes of the heat.
Gotcha. So, like the professional athletes, you sort of take one heat at a time, don't you? I forget about that. You actually ignore what's happened in the past because that doesn't help you, and you move on. I get you, yeah. But I'll tell you what, Zoe, having sort of, you know, got that confidence from that last-minute win, and she's taken it through to this one and absolutely smashed it, the highest heat total of the day so far. Going into the runnings, potentially for the EDP wave of the day as well, and she's got a lock on this heat. And now Laura and Macy both needing some huge numbers to get back in this heat. An 8.76 to 9.60. Don't know, Flick, is that a case of trying to get 2 waves and improve both your waves, or are you just going to have to try and get that a rare unicorn of a 9-point wave?
I think I've just got to echo what Alyssa said. You know, stranger things have happened. You know, you can count down to the last few seconds of the heat. It's going to be an incredibly hard task for Macy because she's sitting out there with third priority. However, Laura, on the other hand, she's got priority. So she actually is going to have, you know, first choice of wave that comes through. You've got to be thinking that if there is another exchange, she's definitely going to be standing up, and she needs an 8.76. So I don't think that's without reach, but It's going to be a very hard job for Macy right now. She's definitely going to put her saleswoman hat on and sell someone a wave so that she can move up in the priority rank. But right now, it's just looking as pretty on lock. Zoe and Sawyer have got signed, sealed, delivered almost. I mean, what would you do right now if you were Laura or Macy, Alyssa?
Me, I just paddle in.
I think you just have to wait for a good wave to come and, you know, hope that the ocean gives you one.
Yeah, just hope and pray. I suppose knowing that it's such a massive score, you just got to go for it in some respects. But, yeah, it's a difficult one. Just, so boxed in by the great surfing of your opponents. Not much you can do about it. But you just got to keep swinging, go down fighting at the very least. As we see Macy, she's tried to get a bit of distance from her opponents. Laura looking at that one. So she's got priority. This will be potentially her last wave of the heat. Macy just traveling inside. She has to go. So Callahan, defending champion, needing a massive number or 2 really good waves. You can just see there's not a lot going on. She's almost given up on that wave as being a solution to her problem. She's surfed really well, like some of those really shroupy turns. She looks smooth, but just haven't had the size of the waves or the amplitude of the manoeuvres of her opponents, and you can see the disappointment. She's going back out there hoping for a miracle. She probably knows deep down she's in a whole very, very difficult situation. Laura holding on to that priority, still out there, 2 minutes on the clock. She'll wait. You know, I suppose that's one thing. You're not going to go on any wave now. You're just going to wait for that, you know, the biggest set you can get your hands on. But yeah, it's looking less and less likely as that time ticks down.
Oh, for sure, especially when you've got someone out there sitting with 2 8s. Sawyer's got an 8.2 and a 7.33. You know, this is actually Zoe's 3rd excellent score of this event so far. In another opening round heat, I think she had the 8.5. So I really think I'm sort of making a big call here, but I really think that her surfing goes very, very well with this wave here. Right-hand point break. She's just got a very good read on it, and her wave selection has been absolutely on point. So for me, she's definitely one of the most informed women surfers that I've seen so far.
And Alyssa, well, I've got a bit of a break. What's on now? You need, obviously, coming up in your next heat. We'll keep an eye on things. But do you surf out here after the comp's finished? Do you have another surf in this break, or are you just chilling out? What's the plans for world domination?
I might go watch a couple of the boys' heats and then maybe go for a surf after. But yeah.
Just cruising, enjoying Portugal. And who's your posse?
I'm here with Matt Myers and our little crew, so it's like Nolan Raposa, Cole Hauschman, and Vahine. So we've all been kind of hanging out on the beach, cheering each other on, and yeah, it's been great.
Solid crew. Very solid crew there. Yeah, great surfers, good individuals. Out the back there, Laura.
by Estrella Galicia, brewed and bottled in Galicia, Spain since 1906. And by Visit Portugal, Europe's best surf destination.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back into the Challenger Series. We'll flip over to the men and check out the round of 32. And the stacked heats keep on coming. Stakes is high on a Wednesday afternoon in Portugal. Surfers looking to go deep into the event as we see swell lines out of the Atlantic continue to steam in here and offer opportunities. A good section of the tide right now as well. Out in the water, Jackson Baker inside the top 10, number 9 on the Challenger Series, snapping with some fizz and pizzazz already in this heat. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through this. Philippe Jervis, how do we like this opening effort from Jacko?
Yeah, it looks so spicy on that board. The waves are so fun right now. I think I'm gonna call it the best time of the tide, honestly, because it's just that finishing turn, that connection from the outside all the way through the inside is absolutely perfect. As we also had a wave for David Silva. This is a powerhouse. He's very strong on his backhand, as you can see, straight into a vertical first off the top. Nice foam climb. Unfortunately, the wave dies on him. But this guy, this Japanese surfer, Hiroto Hara, he has been ripping since the first round. It's really good to see him getting a couple hits done. Nice off the top, straight into another one. Those compressed bottom turns are so good. It just comes with so much speed off the bottom turn, and he's just, yeah, Hiroto is such a technical surfer. He's a really small surfer, but at the same time he's very technical. And different approach, also a bit of a small surfer, but definitely a different approach of Keanu. He tends to be a bit less technical, but more powerful. And he has been surfing really well since the first round as well, Paul. As we see here, a couple of nice cutbacks. Let's see if he can connect all the way through the inside. Just a couple of bumps, and he manages to finish this one off. So 4 points, the first wave of Keanu Wazing.
Yeah, so waves for everyone there. Just to remind you, out in the water right now, David Silva of Brazil, Jackson Baker, Australia, Hiroto Ohara from Japan, Keanu Singh from Hawaii. That's our quartet in the water right now. We'll take 2 of these through to round of 16, where at that point, later rounds, it starts to look like a result, depending, of course, on where you exactly are on the ratings in the Challenger Series. Surfers like Jackson Baker in the top 10 really need to consolidate here. Don't want to get overtaken on the back straight of the season, on the home straight. Just this event, one more to come on Challengers. It's all about taking heat by heat, delivering points for the panel. Baker's got a number to come in. We reckon it might be decent. O'Hara got the 5.17 early on. As you mentioned, impressive performance from Maroto. The carving on the rail from him is deadly. He's got so much strength in the legs, the glutes as well. I feel like this problem, and it's going to sound really obvious, just falls off too much, Hiroto. You see him a lot of times falling on heats, and he's either surfing brilliantly for 7s or better, or falling and getting 2s.
Yeah, it feels like it lacks a little bit of consistency. I think if he was a bit more consistent, he would be fighting for those spots to go on the tour. And unfortunately, as you said, he has a lot of ups and downs. Very good contests. No, not contests, but very good hits. But at the same time, he is able to have some absolutely shockers. So yeah, he needs to find that consistency,
and that seems to be the sort of magic ingredient across sports. But how do you improve your consistency? Is that just a training thing? Is it mental? Is it a combination of everything?
I think at a certain point it's 100% mental, because you look at the heats and everyone is absolutely ripping and everyone is a really good surfer. I think the mental aspect of the competition is going to be the main difference for those who get through the heats and those who don't.
Jacko had a look at a soft one on the inside, doesn't offer him much. He'll get a score though for his effort previous to that. That'll be a small throwaway number, but it might have something a bit more hefty to come in. Silva's got a 3. Keanu Singh gets a 4, and a solid number for Baker. See it on your screen there, 7.67, displacing some serious water. And as we picked up the kick out from that, you can see he's feeling it already. A solid number for him. Well done to Jackson Baker. That'll feel a lot better. Kickoff going close to the excellent range. Someone that found Good scores in the last heat. Well, excellent numbers. Again, Zoe Benedetto. She's standing by for an interview.
Yeah, boys, I have with me an informed Zoe Benedetto. I see total of the event. How do you feel?
I feel good. I was kind of just waiting around for my heat today, so I just wanted to like get my feet in the wax and in the water. So yeah, it feels nice to have a good heat.
On paper, that heat looked really hard. How do you concentrate in yourself and really just focus on making waves and making the right choices?
Yeah, that heat on paper, me and Sawyer actually talked about it right after the heat ended. It definitely is a hard one, so I was just like, you know, give it my best. I haven't had the best results on Challenger, just haven't really found my footing, so this definitely feels nice. But yeah, just trying to stay calm and relax and just breathe through the tough parts.
Only 2 rounds, you have 3 8s already. Looking for that 9?
Yeah, I'm excited. I just want to like, you know, keep doing what I'm doing, not overthink or stress anything too much. But yeah, I'm really just looking forward to round 16.
Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing really well, and congrats and good luck for the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Chico. Benedetto looking stoked. She's got plenty more where that came from. Her numbers are great, though. She'll want to keep that going with chat and consistency before the cross to that interview. She's been solid through the early rounds, potentially building up herself for a big result here in Portugal. Loads of surfing yet to come throughout this week as we're around about the midway point through our wait period. We're looking at David Silva, deadly on the backhand. A former CT surfer on a smaller wave, applies himself. He's gone back to more conventional equipment. He rode the sort of snub-nosed Tomo Slater designs in an earlier round. This one looks more like a regular shooter. And he's snapping it around with reasonable effect. Hasn't really been able to tee off on this wave. It is a softer one. And you can just see that from the line he's having to take between his turns. But he'll be patient. I'll tell you one thing for sure. Wow, any kind of opportunity that shows itself, he'll bare his fangs. And that's what he does here. Just clicking the board to squeeze maximum opportunity from a fairly mediocre wave.
Yeah, he started off actually quite well on the outside, and then he had a lot of downtime on that wave, but he actually paid off because he managed to get 3 turns on the inside. As you see here, he started off pretty strong with a nice snap off the top, and then hits it really strong on that one. Goes around the section, hits it again. David Silva is such a powerhouse. Every time he puts the board behind his back, you can just see that spray absolutely unleashing from the back of those waves. As we're gonna see a little bit of a downtime here, but he just connects on this lip line floater here, gets a lot of speed, and check this turn out. Wow, that's the spray we're used to see from David, and just pushing that back foot a little bit more on that one. Very well surfed by David.
Yeah, so good in those kind of conditions. Wow, here's a nice turn, a lot more rail involved in that. And he has to go around Silva there. That's Hiroto Ohara. And joining it up pretty nicely. Absolutely textbook stuff from him, though, on a, what are we saying, a chest-high wave. The rail game is so polished from him. There's nothing out of place at all, really. There's no jagged edges. Everything's smooth and seamless. There's plenty of power involved in it, too. Quite often talk about centers of gravity. His is a low one. He gets a fall on the inside. He already had decent work done. He has a quick look down the line. I'm not sure there was loads on offer in terms of the closing section there.
Yeah, but you know, judges do not like to see that because it feels like you're not in control, because he absolutely smashed that wave from the outside. But then if you fall, the judges will be like, why? You were doing a really good job. Just close the wave off and make sure you finish the wave off. So again, consistency. That's what we were talking about in the beginning of the heat. And yeah, Hiroto just showing us that he has the best and the worst in the possible, and he can go from the best to the worst in very few seconds.
All right, here goes Keanu Singh, pumping down the line, tries to get on the phaser. He really wants to get out here to a shoulder. Shoulders crumbling and running away from him. So another sort of semi-misfire really there from Keanu. Not exactly the kind of wave he was after. Baker with priority with a big number 767 if you're Jackson Baker. Are you looking to try and just get a 2 on the board as a backup, or are you waiting for some more qualities? We just pick up the replay of Keanu.
Yeah, will be. Yeah. If I was Jacko right now, as we see the replay of Hiroto, he started off really well with this huge carve, just holding that rail for a long time. He had to go around the Jackson Baker on that roundhouse cutback, and then it's pretty impressive how he keeps the momentum and the flow without doing anything. He compresses so hard every time he goes to the bottom turn, and that's why the board just moves differently from every other guy. Obviously, he's a little bit smaller, and he can go. And here, this is what are you doing here? Because he was about to finish that wave off, but this first carve, look at this, look at the technique, Paul. That's absolutely perfect. Just holds that rail for as long as possible, and the compression. That's one of the things that. Just impresses me the most about Hiroto is the compression every time he goes to the bottom turn. As we see here, Keanu Weising on a nice looking wave, started off with a couple nice turns on the outside. Let's see if he can connect this through all the way through the inside. Just, yeah, getting some momentum now. Lip line floater off the top, and that's where the wave gets better. Nice carving over there, and then a foam climb. And is he gonna be able to finish? Yep, he's finished the wave, and he actually surfed really good.
Yeah, that's a great wave from Keanu Weising. Showed us a bit of everything, loads of variety. He's just such a natural surfer, never struggles to find his maneuvers. Always seems to make good choices as well in terms of what maneuver to do, and he had the float on that wave. Quite often you see those lip line little projection floats just give a little kick of speed and join it all up together seamlessly. Really, really well done. This is an entertaining heat. He's going to get a good number here. O'Hara's already got a 5 in. He'll get another number. Baker's got a 7. David Silva just got a 6 as well for that strong finish. And these guys are going at it hammers and tongs right now. 16 on the clock. Numbers for Acing and O'Hara to come in. Already this one, a really enjoyable matchup. It'll just settle down a bit when we get more situations, when everyone's got 2 numbers locked in. We'll have an idea of exactly what surfers need to do to move up, but very entertaining so far. See the timing in this heat. Surfers that know how to put a wave together, and as you mentioned, that favorable stage of the tide, just stretching these sections out, and it really is multiple sections that keep on giving. O'Hara gets a 6.07 for those big turns done out the back. If he had got the finish, I think that probably would have been a 7 or so, possibly better, depending on how good that finish was. Meanwhile, a little woolly one from outside Pryor with Baker, and he's not interested at all, so he'll just let that go. Surfers with inferior priority status, similarly disinterested in that wave for good reason. It caps on the outside reef. This one might have a little bit more double up energy to it. Everyone just having a sort of slight meerkat look at it and realizing again, just let it go. Acing is a long way down the reef on the inside, making his way back out under 15 minutes, so beyond the halfway point in this heat. And we're all caught up with numbers. Silva now chasing a 4.24 for second. Max and Baker, he's got the high score. He's looking for just a 2.56. He's a bit patient about doing that. Lines on the horizon here, Philly.
Yeah, you were going back to the Jackson Baker's strategy. You know what? Yeah, he already has the best wave of the heat so far, so he's gonna be smart and make sure he goes on a good one. As he's looking at this one, it looks like it's gonna be a bigger and longer wave.
Here goes Baker, pumping off the bottom with speed. Wow, really nice snapping turn, using and another one stinging that hit right in the pocket. Really precise surfing, some deep water here, and a bit of navigation to do. And he'll look just to bring this through to an inside. There we go, build up some speed now with a section in front of him. Baker again into the lip with some drift. The control is really, really nice. He ain't done yet as well. He'll get a bonus section in here. Really? Building up for a 4th big maneuver for Baker, and he loves it.
That was a cool claim. That was really well surfed by Jackson. He already has a 7.67, so he's going to improve his situation a lot. And he's going to make himself comfortable from, I would say, from the 4th to the 1st position.
Yeah, 2.56 to get the second. Get himself looking for a 4-something for first. Let's get another look here, Philippe. What do we like about it?
Yeah, judges love when you start off strong on the outside, and he actually managed to get 2 really strong turns. And then he just, the wave kind of died on him, but he managed to do really well here. And the wave's going to wall up again right in front of him, and he compresses off the bottom turn. He didn't have a lot of momentum, but did really well, just pushing that back foot. And it felt like it was going to be a finishing turn, but out of nowhere, the wave just doubled up. He went around that white wash and he hits it one more time, and he claims it. He likes it. I liked it too. And yeah, Jackson must be happy. Look at this finishing turn, just pushing that back foot.
We'll wait for that number to come in. We speculated on his approach, exactly what he'd try and do next. Todd Marsh has been in his corner, coaching him. He's pretty happy with the way that panned out. Let's get a replay here of Silva.
Nice first snap, straight into a second one. That's sometimes the advantage of being on your backhand, because you can attack a little bit more vertical and just throws buckets of spray of each turn. And as we see, look at the drive. Out of nowhere, the wave just doubles up and attacks it really strong and finish it off really strong again. And that's worthy of a claim, definitely, because look at that. That's a really strong turn by David. Very vertical, very powerful. Look at this again, just pushing that back foot all the way through the inside. And he was happy with that one, Paul.
Yeah,
that was
really
well
good backhand combo to finish from Silva. The commitment to the turn, the speed, and just the linkage between them. We'll wait for those numbers to drop in. Already an entertaining heat. We've got just over 11 minutes of it remaining. A quick commercial break. We'll be back from Portugal real soon. Welcome back to live coverage of the Challenger Series in Portugal, and an absolute smoker of a heat has just, well, continued to bring us entertaining action. Massive number dropping in for the Goofy out of Brazil, David Silva. 9-point ride for David, 9 points for him as he belted a combination of beautiful turns on the inside. Judges double click on that action and waste very little time throwing him a solid, excellent number. Let's have another look, Philippe.
Yeah, I started off really strong on that first turn, straight into a second one. We've been seeing that the judges loving it, the 2 main turns on the outside. We know that they love that. And this transition, look at this. It just glides through nothing, and out of nowhere, the wave just walls up, and check out this turn. wow, really strong, very vertical, straight into a second one. Yeah, that's definitely the best wave of the contest so far. 9 points and very well served by the Brazilian surfer. He's always a threat on his backhand.
Absolutely deadly. That 9 puts him in second place. Jackson Baker still holding down the lead. 0.07 of a point in it. Baker with that lead. He's got a couple of 7s. His last wave, a 7-4 that he just dropped. So we talked about the patience of Baker. That's exactly what he showed us here. Just using some of that championship tour chops. That patience, waiting for quality, picking the eyes out of conditions. A couple of solid 7s for Jacko. David Silva with the 9. We've also got a 6 for Hiroto O'Hara. His requirement, he's an 8.94. It's going to be tough. But if he finds himself a quality wave, he does have the priority. His surfing is very much in that excellent category, the rail work particular. Just needs to run a quality wave. Keanu Essing, his task is actually slightly easier. He's got the high score, so 8.78 for Keanu at the moment. He's got second priority. So the good news is surfers chasing down numbers. They got first and second pick respectively over sets that come through. The bad news, they need excellent scores. They've only got 7 minutes to find them.
Yeah, and you're looking at the ocean. Everyone, the takeoff zone is pretty tight right now. Maybe Keanu is a little bit on the right side, a little bit deeper. But yeah, you look. There's a few opportunities out there still. We're gonna see. Probably getting a little bit challenging with the tide getting higher, but yeah, definitely we're gonna still have a lot of really good waves.
Checking out George Pittard taken to the water.
Oh, stacked
another
heat.
Great looking heat. Moffat in that one, Iwami as well, and our ratings leader on the challenges, Cole Helschman, is going to be a smoker of a heat. George Pittard, one of the stories really, I'd say, from the challenges this year. I'll be honest, didn't know loads about him before
Just
the challenges.
Showed up out of
Wasn't
nowhere.
watching regional events in the QS. He's absolutely ripping. Such a good, strong surfer. Part of that next wave of deep talent out of Australia. Meanwhile, a solid performer out of Brazil, already on a tear in this heat. Silva with a bit between his teeth there, looking to wash off the 6 if possible. Maybe even attack his 9. Let's see how he goes about it. Massive hanger of a turn on the backhand from him. And another. The rhythm is great from Silva as he just waits super patiently and then gives it the treatment as the section steepens up, puts the board right up there. Another really nice turn from him. David Silva's looking so strong. And my one question there would be, where was O'Hara with the priority? Why didn't he go that wave?
Yeah, no one was actually Jackson Baker is looking at it, but David had the 3rd priority. So look at this. He just top to bottom, pristine surfing. His timing is so good. Look at this, just waiting for the right time to attack the leap, and wham! That's why there's so much water, because it puts the board on the right place at the right time, and that just, imagine being an opponent and looking at this wave and see buckets of spray every single time he does a turn. Even this one, a bit of a foam climb on the lip there, and yeah, very well served. Definitely, he only had the 3rd priority, so might have been a little bit of a mistake for the other surfers. There's so much power on those turns. It's absolutely incredible. I really enjoy watching him surf. Do you think he's going to improve on that 6 point? Maybe, because that turn in the middle of the wave was really, really strong.
Yeah, judges will assign a number to that. 4.5 on the clock. It looks like he is improving. And a chance to go to the lead here for David Silva. You do have to ask a question, really, of O'Hara and Essing. Where were they? Why didn't they go that wave? It looked like a good one when it stood up, and it looked good by the score that's coming through. David Silva's number could well improve his overall standing in this heat. He's making the heat in seconds. He's about to go to 1st place, though. And he's put on a bit of a clinic here. 4th wave for him. Won't be excellent, but it'll be close to it. Be up there in the 7s, just waiting for one more judge to lock in. 7.23 for him. Huge total, 16.23. Massive numbers for the Brazilian David Silva. And a bit of a masterclass of how to time waves, how to throw spray. Link it all together with the flow. Speed and power very much checked off from that list as well for David Silva. Baker then goes into second, healthy total of his own, 15.07. And it's this guy here who's really just turning up the quality. And look at his numbers. Started off with the 3, the 6, and then that 9 and the 7, 2, 3. And that flag is something that we're familiar with on Portuguese shores. It's been a happy hunting ground for Brazilian pro surfers down the years. Fans of Brazilians will be pretty happy with the way things are panning out. And this heat so far, still 3 minutes to go, and expect to see a bit of quality from O'Hara and Acing should their opportunity come through. They've been a bit patient here, and what they need more than anything else is a bomb here, Philippe.
Yeah, they need one of those waves that can connect all the way from the outside to the inside with that bit of a wall to work with and just attack the lip as strong as possible, exactly like what David Silva did. So yeah, it's gonna be tough because 2 minutes and a half remaining. There's not too much time. As you see the recap, this guy started off really strong. Jackson Baker is 7.67 on this first wave. Really well served. It looked very lively, very sharp. The board looks really good because he's a big guy and he's just floating throughout these sections. Look, just pushing a lot of power, putting a lot of power in each and every turn. As you see here, he's gonna finish this one off really strong again. Wow, just pushing that tail, drifting those fins. He's been surfing really good, but this guy, he has been a menace. Look at this backside. Wow, a lot of power straight into a second one. A lot of water coming out of those turns. It just glides through the dying sections. As you see here, look at this. There's no wave at all, and it just gets, instead of, it not only gets through, it gets speed to attack this section. Woo, a lot of power on those 2 turns, and the transition in between turns, everything just, yeah, that's why it's the best wave of the heat so far. So, and the best wave of the event as well, and he backed it up with this 7.23, a combination of some really big turns as well. Once again, just waiting for the right moment to attack the lip like this. Check the spray on that one. A lot of water coming from behind that turn, and just, yeah, it looks so alive. And every time he puts the board up there, there's so much expression and power and everything. He's doing everything fine, and look at this. Just finished that one off, and he's got to be happy with his performance. He's got to be happy with the waves he's catching. And he's got to be happy to be in the first place, Paul.
Silva going through the gears here. Final minute now, and pressure right on Hiroto O'Hara. Big set standing up. He's got first priority. Acing has second. O'Hara needs a wave. He needs a 9-point ride right now. That requirement's gone up. This one is stretching out and running away from him. You realize there's no scoring potential there after waiting an eternity, after letting David Silva go on away, which turned out to a 7-2-3. Arnold basically just stretch and run away from him. Here's Keanu Acing. He's looking for an 8-8-4 with this. 20 on the clock. He's in motion here. Bit of white water on the face. Just loosen up with that rail and look to bring it to an inside. I haven't seen him do massive damage in terms of maneuvers thus far. What's he got for a finish? That was strong, nice and sparky and crisp. And again, ooh, whippy bottom turn. A couple of nice re-entries with a searing carve and a strong finish, so really well surfed. Asked a question of the panel, not quite sure it's going to go right up high into the excellent range where it needs to be, but it's a well-surfed wave from Keanu Acing. And what an entertaining heat that was, mate.
Yeah, so many high scores and so much good surfing. We saw a lot of really good waves. Even this one, it's a 5.87 for Keanu. It doesn't change anything, but still very well surfed, as we see. David Silva just praying a little, thanking God for that amazing performance. And as you see, Keanu just dealing with those inside rocks. I'm pretty sure he's pretty used to rocks. It's not a big deal for him. But yeah, everyone surfed really good on that heat. Everyone did some very good scores.
Yeah, really impressive. David Silva nailing that heat, as did Jackson Baker. This guy on your screen gets through in second with a couple of 7s of his own. Loads more to come from those two. Serving a bit of notice to the field about the power surfers out here and how well that approach to surfing translates to Ribeira Dilas. More live action from the Challenger Series in Ericeira on a sunny afternoon with plenty of waves on the reef. We'll be right back.
Yeah, the wave's really fun. It's a long right-hand point break, and it feels really comfortable because I'm on my backside, so I enjoy it a lot. And yeah, every year there's waves, so I'm always looking forward to it. Yeah, my new goal right now is to win the rankings, and yeah, so it's something for me to chase and put some pressure on. And yeah, it's good to compete and have some fun, so looking forward to being back here and competing. Yeah, it's crazy. It's been my dream since I started surfing was to qualify for the championship tour, and now that's a reality. It sometimes doesn't seem real, you know. Every other couple of mornings I wake up and I have to like remind myself I'm on the championship tour. But yeah, I mean, I worked really hard and it's exciting, so it's just cool to see all the hard work paying off and dreams coming true. But now it's like the work starts now, you know. It doesn't get easier, it just gets harder, and yeah, have to put my head down and keep going.
Dreams becoming reality on the Challenger Series as the likes of Cole Hauschman step up onto the Championship Tour for 2024 right now on the Challenger Series in a 4-man heat. He'll feature against a couple of Aussies, Moffat and Pitar, also taking on the Japanese surfer Tenchi Iwami, and half an hour for these guys to post numbers on the board. A nice moment there. The veteran Keanu Singh with congratulations for Jackson Baker, who keeps alive here on the Challenger Series. Crucially, just fell off tour. 2 spots shy of the cut is where he fell foul by the time we wrapped up in West Oz earlier in the season. Giving a good account of himself on the Challengers, coming into this in the top 10. Here's George Pitar early on.
Yeah, he decided to go on this little insider. I totally understand, because he wants to stay active and make sure he has something on board straight away. And he actually did really well. It's only a 5-point, but still, it could be his backup from now on, and now he just has to wait for a bigger wave. But he's really good. He's such a technical surfer. Look at that. Just pushing that back foot, drifting the tail, a little bit of a board slide. The nose almost got on the water, but he managed to do really well.
The nose almost hit the reef. I mean, that was way underwater there. It's not deep there. That is the technical aspect of surfing that he will bring, and late on waves, late in maneuvers, he'll push it really hard, which is why he's getting good points. And you've got to be saying a 5-point ride. That wasn't a great looking wave. Well surfed. Meanwhile, a bit more down the line juice to this thing from Iwami, and he's teeing off here. Just opens up. Holds that rail turn with an extended body and a violent turn from him that he recovers from, and he ain't done yet. Ribera can do this. If you make that turn that looked like it could be a finishing turn, it'll give you a little run up right through the inside at this stage of the tide. It's exactly what Iwami's got here. And pushing really hard for the finish. Will just lose the tail. You see the grimace from him of disappointment. But I'll tell you what, it'd be some tired legs on him. He surfed that wave a long way.
That was a really long wave. He actually did really well. It feels like every Japanese has such a beautiful style. Look at that. They're so technical, everything is perfect, except here. He's got to make a little bit of a mistake. Oh, he almost got the rail in there, but that just set him up for this one. A lot of a big explosion, as you said, Paul, and he just kept on going. Look at this. He has to be already tired from his legs, that's for sure. Nice roundhouse cut back, and yeah, imagine if he pulled that one off. Unfortunately, got stuck on the finishing turn. That's a little bit of a mistake by Tenchi Iwami, but very well surfed wave. I really like his style. I really like his composure and timing. He did pretty much everything okay, and just that finishing turn, unfortunately, got stuck. But as you can see on the replay, just the wave was so long. It just kept on providing him ways to score a bit more, and this is the bit of a mistake that we see. It decides to throw those fins and unfortunately gets stuck on the top of the wave and doesn't ride out. But yeah, I think that's got to be a pretty good to average score, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that was knackering just watching it, just absolutely slicing that thing apart. Relentless from him. The movement is all over the wave, up and down, committing the board to the water, and now a long paddle back out as well. Let's see what his rewards are from the panel. It's just a 4.6, so not a huge number for a fair bit of physical expenditure on that wave. Pitar with that 5. It's just those two with rides locked in thus far. Cole Hauschman, who we saw in that package there, just waxing lyrical about how stoked he is to be on tour. A dream of his since he started surfing. He's made that dream a reality by virtue of just stunning performances, really, and a real display of power. And generally, we look at the Championship Tour, we think of the better quality venues, and do think about surfers with that bigger physical stature and how well they might translate those kind of ways. And both him and Jacob Willcox, who we saw get his confirmation confirmed this morning, you think both of those surfers could translate really, really well to some of the more powerful waves on the CT?
Oh, definitely. Cole Hausman is such a big guy, and especially on his backhand, he's so strong. And you look at the venues for the 2024 CT, and you look at it, and it's you got a Margaret River, you have Bells Beach, so many big waves.
Someone has already got CT experience and showed us some CT level surfing in his last heat. Massive numbers for David Silva. He's with Joanna Garnell.
David, such impeccable surfing right there. Your backhand is completely lethal. You had the highest single score of the day so far and the highest combo too. What's going through your mind right now?
This waves is really, really good now. I have a good memory for here for the good result. And then the hit is start strong because Jackson is start for 7 point, and then he rotated a 5.5, and then I take more relaxed, I take so good and one good waves, and then they start for the 6, and then after okay, again to the hits again, and then go to use more relaxed, and then go to take out the 9 is oh my God, now is good. And then after the 9, I think the guys is not going to the wave and then go to the 7.2, and then I'm very happy to take for the good waves.
We can call you a veteran by now, absolute legend. How do you look at these new coming surfers that are on the scene right now?
I look for the more, and the Oki is the same backhand, and then I'm very happy to take for the 2 good waves, and yeah, I'm very happy.
Do you want to say something in Portuguese?
Yeah, thanks so much. Cara, muito obrigado a todos aí pela torcida, a toda a minha família, minha esposa, as minhas filhas, Júlia e Bela, que estão em casa assistindo. E é isso, muito amarradão de ter passado, vamos tudo para a próxima aí.
Congratulations, we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, Silva looking absolutely lethal. Tell you what, you would not want to be drawing him in a heat out here in these kind of conditions. He looks so tuned in, competing well, surfing great. Here's Moffat. What's he got for us? Here he goes, trying to come from behind. Puts a bit of athleticism with a spring in his step into a foam climb to eventually get out on the face. And then a little stinging hit from him with release on the tail. Throwing up a few shapes and then getting real patient. A little slightly flamboyant flick on the tail, just waiting for the wave to stand up. Now, start pumping this thing over some deep water. A little speculative look. Back inside, it'll fade back left, a little whipping turn, it'll actually surf left here. So a couple of backhand hits from Moffat. Exactly the kind of way you would have hoped that wave panned out when he paddled into it. Let's see what Pitar's got. Great first turn. Love the way he puts the board up there. It's right over dry reef, taking incredible risk. All right, here's Hausman, the powerhouse, and a massive hit from him. And even the way he kicks the board out.
You know, it's something good out the back. You know he did something good out the back just for the dismount. We're going to see the replay of that as we see him upper riding. Those white-washy waves normally tend to wall up like this. Huge turn and straight into another. There's so much water. It's so beautiful. His style is so pristine, and his timing is, I think his timing is probably one of the best timings, especially on your backhand. He just waits the right moment to attack and just push that back foot, and that's got to be one of the best waves of this heat so far. That was really well served.
Just the power is just extreme. He's almost got, I feel like compared to some surfers, sort of double the wattage in some of these turns. Look at that, how much board there, Billy, going through the lip.
Yeah, he just compresses on the bottom turn really hard. Even though he's a big guy, he just compresses really hard. It puts that board just vertical and pushes really hard on the back foot. As we see Dylan Moffat, he actually managed to go around the section, hits it really strong. A little bit of a fin release on that one, foam climb to go around the section. This wave kind of died off on him, and he actually had to redirect, and he was trying to get on the inside section, but he looked at it and he felt like, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing good here. I'm gonna turn left and do a couple turns. That's exactly what I did. Nice first snap, straight into a second finishing turn, so very well served by Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, not going to be a great number for him though. The 3-5 in for him. So scrapping around for that number and going in all sorts of different directions. And you can't help but make the comparison immediately the way behind from Hausmann, who just absolutely smashed it. This was good stuff as well from Pitart, swinging around on the rail.
Yeah, he started off really well on that first turn, and then we're going to see him just pushing really hard. That's a really good wave. Again, Dylan Moffat went on the first wave of the set, and we all know the second and third one usually tend to be better, as we see George just going to town on this, just top to bottom, pristine surfing, such a great style, very light on his feet, but at the same time very powerful. So very well served by George. Look at the lines on the back. The swell is supposed to be dropping, and it feels like it's getting bigger.
Yeah, the incoming tide just gathering this swell on the refit at Ribeira-Dilla. Still went for number 4, Hausmann. I've got a good feeling it's going to be a hefty one. Hausmann's middle of your screen there, just duck diving under a solid bit of white water. This one about twice as big as anything we've seen for a little while. This is the beginning of the last heat. 6.33 drops in for Pitart. Top of the point here. Looks like Iwami, what's he got for us? A meaty wave, a great looking section, attacked it hard, straight into the lip. Get foamy and a bit deep here. And he'll swing and just crack one back and just whip it into the pocket. And then this is where he wants to see some double up. And he'll be kind of scanning and looking for exactly where that's going to happen as he just paces himself and sets it all up. Being patient here. And just waiting for a little run up through this section right now. Cracks the lip, and again throws up the arms. He'll need a good finish here, which he gets. So some nice solid surfing on the inside. Meanwhile, Hausmann wasting little time to get the back up. And what's he got for us on the inside? Looking for a finish of his own, and he'll tag that one. He'll go real close to Iwami.
Guess who was on the second wave of the set again? He knows that. I'm pretty sure he knows that the second one is always better. And even though Tenshi Iwami wave was really good, it's going to be interesting to see the replay on Cole Hausmann, because he occupied the whole beach. He started off from the very deep part of the wave all the way through Alibaba's little beach break, as you see here. Again, second wave of the set. A little bit of a whitewash, but look at the wall. Wow. A lot of power on that one, straight into a nice backside carving. I really like his style and composure and timing. It just waits for the right moment. Look, again, just waiting for the wave to wall up so he can push a little harder on that back foot. We're going to see some bigger turns on the inside. I think this is going to be a really big one again. Wow, a lot of spray on that one, and another snap. It's just non-stop surfing, and very, very critical by him. He had to deal with the surfer in blue there, but he managed to do really well. We also had Pitart out the back on the third wave of the set. Nice first carve. Look at this one, is a clean one, straight into a little bit of a mistake. That happens a lot here in Ribeira. Every once in a while we see a guy go for a foam climb and fall. This guy, he started off really strong on the outside. And then you can see just a bit of a whitewashy wave, but we know what he did on the inside, Paul, and he actually did really well. The wave just walled up really well. He had to maintain speed, he had to maintain momentum throughout this slow part of the wave, as we're gonna see the wave wall up and get steeper right in front of him for those finishing turns here. Again, off the top, getting more speed out of that one, straight off the top again, and then just waits for the right moment to attack the finishing turn. And really good surfing by the surfer in blue, the Japanese surfer. So big scores coming in, I think.
Yeah, frenzy of activity there. The judging panel there, nimble fingers getting to work on their keypads. Let's bring some numbers in. Hausmann, guess what? He's gone excellent. 8.4 for his opening ride. Big, muscular, powerful turns from the big man. And an 8.4, the reward from the panel. Meanwhile, we get a quick commercial break here. George Pitart is in the lead at the moment of a really interesting heat. The waves are pumping in Ericeira. Stay tuned.
puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, trains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
Schedules out for 2024 on the Championship Tour. One thing we know for certain, Cole Hausman's going to be on that tour, and he's earned his spot, and he's done it with fine style. He's qualified early right now. Before he focuses on that, he's looking to win this tour. He's winning this heat right now. A couple of big numbers for the Goofy, an 8-4 early on for him, a 7 to back that up on a much smaller wave, and it is just relentless, the amount of power and spray he can get out of waves. And he can't help but make unfavorable comparisons with surfers who take off and, yeah, do pretty decent surf, and then all of a sudden, right behind them, he just literally obliterates the waves before your eyes, and that's why he's been getting huge numbers all season on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and that's why he's going to get huge numbers on the CT Series next year, I think, because he's such a powerhouse. I'm really curious to see, because we were looking at the schedule. You have Bells Beach, you have Punta Roca, El Salvador. Imagine Cole Hausman on that little right-hander. It's going to be so deadly, and there's so many good right-handers on tour, and obviously as a good footer, he's probably looking at Fiji, because it's right back on tour, and I really think it's going to be one of the best contests. I love. It's one of my dream goals for my life to surf Cloudbreak. I don't think I'll be able to. Who knows? You know, to surf it as a good footer is one of those places that you really want to tick it off the bucket list. But who knows? You know what? Cole will be there, and hopefully he'll be performing, and everyone else will be performing. As you see, Dylan Moffat up and riding on a nice-looking wave.
Just over 8.5. On the clock, Dylan Moffat swinging hard, snapping, and again, nice amplitude to the surfing as he'll look to try and bring this in to an inside. So Moffat in 4th place, not where he wants to be, just in one wave. It's been a meek showing from him so far, just 3.5. This is much better from him. And he'll look to just continue here. Nice and quiet from him as he just waits, super patient. He'll definitely want to finish. This wave will count in his top 2. He's quite a hefty number to move up. Maybe a board change here as he brings that in. Let's just stick with that. Of course, Cloudbreak coming in as the final event of the season. There will be the mid-season cut before that, Philippe. So Hausman, the first order of business. He's got to make the cut first to be able to surf in Fiji. Looks like we've got a board change here. So Moffat bringing that one all the way in. The signal's gone to the squad. He's back on the beach. And a quick change for him. He doesn't look overly hurried with this. Just want to take your time here, particularly getting back, dealing with some of these rocks. That stage of the tide where you're just about covering the rocks on the inside, so they're very much in play here.
It's buckled.
Okay, so you can see that right the way.
Oh, that's a big buckle.
Both rails through the stringer. That's a proper one. He would have felt that on the wave, actually. That thing would have been sort of squirreling around the front foot.
Yeah.
So pretty solid crease from him. Some encouragement for the board change. We like that. And Moffat back at it. That wave will count for him. He needs a 7.83 to move up. The second 7 minutes on the clock. Let's have another look here. Where did the buckle come, you think?
That was a really first nice turn. And then I'm trying to see. I don't think it was there. That was a really good turn because he put an extra spice on it, just pushing that back foot. Otherwise, it will be just a normal turn. but he did really well. Maybe here, when he came back, right there, probably, I don't know. Yeah, it was there, probably. He was looking at it, so he knew that he buckled on that finishing turn. So, yeah, it's going to be, that's an interesting call, because you just feel it right away, don't you? Like, you know that the board will not work anymore, and that was a big, big crease.
He made it look pretty seamless, though. This is a replay of George Pittar, currently in second place.
Yeah, he has been surfing really well, really fast, really energetic on his surfing. You see a lot of arm movement, a lot of body movement every time he goes there, and every time he attacks the lip. A little bit off balance throughout the whole wave, but still well surfed. Nice first snap, straight into a nice carving, and just waiting for the wave to wall up. Unfortunately, the wave doesn't allow, it allows him to attack that lip really strong on that one, but he tried to force it a little bit of a foam climb there, and sometimes it's better, especially here in Quebec, it's just better to push a cut back instead of doing a foam climb, because if you don't have enough speed, you're going to be stuck behind.
This one settled down now to 5.5 on the clock number in for Moffat. It's much better, 5.53. He's brought his total down now. He's got a new board. He'll get the lineup soon. He'll pick up fourth priority, and he's looking now for a 5.81. Much more reasonable number for him to try and achieve. 4.83 is the requirement for Tenshi Iwami. Sits in third right now. Pittar, his momentum from his first two waves at the moment good enough for second place. Hausman, just the two waves ridden by him or he, and both of them were bangers. The first one was really impressive. 8.4 for him. Let's check the story of this one via the recap. And it's George Pittar who came out and did a bit of early damage here.
Yeah, he started off really strong with his 5-point ride. Just as I said, energetic. You see a lot of body movement, a lot of he likes to stay active on the wave, and that's really good. The judges love that. Just keep that momentum and keep that flow. And yeah, but you know what? Every time you see Cole Hausman on a wave behind Josh Pittar, as you see, it's just attacking that lip. It's just such a good surfer. So these basics are really good. Just comes off the bottom, straight into the top. Nice style, very light on his foot, but this guy, the powerhouse from San Clemente, every time he attacks the lip, you see buckets of water. This is an 8.4, guys. Just a combination of some really, really strong turns. And Cole just showing why he's #1 in the rankings. Check out this finishing turn, very strong, pushing that back foot, just showing everyone why he's on the first. No man, he's so powerful. It's not even that big, and it feels like it doesn't have. It feels like it doesn't have a weak part of his surfing. Just every time he attacks the lip, look at the spray on this one. So much water coming, and the judges love that. Just non-stop speed, power, and flow. That's exactly what you want as a surfer and as a competitor. And yeah, Cole Hausman just ticking those boxes really, really well.
All right, live action here. Let's pick it up. Pittar currently second spot. Gets a little caught behind after his flick down out of the lip. To get back on the face, couldn't do it. 3 minutes on the clock. Number coming for Pittar. If he bests a 5, he'll improve. If he doesn't, it's as we were. So Tenshi Iwami looking for a 4.83. That is not a big number. Here goes Moffat. He's looking for a 5.81. Opens up with a nice ripping snap. And again, there's another one. Committing that rail, torquing the upper body. Another nice injection of spray into the atmosphere. Throws in slightly different body shape in the form of a layback to that turn. And still cracking the whip here. Sliding out the tail and a solid finish. Talk about combos. I tell you what, he's asked a question of the panel here. Over 2 to go. 5.81 that requirement. Some really nice maneuvers from Moffat.
Which priority was he? It was like 4th priority, right? Because he just caught the wave. He did that 5.53, and out of nowhere, he just got one of the best waves of the heat so far. Look at the scoring potential on that wave. Nice first scarf, straight into another, pushing really hard on that one, and then he knows he has to make nice scarf, and now he knows right now he has to mix it up, otherwise it would get a little repetitive. He did a little bit of carving layback in there. Just throwing a couple of cutbacks, just making sure he's on the right move to attack the leap to that finishing turn. So 5.81 pole. That was under priority of everyone. We also had this guy, again, just every time he attacks the lip. Look at the just pushing that back foot. Look at the transition in between turn. Every time he goes around the section, he just gets more and more speed. That's such a tight hit right now. Very good start from the Japanese surfer, straight into off the top. Unfortunately, he gets caught up.
Oh, it's going to cost him. He needed that. He needed a wave. He only looking for 4.83. Is well on his way to it there. That was before that last action that we saw, though. So we do numbers here. Final minute. This one setting up for a really tight, tense finish. Hausmann, we're getting a number for him, the leader. Will he extend his lead? Let's find out soon. This guy, Iwami, only needed a 4.83. And he opened up with a solid turn and then falls. And a score for Moffat. This will mix things up here. And it's bad news for Pitar. Moffat goes 7-2 on the backup board after creasing towards the end of his previous wave. The equipment change snaffled an opportunity. And with 30 on the clock, Pitar now has got a problem. He needs a 6.41. He's got less than 30 seconds. Tenchi Iwami looking for 6.24. The requirement for the chase and pack, and nerves of steel there really for Moffat, who didn't have much going in this heat in terms of momentum. Got that 5.53 on the wave that he broke his board, and all of a sudden he smashed out a 7 with some brilliant rhythmic surfing through and inside. All right, chance for Pitar here. 6.41 the requirement, as we'll count down. That's the horn. A smaller wave, he had to go it, and he'll get a little sticky here. And not really the energy that he would have wanted from this wave. And that 6.41 feels some way away from what we've seen thus far. Really nice turn to finish, but overall just a little bit lacking in energy, that wave from out the back. He'll still keep going though meanwhile here. Let's stick with him. Doing some good maneuvers on the inside as this thing gets small and goes real close to the reef. So first question is, was that 6.41 from George Pitar?
Yeah, you can see by his body language, he knows that it's not, because it was a smaller wave. He surfed it really well. He actually managed to do some big turns, but unfortunately a bit of a smaller wave. And we already saw some really big scores on some really good waves. So I don't think that's going to be enough for George. But you know what, Dylan, he had the third priority when he took off on that 7 points. So where are both George and Tenchi? Because they needed that wave, and out of nowhere, Dylan just changed the whole situation.
Impressive performance from Cole Hausmann, qualified for the championship tour, and just absolutely blitzing heats in Ericeira. Moffat as well, surfing well to get himself out of trouble. We can get a quick commercial break. Another great looking heat hitting the water. Fred Morais is going to bring Mundy and Alves in for the call. Stay tuned.
Isto é um projeto ambicioso, é um projeto de alta competição. acho que está bem claro o que é que estamos aqui a fazer. Eu sabia que ia ser duro.
Me dijeron que para la tibia rota, ya dije, no puede ser. Otra vez, no.
Obviamente es un camino muy largo.
Cuanto más desafíos tengas, igual más mejoras.
Tengo muchísimo a entrenar.
Sin parar.
Pessoal, aqui o start é assim, estão altas ondas, não há desculpa. Eu quero esta disputa e a simulação do que rola no CS, então vamos simular da melhor forma possível.
E é a nossa última oportunidade.
Sorte não vai ser o suficiente.
Welcome back to the beautiful drone shot of the contest site. One of the great contest sites in professional surfing, I would say. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined by Chico Alves. Mate, we've had waves pumping. We've got your friend and one of Portuguese's iconic surfers, Frederico Morais in the heat. You've got to be feeling pretty happy about yourself right now.
I am. I really want him to make the tour again. I don't want to be biased, but I think he works really, really hard, and he's so committed to the sport, and he's so important for the younger generations coming from Portugal to be inspired by Frederico.
And has he been improving? Is his surfing getting better, do you think?
Yeah, I feel like the first heat he had here in Ribaradilhas was really important. I think I just feel he break a bit of a curse surfing at home. And a break that he surfs so well. He has competed here over the last of probably 12 years. And yeah, it's great to see Fred surf Ribaradilhas. And I know he wants to do well here.
He does, but he won't have it easy because another big heat. And I've got Kyan Martin, Bali-based Swede, who surfed really well yesterday. Reef Hazelwood, who, for my money, one of the best surfers in the business. But it's Leo Cassel, the Brazilian who paddles for that and just pulls it off. I mean, just couldn't quite make it. Yeah, Reef Hazelwood is one of, an incredible free surfer. And here he goes. That's Reef, the goofy footer from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. Massive air game, big rail game, loves the big waves. Just hasn't been able to put himself in excellent waves over the course of his career. But here he goes. It's a good start. Looking like he's got some fresh juice. That black board looks smart. And if you can get a roll on this kid, he's such a phenomenal technique. And there he goes. There's the progression. And that's a brilliant start from Reef. So Hazelwood just getting off. Had a few cracks at the CT, a few wild cards. Always does well. Got a start in Durban, I think 2 years ago, and made it to the semis. He's absolutely electric, massive aerialist. And it's really good to see him in this Challenger Series where he can do some real damage. He's got off to a strong start.
Yeah, for sure. That's when he got the sponsor actually after that comp. So Reef here, nice snap off the top there. As you said, the blackboard looking really electric, and looks like probably an epoxy under his foot, but looks really good. Looks like it has a bit of volume under his foot, and he's helping him on these flatter sections of the wave. And I think the last turn was the best one. The finishing turn, this one, blows the fins out 4.33 for the first one of Reef. And okay, the 4.33 was this one, the first one he got. Quick snap up the back, floats and blows the fins out for a tail throw reverse. So wow. Nice technical turn there. That's really hard to do on your backside, and especially in Ribaradilhas, that section wasn't the best for that turn, and he did such a good job on it. As we see,
yeah, live action, Kyan Martin fanging down the line, looking for a section here to unload. There's a lot of surfing in Canggu in Bali. Just comes around the corner. He's still got a lot of speed. These waves are standing up. Nice little click. Coming down towards the rocks. Finishes off with a nice roundhouse. So Martin off to a strong start as well. Just leaving the Brazilian Leo Casal out there at the back, the goofy footer. Yes, the Hazelwood manufacturing a score out of nothing. And this is the first turn, Chico.
Yeah, big first turn there. Putting a lot of pressure on that back foot, and a lot of downtime here. He really had to work hard to get into the face of the wave again. But yeah, he kept zigging and zagging here on the inside, and he made sure he finishes it off. Another click on the lip there, winds up again, gets a finish. I just feel like these last few turns, they were just a way to finish this wave off, because he knew that first turn was really good. Look at this big section out the back, and bang, blows the fins out, compresses when he lands, gets really low, and here it's you can tell, you can see the urgency for him to reach the face of the wave again. And we have Fred with priority out the back.
Yeah,
and
Fred
a 6-point right for Reef for that one.
Exactly, Chico. He's backed up that one turn, sort of backhand fins blast, 4-3-3. We haven't seen much of that type of surfing on this wave. The wave doesn't, you know, allow it all the time. In some conditions he can, but haven't seen a lot of it. So something, a point of difference, and then smart surfing from Reef.
Yeah, and I saw the wave. We were watching the wave, and I was like 4-3-3, and I thought it was. I missed something. So, yeah, for sure, it was a bit higher than that.
Yeah, and speaking, we got some scores down on the beach. We got the winner of the last heat with Joanna Garnell.
Yes, that's right. We're just talking hairstyles right now, and you were telling me all about your previous hairstyles. Let's get into that.
Yeah, I just kind of been having fun with it lately, and I had pink camo and before this, but I think I bought the wrong product because it all washed out in like 2 days. So I might go to the store later and dye it pink or something. So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow I'll have something new.
Yeah, we want to see something special from our first qualified surfer for the CT.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll surprise you guys. I'm not sure what I'll do. I kind of ran out of ideas, so if anyone has any ideas, let me know.
Well, that was a really, really fun heat to watch. Was it as fun to surf?
Oh, yeah, it was super fun. I had a bit of a slow start for my liking and let a few waves go kind of easy, but opened up with the 8, and that always feels really good, and then just tried to back it up quick and got the 7. So, yeah, super stoked on the heat. Didn't need to catch too many waves, and, yeah, just moving on, so that's always good.
And how are you going to spend the rest of the day?
Yeah, just cruising with the boys, hang out, go back to the house, rest, and then go out to dinner and get a table for 12 with all of us. So, yeah, it's been fun.
Big party. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Joanna. Thanks, Cole. Yeah, that's a man who's very relaxed, you know, coming into this event with his CT qualification already in the bag. His 2 heat scores have been up in the excellent range. He's been surfing at a different level than most of his competitors. He's looking at a new haircut. He wanted some ideas for the new haircut, Chico. What would you sort of offer up for a Hausman hairdo for tomorrow?
I don't know. If it was long, we had a lot of options.
Yeah, it's not long.
It's not long at all, so only I think we can go with colors on that one.
Just colors?
So, yeah,
Mohawk?
What?
Mohawk?
Maybe, as we see Leo.
Yeah, last year's the defending champion, Leo Fioravanti, the Italian, surfed well yesterday. Obviously has a big stake in this event. Won it last year, also has a house up on the hill, so spends a lot of time in Ericeira. And he's up against Justin Bechet. So Justin is a French surfer. He's been doing really, really well actually on the European qualifying series, getting a bit of mojo back. Real powerful surfer. And he's another man with a bit of power. It's Leo Casal, Brazilian, looking for a start here to get something on the board. 19 minutes gone, hasn't had a wave as yet. This is his first one of note. Just doing those little zigzags. Backhand a little bit harder to make these turns look functional, but there he goes. Starts to wind up. Really good body torque. See, he twists out of that. A bit frustrated the wave didn't supply anything. So he'll go out and start again. Looks like Freddie. Kickash, well, we know he's a patient man. Takes his time, doesn't get rushed or anything, and right now he's using that priority. Fred's not going to get sort of snuck into any battles. He just wants the best waves. That's his MO. Always has been, always will be.
Yeah, he's really good with his wave selection, especially here in Quebradillas. And with this type of waves, he knows what type of wave he's looking for. As we see a bit of a look of Fred, decides not to go, and Kian.
Yeah, Kian pounces, and there's a sort of another top turn through the lip. Second turn is a roundhouse cutback. Third is a smaller variation of the second. And now he starts to wiggle, looking for this section down by the rocks. Smooth on the eyes, Keanes. He's got a nice style, projects down the line. And now he's seen some action. dealing with this foam, and dealing with it, and it eventually actually deals with him. So Martin, that's why Fred didn't take off on that wave. An example where he knew that it didn't have the potential that you know, it had one good section out the back, but nothing down the line, and Freddie, he elected not to go.
Yeah, it started off strong. This turn was great. He had the steep section out the back, but then, as he said, the wave just kept kind of running away from him. So, and got a little too small for what he was looking for. And here is when he started to chase this wave up and couldn't really do anything else on it. So I don't think it's going to be a big score, but all of the score is going to come from that first turn out the back. 387 for this one, so I think Kian looking for probably a better number. And Leo with a bit of a rough start as well. Made the mistake, the priority mistake with the paddle. Then he got a 0.3 on that last one. So Leo Casal, we know, is one of the best up-and-coming kids from Brazil. A little backhand attack. And this is the replay. Slow-mo of that first maneuver. Bangs off the top. Drifts the fins out the back. Really composed style. Make sure he makes it. And a bit of a lull now in the action.
Yeah.
16 minutes to go. And
Fred
sitting there with priority. So
yeah. But he's taking a break. He's just looking around. He's going to wait for the sets. And while we have a bit of a slight lull in proceedings, we're going to go to a commercial break. Freddie, he'll wait it out. He knows that he's still got 15 minutes to get 2 waves. That's plenty of time when you've got, you know, you've got priority and you've got time to decide. But while we do that, we're going to a short commercial break and come back for the last 15 minutes of your seat right after this. Thank you very much, folks. We've got live surfing action coming your way. And back to live action. Here's Freddie Morais. He's taken off on his first wave of note of the heat. First turn is a nice one. Trademark tail waft. Another little foam climb. So he's waited for the set wave. Here he goes. Now he's got to make it count after a long wait for this wave. His first 2 turns out the back were strong. He knows the waves that work on the inside. That's why he chose it. So here he goes. Starts to pump through the sections. Looking for a tag down here and gets it up and finishes it off. So classic kick-ass there. 3 turns. There's his dad. They just nod their head. They don't get that excited anymore. They've seen it all before. Just strong surfing and really, really under, you know, he needed to score. Waited for priority, and I think he made it count there, Frederico.
Yeah, Fred he's not going to rush anything. He's going to play it smart. He knows the situation. He knows the scores that have been posted until now, and this is Leo.
Yeah, Casal. There's 2 turns. Oh, gets a little bit. It's just back foot slipped off the wax. We regathered. Just a bit of a wobble, but now he's just trying to get. He's been caught in that sort of lack of priority. That means he's been forced into ways that are a little bit more sluggish. Stayed a lot busier. But been caught, not getting a whole lot of action, so that wave point's not going to help you score too much. Fred's score coming in at 5.5.
This turn was really good under a bit late to that one, and he gets up there, and then the carve with a bit of a slip of the back foot, unfortunately for Leo. I just feel like Leo is not choosing the right ones. This wave from the start looked like one of those that has a steep section, but then just doesn't run the whole way towards the inside, and this was Fred's wave. I like this first turn. Bang, throws the fins, connects again off the bottom, off the top there. Nice wraparound cut back here, and you can feel the urgency of Fred here. He knows there's something coming his way. From the get-go, he knows there's a section. So I think this was a well-chosen wave for Fred, and bangs off the top, throws the fins out the back. And it was a crucial moment of the heat to get this wave, because with 11 minutes to go, the ocean looks really quiet. And when Ribeira looks quiet, we know we're not gonna see many sets. So I think a 5-5 for the moment. It's really smart and a really a really good number to have.
He had to pull the trigger, and he did, and he's got the score. Yeah, as you say, you know, it's not a huge number, but in the context of this heat, it's the second best wave surf so far, so it's got him right in the mix. That's a nice finish. I mean, you can only go, you know, it wasn't safe, but it was just controlled. And with those fluffy lips and that water moving around, you can't go too crazy. You risk throwing away 2 points at least, so just controlled surfing from Fred. And he's got himself up into the mix, now getting a small score. Reef Hazelwood, after that really quick start, it's been really quiet. Now he's got priority. Switch Dog Marsh to the book. He's worked with Freddie now for 16 years. Richard's younger son Dylan is at 16, so pretty much since his younger son was born, he's been working with Freddie, and he's just such a close-knit relationship. It's gone way beyond kind of coach and surfer into father or son, or mentor and friend, mate and mate, and they know each other so well. And you know, Dogs, he knows Freddie's strengths and his weaknesses, and you'll be pretty confident right now that, you know, he's got 10 minutes to back up that one score, even though he doesn't have, you know, he's got third priority. He just knows the line up so well. Still though, a little bit nervous times. 10 minutes to go.
Set's coming.
Set's approaching, and competitors out there also have things. But then again, we see Leo, because he's catching so many waves, he's back in fourth priority. It's really hard sometimes to get out of that vicious cycle of being in fourth priority, catching waves back in fourth priority. I said it yesterday, a little bit like a hamster in a wheel, you know, and it's really hard to get out of that scenario once you get caught in it.
Yeah.
Well, how do you get out of it?
Well,
is my question.
The question is it's taking a while to come waves. So if you're in his position, you want waves to come in, so the priority shifts as we see Fred up riding.
Okay, so this is Fred in third position, but he's eyed off a sort of wave, and that one's not going to make it. So Freddie, and that will get marked down potentially in Dog's book as a potential mistake. He goes down to one more priority, so he's now into fourth. So now he's scrapping for that second wave with the rest of them, but without any chance of getting the first of the set or the second of the set, or hoping for 2 sets effectively. So Freddie goes back out to join. Back in it. Okay, so his approach is just to stay busy. He's not going to wait around. There's the first one. It's a nice backhand blast. Really vertical. A lot of spray. He just wipes the sweat from his brow as he gets ready to go down the line. Nice little S-turn. Was also so far about that first turn. There's another one. He's got such a good technique. When he starts those windscreen wiping backhand turns, he generates a lot of spray, even on the flat sections, and finishes it off. So that's really good surfing. Stayed busy. So how do you get out of that situation? We said, well, he didn't really. He just kept plugging away, and he's got himself back in the game. Meanwhile, out the back, Freddie looks like he's going to have a look at this. So Kikash, Portuguese surfer, forced into getting some of these lesser quality ways, but he's staying busy. There we go, and there's the first real savage hack down. So he's starting to realise that he's got to go a bit more aggressive, add a bit more spice. He's just done that with that one turn. He reckons he might be get another one, but he can't get it. Worth a shot. So just backing up that low score. The crowd like it. So old man's not showing too much kind of emotion at the moment, and there's plenty, 7.5 minutes to go. There's so much can happen. Him and his dad train a lot together, don't they, Chico? They're kind of, his dad's a super fit kind of a guy, ex-rugby union coach. And here goes Fred. What do you think of this wave?
Yeah, I love the first wrap. Looks really clean. This one was a setup turn, but this one, as you said, nice hack. Bam. Nice layback jam off the top, and a really 3-turn combo. The first roundhouse cutback was really committed. He had a lot of speed going into that maneuver, so looked really good. And the layback also was money. Look at this. He puts the inside rail, uses the back arm and jams it really hard. So that turn was really good, and this was the wave of Leo. As you said, nice bottom turn, gets really vertical there, and then works all the wave until the rocks. The only thing that can come into play about this score is that the wave was a touch small, and he had to work really hard for it. And yeah, in comparison maybe with Fred's wave, it was a bit bigger and the face was a bit cleaner and longer lines on it. But nonetheless, this first turn was money. Look at this,
yeah,
really vertical.
So much spray, vertical, 12 o'clock, you're right. So he had a lot more maneuvers, kind of less sort of potential impact, except for that first one. He gets a 4.9, pretty much on the back of that first vertical turn. So just edges himself up into contention. Low scoring numbers, one to drop from Fred. As soon as that number comes in, we'll have a real good setup of where we're at in terms of the rest of the heat and what the surfers need. Reef still out there, staying patient. Hazelwood still in first place. Meanwhile, Casal, well, he's the opposite. He's just going, I'm just going to keep swinging. If I get 3 sections, I'm going to go for it. He starts pumping now. This wave so far not offering a whole lot of opportunity, but we know what he's like. You just keep taking a chance, basically, rolling the dice and hoping he gets something explosive down the line. So far, here he goes. Might have to go for something big here. Goes for an aerial and just can't quite make it. The right decision to make. A lot of rocks down there, and that probably, well, you can see how dry it is, but commitment.
So 5.6 for Fred. Fred jumps into the lead. Most likely, most of that score being made with that big hack off the top. That layback was well executed. So Fred jumps into the lead, and now Reef needing a 5.10 to go back into the lead. So Fred, in a matter of 6 minutes, making sure he's in a comfortable position to make this one. And this is just Fred competing. He always finds options, and you see this. He didn't need to go crazy to make it happen, and he serves through the motions of the heat, and that's why he's so hard to beat. Fred knows exactly the type of heat he's in, what he needs to do, and he identified it was going to be a low-scoring affair. So he didn't push anything crazy, but he made sure that what he was doing was enough to make it to the next round. So with 3 minutes to go, looks like he's in a really good position to make it happen. And what an important heat for Frederico.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Since.
Yeah, Reef got the best wave of the heat so far. Was a bigger wave. He surfed it well. Put a lot of good turns in it. This turn looked great. Nice snap off the top. Yeah, just the wave was bigger, and the last turn was really critical. I really enjoyed his technique, as he said. And this turn, bang, and blows the fins out. And Reef is a danger man anywhere he goes. So really well surfed wave by Reef, and this was Fred's kind of comeback wave, sitting more than half of the heat, waiting for this moment, connecting all the dots, and finishing it off this wave really well for a 5.5 to start this heat off. And yeah, Fred, this was the start of his campaign on his seat most with this turn. So finishing it off strong, bang, blows the fins out. As he said, looks safe, but that was risky. He blows the fins out, and this was the last one. Nice wraparound, cut back, really technical. This one just sets up the next one, and this layback jam, look at this, wow. So just showing a lot of experience and a lot of technique and commitment in his maneuvers, and that's why Fred doesn't need to do like a lot of turns to get scores, because every turn he does, he puts a lot of commitment into it, and different lines, I feel like.
Yeah, he's really surfed it well as it's just slowed down as the tides come in, and Hazelwood still looking good. He's in priority, so he can hold off Martin, who's also in second priority. And there's a 5.57 at the moment to move up into second. Casale only needing a 5.54 as well, so really tightly bunched, just waiting for an opportunity. I mean, Reef will be happy if it just stays dead flat for the rest of the heat. He'll get through in second, that's enough to get to the round of 16. But Martin, Casale, they'll be hoping for one more shot. Through to the round of 16, it starts getting really close to the money. A quarterfinal appearance or better really sort of makes you jump up the rankings considerably. So get through this heat and then one more, and you start to have a big shuffle. I suppose don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. Right now, these servers desperately trying to get on to the next round. See Castle moving up the point, trying to, he's got fourth priority to get away and hope the insider comes through and he can just maybe a Hail Mary or do something, but they're chasing him. Martin, I mean, kind of would be get caught in here. Hazelwood as well. He's going to sit on him. You've got a decision, mate. Move off the bowl where the best waves are, or try and chase your competitor. That's your decision, Chico. What do you do?
Well, he's not really moving out of the ball, because you can get waves with this tide where Casale is sitting. And for Fred, this is the best case scenario, because they are completely out of the main break. So let's see what happens in these last few seconds. Looks like Casale is looking for a left.
Yeah, 20 seconds. So Reef goes just because he had priority. Nice little squash turn. The first one. There's another one. Casale fell off, so he's out of the picture. Hazelwood, Sunshine Coast Rat, just going so well here. He's already got a second. Freddie also riding at the back, and there's a finish. So he waited a long time for that wave, used it at the right time. Comes in on the hooter. Unless Martin's done something, it looks like Fred and Reef will be through. Kickash again, just playing the game really well. Another heat win, doesn't matter what your scores are, just Matt's getting through, and he can feel the spice there. Looks like he's locked in a heat win. But another good day for the Portuguese surfers. Seeing the top seeds, Bombolo, Francisco Vaselco in the women's get through. Seeing Freddie here. So the big sort of surfers in the Portuguese surfboard are all into the last 16 at least. And you can just see that score coming in. So it's an absolute lock. We've got some Freddie and Reef will be through, and then to the young Brazilian. Look, he surfed great. He just got caught in that kind of fourth priority cycle, but I think we're going to say he went for the Hail Mary, and I tell you what, that's a big left, big air, the first one we've seen, and he just doesn't stick. It would have been really interesting chasing a 5.44 he needed. Chico, if he pulled it off, it could have been there or thereabouts, but unfortunately for the Brazilian, it didn't come off, and Leo is not going to make it. There we see Freddie gets a hug and a handshake from Dog Marsh. There's the Portuguese Brains Trust.
I was like, oh, not this.
That's the debrief. And Dog's seen it all before.
Not like this. The one that you got stuck behind was such a good one too. You just couldn't get around it. That was your 6.5.
I know. If it's just like
just that one bit, huh? Yeah,
so slow, so hard.
Yeah, that was grinding out.
Yeah, grinded it out. And they're stoked. You can see the sense of excitement. They know they're on the cusp of something pretty special here in Portugal.
Yeah, go see your dad.
Go see your dad, says Richard. Go see your dad, mate. Get some pocket money.
And he said his dad was not breathing, so he had to give him a kiss and a hug. He's breathing again.
So brilliant surfing. and sound competitive strategy from Pitcash there. We're going to go to a break though. Good news, we've got one more heat left. We've also got Cole Houshman in the booth, so that's exciting. So see us out, guys. We're going to a short commercial break. Be right back after this.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year, and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put in a word what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
It's like he's angry at lower trestle. There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it. Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to.
Yeah, the WSL presents the WSL Rip Curl Finals. It's a behind-the-scenes look at all the action from the World Championship Day at Trestles. It comes out live on the worldsurfleague.com on the 5th of October. Don't miss out. It's a real great watch about and all the behind-the-scenes action, the great surfing, and of course the world titles. Right now, though, we've got the last heat of the day. I'm lucky enough to be joined by Chico Alves, and really stoked to have Cole Houshman in the building, in the booth. And who you got in the seat? What boys you got? Who you backing for the last heat of the day?
I'm really good friends with Leo, so I'd love to see him do good, and maybe Aton. Yeah, I don't know. I'm boys with everyone this heat, so I mean.
You got the whole crew.
I got the whole crew. Yeah, whoever.
Everyone is getting through on this.
I guess
one.
whoever just gets on the best waves.
No, you seem pretty relaxed. How does it feel coming to Portugal knowing that your CT qualification was already locked and loaded, and you can just come here and enjoy yourself? Because it shows in your surfing. You've been posting some huge numbers, mate.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. It's like a weird mindset for sure, because I qualified at the US Open and then I had like 2 months off. And I knew I still wanted to compete well, so I was like, oh, am I letting my foot off the gas, like having too much fun or whatnot? But then came here and I've had 2 good heats, so it's just it was really reassuring for me that I'm still got it. And yeah, I'm just not pressure free, but just trying to do my best surfing and kind of raise my level to what will be the CT next year. So yeah.
Yeah, so you're still in the zone, and we had earlier on in the day Jacob Willcox, another guy that qualified today actually in the CT, and he was like, you know, I tried to ask him what had changed. Was there anything you could pinpoint out that has happened in 2023 that was different from previous years? And he sort of put it down to a bit of maturity, knowing himself a bit better. But what about you, mate? Just hold that thought. We just see this wave. We see Leo, as your mate, the defending event champion, a man you'll be surfing against next year on the CT, finished world number 10, and he's looking down the line, just pumping that board speed of his. He's so busy, so much speed generated all the time, and he's just shrouping it away, looking for a finish, and he doesn't make mistakes. That man, and he's got one more, and there he goes. So Leo, yeah, mate. Anything you can pinpoint, basically, is my question.
Yeah. Here's Dimitri.
Yeah.
I grew up surfing a lot with him and the amateurs and stuff, and good kid for sure. It's crazy. There's a lot of heats where like the tide will start to affect it and it'll change the wave, and this might be the heat. You kind of see it goes really flat through the midsection right here, but stick with it and it hopefully gives you something.
Yeah, Dimitri's too's come on. He's like obviously such a talented surfer, but just this year he seems to making a few more heats and just showing his potential again, just getting the grips with the whole competitive vibe, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of maturing for sure, and you can see it in his surfing. I mean, he was leading the North America ranks pretty much the whole year, and yeah, he's ripping. So
Chica, it just keeps coming. But
yeah, nice blow of the fins there, another one. So really good start for Justine. 2 big turns out the back means a good score coming in Ribeiradilhas with this tide, and if he can finish it off strong at the end here, it's going to be a good start for Justine for sure. Gets a bit of a snap there, tries to get some speed going for this last section near the rocks, and I think he's going to get it. So bangs, nice finishing turn. So 2 big turns out the back and a finishing. So this turn looked good.
For me, that was definitely the best wave of the exchange, I think.
Yeah, these first 2 turns out the back, they were great. Blows the fins on both, well connected, great bottom turn. So, and this was the start of Ethan. He did really well last year. He surfs Ribeiradilhas really well. So Ethan, with a different approach always. You never know what he's going to do on a wave, right? And he's surfing really, really good. Nice 2 tight wraps. And he goes for the blow tail and couldn't really get the pop there. But nonetheless, a good start for all of them.
Yeah, all 4 surfers getting off to an incredible start. And a guy that got a really good start in the last heat and ended up winning it with his last wave as well was Reef Hazelwood. He's down there on the beach.
Absolutely, guys. Congratulations. Another win. And I see you kind of change up your strategy for these conditions. What were you looking at?
Yeah, just the size was a little bit smaller, and I just wanted to... I love this board, so I was like, just wanted to get on it, and I felt like it's been working the last couple of days when I've been practicing on it, so stoked it worked, and yeah, just want to be as sparky as possible, and this board's got spark.
And we are going to see a bit of change in the size of the waves for the next few days. If you had a look at the forecast, are you going to start to think about a different strategy?
I've had a look every now and then, but I've got a bad memory, so I keep forgetting. I need to just constantly be checking it to remind myself, so I can't remember what the forecast is. I'll just get to it when it comes, and yeah, just obviously just focused on what I need to do at the time.
Yeah, because you said that you rocked up here at the beach at Heat 7 of the women's and saw something completely different. They were almost going to put it off, but then you had some amazing waves, so that must have felt really good.
Yeah, definitely. You know, still scoring potential out there. Tide came in, it got a bit better, so stoked they ran and got a couple, and it was a little bit slow, but like still got the waves that I needed to, so stoked for that.
And we're stoked to see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Reef. Old Spark. He's looking pretty sparky, isn't he? Got a little spark in his voice and his step. Right, mate, I'm going to get to this question. I promise you, Cole. What's changed this year that's had this success?
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint one thing for sure, and a lot. I'll back Jacob up. It's a lot of maturing, I feel like, for sure with me, and I've been doing the QS since I was 15, 16. I'm 22 now, so I'm still young, but I feel like I've had a lot of experience and time to kind of learn what works for me and what doesn't. And yeah, I think this year for me, I just kind of took the approach of like less is more and enjoying the journey. Just like we've been having a ton of fun traveling with the boys. You know, it's kind of like more like we're here to have fun, and the contest is like a bonus. Like we kind of coming in with that attitude, and it's yeah, it kind of frees you up a little bit, and yeah, it's been fun and kind of like that. And I don't know, it's hard to pinpoint one thing.
No,
it's
well,
weird.
it's best. It all comes together, and it takes time, doesn't it? And then sometimes you get on a roll. But I'll tell you what, yeah, whatever it is, mate, it's been working.
Yeah, definitely.
Been working back in Van. And yeah, it's great seeing that squad of yours. We saw a little funny thing where they did the old head turn today and getting laughs. And you can see that vibe, that positive energy where, yeah, you're right. If you focus on sort of life things, you know, that's more important than this surfing business. But if they could all work in the same direction, happy days, right?
Definitely, yeah. Just enjoying the journey and enjoying where we're at, you know, for sure. It's just, and having that whole team kind of vibe is very unique, and we're all so supportive of each other. That's a big thing, knowing that every time you stand up on a wave, you're going to have the boys cheering for you, and you're surfing for more than just yourself. And yeah, it makes it more enjoyable and more fun. It has that team aspect to what is normally a really selfish sport. So
I suppose the only big issue is that you got to book those big tables at the restaurants. It can be quite difficult. Someone's got to be forward thinking in terms of logistics.
Traveling with 10 to 12 guys is super fun, but going to eat is the hardest thing in the world because you go to a bunch of restaurants and they're okay, a table for 12, but we'll take 2, 6 and 6 if that works, or like 7 and 3, however you want to do it. And it's pretty classic, but yeah, it's all good times and yeah. Big bills for sure.
Big bills, yeah. A lot of calculating. Here goes. So Leo, he's paddling ferociously for this. He's got priority. He's missed it. That's not a thing you see very often. Meanwhile, Becret, he got a 7.67 for his first wave, and now he's going to back it up if he can. He'll have a lot of confidence from those first 2 massive sort of fin wafts. And here he goes again. Nice little turn. This is more of a back up. We know he's got that massive score. And he just puts that back foot on the thing and kicks out. Not an incredible wave, but I'll tell you what, the fact that Leo missed it was a bit of a bonus there from Chico. It's not something you see every day. Leo giving up priority with a bit of a paddling mistake.
Yeah, it's really rare to see Leo making a paddle mistake like that. But and the wave wasn't really that good, but sometimes in the Ribeira when you sit too much out the back, you can't really tell how good the wave is. And sometimes you're afraid it's a bomb, and you just paddle that hard, and then the wave isn't that great. And this was the 7.67 earlier. I think this was a really well surfed wave by Justin. And it had a particular thing that allowed him to really push on the outside and on the inside. So that's why we saw an excellent score. And he surfed really well on both sections. This last turn was good too. So. And
we're lucky enough to go and do a lot of the European QS events, but Becret, it just seen him really improving over the last sort of 2 years. He's been known as a big wave surfer. He loves to charge massive barrels and loves Hawaii, but I didn't know if he had quite enough spark to sort of mix up on those on this gnarly QS and Challenger series. But in the last 2 years, Chico, I reckon he's just jumped up, and the massive numbers are coming in all the time now.
Yeah, I feel like the surf was there, but as Cole said, he needs to mature. And I feel like he started working with Richard, Dog, with Fred. And I think when you start to have a tight group around you of success, it's easier for you to improve and to take notes. I know, for example, Cole and all the boys, they hang a lot with Kolohe and Griffin. And it's hard not to make up with them and learn from them making mistakes. So I think when you put in perspective time and the people that you have around you, you're going to be influenced by that. If you're hanging around someone that is really negative and can push you really down, it's harder for you to actually perform.
Yeah, well, that's right. Very good points, well made. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back for the last 15 minutes of the day of the EDP Vissla Ericeira Pro right after this.
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
able to navigate that tube.
Into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
There we go, we're back live. The CT scheduled for 2024. And joined by Chico Alves and a man who will be on that tour, or at least we know for sure the first 5 of it. And we can talk about Chopu and Fiji, and that depends on the cut, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. But the first couple events, Pipe, Sunset, Bells, Margaret River, mate, it must feel amazing to know that that's coming your way in the not too distant future.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited, and it feels like it can't come soon enough for me. I've just been looking forward to it a lot, and really looking forward to Hawaii. You know, just hopefully we score and they get good waves this winter.
Yeah, and Sunset, have you spent much time out there? Is that a wave you sort of focus on you're over there, or is that something you have to go over there and put a bit of time out there?
Yeah, I grew up actually like competing a lot at Sunset. I did the HIC a lot when I was younger, and yeah, every time I'm there when it's big, I'll surf Sunset, Haleiwa, Pipe, and all that stuff. And I mean, Pipe's harder to get waves for sure, so I'm looking forward to being in the jersey out there. But yeah, I mean, Hawaii is so close for us. I've spent like winters there since I was probably 8 or 9 years old.
Wow. Yeah, well, that's going to be such an impressive test to come in there and surf all those waves you've seen, and to go against guys. I mean, there's a certain guy called, I don't know if you've heard of him, Kelly Slater. He's a guy that might get a few starts in that Pipe event, for example. Imagine having the chance to surf against the GOAT might be pretty amazing.
I know, yeah, it's that'll be a huge thing. I think he's won a couple world titles before I was even born. So yeah, I'm looking forward to going over there as soon as Brazil's over and kind of spending my winters there.
Do some extra time. Yeah. Good idea. Out the back, there's Becret, the current heat leader. Pulls the first wave, a few phone climbs, looking for some open face. This set looks like a solid, one of the big ones we've seen. Out the back, that was Poulos. So a double whammy here. We've seen Poulos at the back. Hard to focus on who you want to look at here. Looks like Dimitri's been going absolutely to town, but there goes Justin. So he's playing it a little bit safer. Meanwhile, Poulos, really sparky. He was S-turner, saw a lot of carves at the back, and now he's got a nice section on the inside. And that's looks like a nice wave. We didn't see the start of it, but it was a nice finish, Chico. So 11 minutes on the clock. Justin with that really solid number of 7.67 trying to back it up. And Dimitri Poulos, and there's another wave ridden by Osborne as well. So it's been a nice flurry. We are surfing the last heat of today. We'll go into the post show for the Estrella Galicia post show for all the highlights and what's been a pretty big day of surfing. And out the back there, just warming up. So yeah, we've got a lot of action here, Chico. I reckon I'll get you to break it down for me. I might get Cole to talk through Dimitri's wave as well, because that looks like it had some spice. And he's paddling back out ferociously, trying to beat his score. And we've got Leo Fioravanti, you know, and it might be a case there. He's all the way out the back. It doesn't look like he got a set wave then. He does have priority. But it's that case where Chico, he missed that wave. You know, it wasn't a great wave, but it just got him out of the rhythm a little bit, and that can happen out here, right? You know, it's a small mistake, but it can get magnified.
Yeah, I feel like it's hard to make those mistakes, but because the waves take a while to come, so when you make a decision to paddle for a wave, you better make sure you're going, because otherwise you're going to go to fourth priority and you're going to wait at least 7-8 minutes for another set. So in a crucial moment of the that can play against you, and you can see now it's going to probably take around, I would say, 4 to 6 minutes to see another flurry of waves. So that's really close to the ending of the heat. So we'll probably have another 1 or 2 opportunities of the set waves as we see another one.
Yeah, Leo's decided to go. He's not going to wait 4 to 6 minutes. He's going to get busy. And there's a nice little fin release, a jam in the pocket, and another. It's a smaller wave, but it's got a nice sort of rhythm to it. I've seen him do this so often, just links his turns so well, connects the dots, really incredible board speed, and his transitions are good. And there's another one, loads of spray. Just when you thought he was in a little bit of a spot of bother, he fights back. You know, incredible surf, incredible competitor. He's not done yet. Comes down the corner, finishes it off.
That was one of those small ones that just goes all the way high.
Just grew and grew, didn't it? And a really good pace of wave, Cole. It just, you know, sometimes you get those ones you just know it's gonna keep going. I'll tell you what. Oh my God.
That's never fun right there. And you don't even, in the heat of the moment, you don't even see the rocks. You're just finishing the wave, and then you end up on them.
Yeah, and they don't look very soft, those rocks. From looking at them from above, they look quite hard.
No, yeah, they're definitely not that soft. Yesterday on high tide, the boys were just sending it on, and we were sitting right there on the rocks, and yeah, it was. You're surprised no one was really getting hurt.
Yeah, you boys are going ham. So yeah, really good pace of the wave from Leo, and I'll let you talk it through, Shiko. Just kept giving.
Yeah, just as I was saying, it's going to take a while for him to stand up again. He just catches a really good one, blows the fins there, gets another good carve in. And as Cole said, this was one of those medium-sized ones that just hugged the reef really well and keeps on building down the line. So really well-surfed wave by Leo, and he's going to post one of the best waves of the heat so far. And good combination of maneuvers all the way through the inside, and he was able to finish it off really strong on the rocks. So let's see this last maneuver. I think he did really well here again and smashed it. Bang. So right on the rocks. That was really close to the fins, so I feel like.
Yeah, and this Osborne. Let's have a look at this, Kyle. What'd you like about this one?
I think this was the one we missed when Dimitri was on, but
it was. Yeah, we're catching up.
The foamy ones, but they kind of like, you never know when you're taking off. Wow, the thing kind of stood up for him. Good finish.
He's a busy surfer, isn't he?
It's so hard to time the finish on the end of those waves with the backwash and the rocks, but yeah, he had a good start to the wave, and I like how he stuck with it, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the number is for that one.
Yeah, it does look a bit easier on the screen, that end section, because we don't look in front on, we don't see the rocks, and you don't see there's so much sort of texture on the lip, isn't there?
Yeah.
It looks like a difficult place to connect.
Yeah, you never know what it's going to do, and sometimes it's really soft, and then the lip will just punch at you, and other times it's like barreling, and then you got to deal with the backwash. It's way harder than it looks, but yeah, I had a few moments yesterday I was like, you think you're gonna just nail a turn, and then right before you hit the lip, it all changes, and you're like, oh my gosh, that probably didn't look that good.
Yeah, you got to adjust. You know, like a lucky dip almost sometimes. The scores just dropping in. The outstanding number there still is that Justin Becqueret's first wave is 7.67.
Dimitri's last two, 7.33.
And Dimitri just coming up through the rankings, a 7.33. And he's also got a 5.50. So Poulos just getting some numbers up there, puts Becqueret down to second. Now Leonardo, well, he needs a 7.11. He's still got that score to come into that last one. And this is the last wave of white.
Yeah, nice first turn out the back, really strong. I like, he surfs really tight in the pocket. He's got a really low center of gravity. He surfs really low. Reminds me of, I can't remember the name now, but I'm going to tell later. But yeah, he's really nice compact style. And he surfs really, really good. This web was really well put together. I was going to say Timmy Ray's.
Timmy Ray? Yeah, I can see that. It's a real compact kind of.
Yeah, I see it.
Thank you, boys.
Yeah, right.
Don't let me down on this one, even though you don't
Cole
think
knows
so.
about it more than me, for sure.
No, they both definitely surf more on their back foot, so I can kind of see the similarities there.
He's really solid, isn't he? Like lower trunk, he feels like he's got a real power to him, you know, like Dimitri, and uses it well. He goes layout, so he's not going to wait for his score. He's going to keep chipping away. And then gets rid of some fins there, and adding a bit of variety and a bit of progression, because he's sort of down the bottom there, but We'll see how that plays out. It's that second wave. It's probably going to be the one that is going to need the most. Becret and Poulos having a solid start. Still waiting for a score for Leo. And Ethan Osborne in the mix. It's a good tight heat, actually. If we get these scores come in, there's still plenty to play for with 4 minutes, 48 seconds to go.
Do you reckon you can get it, Ben, the 7-1-1 with that last one?
With Leo?
Yeah.
Why are you asking me about those scores? Why don't you ask Cole? He's the expert.
I like the way he surfed the wave, and it's hard to tell what the judges are going to do because it was a smaller wave, so but it stood up all the way.
Meanwhile, Justin is just pressing repeat. It's a very similar wave to his first one. He's got a good pace. He looks confident. There's no jitters between turns. He's getting the best waves, and he looks really good, the young Frenchman. So he'll be happy with that. Trying to improve on a 4-1. And a 5.16 will get him into first place. He's not done yet, and here's the last one.
Wow.
So he likes it.
It's going to be a close heat now.
He's really punching up there. So great surfing from Beclet. And now, the score, they're taking their time. Oh, and Osborne goes for a bit of spice.
There you go. That's sick.
And we haven't seen a lot of that sort of progression he moves. You know, we want to see the judges actually reward those. He's still got some time on the inside here as well. So he just warms up. He might try something else down here. A nice little zap off the top. I love his style.
It's going to go big again.
He's going to go big, and here he goes. Oh, he just does a massive throwaway. Couldn't get the grab. Don't see a lot of aerials down on that bottom section. See the disappointment. You know, you knew he was going to go for it. That's sort of his style, is that, you know, Osborne, he just doesn't mind going for those massive manoeuvres no matter what.
Yeah, he's got a lot of unpredictability, which is fun to watch, and you never know what he's going to do. So he may not get the results all the time, but he's definitely exciting to watch. And in the heats, he's going to go for 9s all the time.
Yeah, it's on a boom or bust a little bit, and that's what we like to see. Really exciting surfer. You never know what's coming our way, as Cole said, and this wave, it was a pretty sort of good wave up to this point. If he'd made this air, I mean, he never really looked like making it just because he missed the grab. But if he sort of did that, it would have been a really, really big score. Still in the mix and just, yeah, couldn't get it. So Leo's score coming in at 7.00. So at the time, he needed a 7.11. So it was close, but not close enough. So now, CT Surf needing a 4.78. It's made his job easier. Slow-mo of that pick. It's pretty cool. It's hung up in the foam but rides out. So now we've lost a few CT surfers. We lost Kanoa today. And now we've got Leo under the pump. Here he goes for it. Never gets his feet or body in the right position.
If he lands this, he would be right on the rocks.
Yeah, so that,
when he's standing around, it would be
those not soft rocks that Cole's probably were playing some part in his mind there that we couldn't see. But yeah, I'm sure they were factoring into his decision making. And out the back now, all scores. Still waiting on Leo's wave. I don't know if that's going to. Well, he's actually got a backup, didn't he, for that 7 after that. So he's got a score to come in. Leo chasing a 5.84. And Aton chasing a 6.84. So those two surfers still in the mix. 90 seconds to go on the clock. I'm hoping we might get one more flurry of activity. Or it's just going to come down to those judges getting that last score of Leo. He's fought back hard, as he always does. Fresh off a Ryder Cup victory up there in the Gulf, in the Pro-Am. That involves no small amount of pressure with the world's eyes on you.
I saw that and I was like, I better get in the golf too. And
yeah, mate. Yeah,
start
exactly.
Playing with those guys.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to step it up. How do you go in the golf?
Yeah, I play a bunch at home, and I mean, I'm not great, but played on and off now since I was probably like 16, and yeah, we just have fun with it. And some of the boys are pretty good, but yeah, I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I have fun.
Okay, here goes Osborne. So he's got 30 seconds. This will be his last wave. And you can see him, he's got a 6.84, a big number. Doesn't feel like he's going to get it, but he's never know. As you said, you never know what he's got in his locker. And he's banging down the line. He's going to go for something here. There he goes. And he, again, just kicks out. So that's going to be the end of Osborne's campaign in Portugal for now. He'll be looking forward to Sakurima, the next and last Challenger Series event. And what it's going to come down to, I think Leo, that score came in and it was a 4.7. So Fioravanti with his last two waves has just missed out by a whisker. And then Justin, his good mate, gives him a real class. Really impressive surfing from Justin Chicot. Like a real statement performance, I think, from the Frenchman.
Yeah, I think Justin, he's got the skills. He just needed to put together a good heat, and he found the two best waves of the heat, and he put together two really good numbers. The first one was this one, 767. So Justin started off really strong, and sometimes he can caught up in that situation without a backup, but he was able to actually put another score on the board and making it happen. So a really nice result, as you said, for Justin, and one of the best performances I've seen from Justin on the Challenger, and what a great heat win for him, and really nice surfing. This was Dimitri Poulos, really nice off the top there, throwing the fins out the back, really compact style, connecting all the dots on this one, and making it happen too, working with Thiago Sakapirch on this event, giving him tips about the wave. As we know, Thiago knows this place better than anyone, and Dimitri taking advantage of that and surfing through the criteria and really well. So really nice heat for Dimitri. This is the backup of Justin's. Really good first turn there. Winds up again, opens his arms. Nice upper body rotation. This one again, a bit of variety. And this wave just kept building all the way towards the inside. So he found those ones that just keep building and building and building, and he was taking advantage of that and surfing through the criteria. And this one was a never-ending wave. Ben?
Yeah, amazing surfing from both those surfers. So big props to Becret and Poulos. Big props to Holkausen for coming in, donating your time and your expertise, mate. Good to have you in the booth. Good luck for the rest of the event, and good luck from the CT for next year.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I enjoyed being in here, and hopefully see you guys soon.
All right, thanks, mate. Now, don't go anywhere, folks. We've got the last bit of the day. We've got the Estrella Galicia post-show. We're going to come back with the highlights, the EDP wave of the day, some of the best performances throughout. Another great day of surf riding action in Portugal. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the post-show in about 3 to 4 seconds.
And a very good afternoon and welcome into the Estrella Galicia post show. Another solid day on the Challenger Series here in Portugal. We've asked a few questions. We've had some answers as well. We've seen some red-hot action out in the water and some big talking points from a solid day. Really entertaining one. Here to talk you through it, John and myself, Paul Evans, and all Portuguese post-show panel. Chico Alves, Philip Jervis. Feeling good? Happy, boys?
I'm really happy. I'm really stoked that the Portuguese flag was raised high today. I felt like Teresa and Kika surfed really well. Fred made it too. I don't want to be biased, but it feels good to see them.
Very biased, mate.
Yeah, sorry. But it feels good to see them doing well.
Philip, you had a good day? You had fun?
I had an amazing day. Such a good weather, and once again, the Portuguese, all the Portuguese surfers, they're still at the contest, and we had some amazing rides throughout the whole day, and we had some amazing waves, and yeah, I'm happy, man.
Yeah, once again, this wave here delivering for us throughout the day. Particularly this afternoon with the tide coming in, and we just saw a really cool heat go down. Heat number 3 of a round of 32 featuring the likes of Hazelwood, Morais, Casal and Martin. And no surprises, big support for this guy, Fred. And he delivered.
Yeah, he delivered, played a really smart heat. The heat was really slow and was an easy heat to lose because the waves were so slow that he could easily make a mistake. At the start, this Reef Hazelwood started off strong. He posted a 6-point ride right off the gates, and then afterwards it was all about that backup number. So Reef started off strong with a 6, and then he backed it up with a 517 at the end there. But this was the 6. Talk me through that one, Philippe.
Yeah, he actually got this wave halfway through the lineup because both Leo and Kikas were way too deep, and we were talking about that. I was talking with Kikas about this heat because he was, and also with Dog because he was a scrappy one. Even though there was not too many opportunities, but you know what? You take it any day of the week. You take that win any day of the week. It doesn't really care if it's only a couple of 5s or if it's a 9 and an 8. As long as you get through those heats. And Dog actually said something curious to me. These heats, you don't really talk about them because it's not the highlight of the day, but you want to make them through. Those are the heats that push you all the way through the final, and who knows, might get you on the city tour again because it was a scrappy one. It was not a lot of waves, but yeah, both of the surfers surfed really good. Both Kikas and Reef, they managed the conditions really well.
Frederico Morais, a couple of 5s for him, good enough. He ended up with a total just behind Reef Hazelwood, 11.1 for Fred. And crucially, getting through in that second place position. Official results for that heat saw Reef and Fred get through at the expense of Leo Casal and Kian Martin. Crucially for Fred, of course, going good on the challenges. Still a lot of surfing yet to do. Coming into this one, our intelligence suggested that he would want to make the final to guarantee to clinch his spot. He may not need to go that far, depending on how other situations fall and surfers losing out, but a final, and knowing who Fred is and what he wants to achieve, won't just be looking for a final. He'd want to be getting a win. So far, so good. He's on course here.
Yes, he is. I think he actually breaks the curse of Ribeiradilhas. I feel like he needed these 2 rounds. Now he's got the momentum. He's feeling good. The boards are good. Dog is here. His father is here. A lot of support, but good support. I don't feel like it's the pressure support. He's on a good mood.
Well, speaking of Dog Marsh, one of his charges was out in the water in the last heat, Justin Becret, and he ripped it. Let's go hear from him.
He absolutely did. Congratulations, Justin. You're in the top 16 surfers of this event right now. How did you feel about that performance, and what is it going to take to get to number 1?
Get to the final, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I'm very happy, first off. I got some nice waves. I hadn't ever done some heats back-to-back here. I made 1 in my life before this contest, so I'm very happy to finally get in rhythm here because I really love the place, and yeah, I take it heat by heat, the classic wave by wave. You know the drill.
Well, it's also has to be a big confidence booster to kick out of the event. The last year's winner and also CT surfer, right? Like Leonardo Fioravanti.
Oh yeah, of course. He's a very amazing, like a really amazing surfer out here, especially in those waves. He has a house here. He's pretty much not local, but he knows the wave very well. He won last year. And yeah, well, we surf together. We've done countless heat drills together, and he always beats me, so feels good to get one. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, maybe that's the secret. Get a house up here.
Yeah, well, if I win, I'll buy a little apartment.
Do you want to thank the people back in France?
Yes, of course. Merci à la famille, ceux qui regardent, toute mon équipe qui me soutient depuis quelques temps. Ça fait plaisir de passer des séries. Ça commence à payer et c'est pas fini, ça continue.
Congratulations, you're in the round of 16.
Yes, merci.
C'est pas fini pour Justin. He'll look to keep that going here. Another strong showing from the French in Portugal. And keeping with that theme of the success of the Portuguese, it wasn't just the men who delivered. Let's turn our attention to the women, and two of, well, the top-rated women from out of Portugal, Bonvalo and Veselko. It was heat number 7 from the round of 32. Kika Veselko, steely focus. We know all about Bonvalo and how dialed in she is, and they went out and they delivered.
Yes, started off really strong, Kika. She started off with a 7, and then it took a while for them to get backups, but this turn, massive turn, started off strong, and then a big flurry of action on this one at the end. And Teresa, a buzzer beater for her, so an amazing wave at the end for Teresa. And yeah, Flip, talk me through this one. I feel like Teresa just clutched this heat.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's so many waves throughout this heat, and the lineup was not an easy lineup to read. But you know what? Teresa and Kika, they did really well. They ended up getting the final 2 spots on this heat. As we see, Kika was absolutely, she was surfing really good, especially on those finishing turns, because she's able to put so much power on those turns. So as we're gonna see here, she almost cut the rail on this one. Whoop, a little bit of a mistake there, but she's gonna finish this one off really strong. I remember that one. Her boards are looking good. Frederico Souza, her coach, is looking really good as well. And they have been doing, look, wow, she has been doing a lot of these finishing turns. She was happy with that one. That's a Cristiano Ronaldo claim. I'm here, guys. And yeah, Teresa with the, that was just, this is probably the last wave of the heat. And that was, as you said, clutch moment by Teresa. She ended up getting the 7.77 and the 5.50, which was enough to get through, because you know what? They still have their chances. It's a long shot, obviously, but you know what? There's a couple of places down there on the qualifying scenario that they want to see, but Teresa surfed really well. Look at the passion. You know how much he meant to her, because they really want to qualify, and as Portuguese, I really want to see a Portuguese surfer. Yeah, I want to see a Portuguese surfer on the tour.
Well, by virtue of those strong showings, Kika Veselko has earned herself a heat against Sawyer. Lindblad, very highly rated, high-flying young American. Teresa Bonvalo will be matching up against Zoe Benedetto, who's gone excellent every time she surfed out here. Those are great, great-looking matchups. Speaking of going excellent, should we get into our EDP wave of the day?
Let's do it.
And it's time to talk about a man who, well, he's ripped in Portugal in the past. He's got CT experience. His power is just relentless. The backhand is absolutely deadly. And it could only be one man who went out there, just tore this place apart. He's pretty cool and collected in his post heats. Out in the water during the heats, he's pure fire. A massive 9-point hammer for David Silva.
Yeah, he just destroyed this wave. He's a really compact surfer. He likes to surf tight in the pocket, and he's really speedy, which is something that really helps him to get in front of the wave here in Ribeira, and sets him up really well. Bam! Blows the fins out, and again. So 4 turns and excellent turns. 9-point ride for David Silva, and with turns like that, he's showing off that he's in good form.
David Silva looking absolutely deadly there, and our all goofy panel just appreciating how much spray he's getting, how lethal he is. So a fun day of surf. We ran throughout the low tide and brought it back in towards the mid. The conditions kept delivering. Let's have a look and see exactly what we got in store in terms of our forecast. And yet not huge waves available for us this year, but still some swell in the water. Using your local knowledge, what do we think about this stuff?
Yeah, Thursday looks a bit smaller, 2 to 3 foot in the morning, afternoon the same. Friday, quite the same. So I think from what I've seen, I think it's going to look quite the same over the course of the next 3 days. But yeah, I just feel like the days that we got now were really good. I don't know.
Not much difference in the height there, but the period changing a bit, Philippe. What's that going to do to the wave here?
Yeah, I think tomorrow we're gonna have a little bit of a drop on the swell because of that period. It's gonna be around 9 and 10 seconds, and then Friday we're gonna see the period go all the way up to 12, 13 seconds, and then yeah, by the end of the weekend we're gonna have a little bit of a swell for the finish for the end of the event, and it's gonna be really good, really fun. Light winds. That's exactly what we want.
All right, well, looking forward to that. Meanwhile, let's look back at our top 5 moments of the day. One of them was the young Australian Ellie Harrison. She absolutely ripped. Also went into the extra range at 8.5 for her. Moment number 5, it's Ellie Harrison, who absolutely belted and matched the power of Ribeira Diaz. Picked a bit of quality in a tough heat.
Yeah, I didn't see this hit, but I know that she got an 8.5 on this wave because she did some amazing surfing. I actually watched the replay. Look at this turn. Wow, just pushing that back foot, a little bit of a different technicality in there, and then straight into a huge carve. That was a really good looking wave. And check out the inside. Couple of very nice big turns again. Oh, that turn was really good. And that again, just hitting the lip again and again, and the waves just absolutely just going for her.
And this was Jake Marshall showing that he's on it, and he set his here with Chris Gallagher and having a really good time, showing off some beautiful maneuvers and doing an 8.57 with this one. Jake, he loves this place. He has been doing this comp over the course of the last probably 8 or 9 years, and he's posting some big numbers, so he's looking in form. And now it's all about Zoe Benedetto, the most informed woman of the event so far. Until now, she has done 3 8s in this event so far.
It's ridiculous. She has been surfing really, really well. She has been catching a lot of really good waves. You know how important it is to get good waves in Ribeira Dias, but you know what? It's not only the good waves, you need to perform on them, and she has been ripping so hard, pushing a lot of power on those turns. Look at this, just pushing that back foot, and she has been ripping throughout the whole week.
And yeah, one of the standouts for sure, David Silva, with the highest hit total of the day, 16.23. With turns like this, I'm not surprised because he surfed through the criteria and really well. So David Silva is going to be our man to beat here in Ribeira Dias, Paul.
Well, our number 1 moment of the day came early this morning, and it's welcome to the championship tour. Jacob Willcox, another goofy qualifying to add in to Cole Hausman, who just had him here in the studio. Jacob Willcox, so good in quality waves. A lot of people really looking forward to seeing this very popular character on tour next season, and a brilliant way to get it done. He got through the heat as well, surfed really well. He looks super relaxed. Willcox can be a great addition to tour.
Oh, I'm so excited to see both him and Cole Hausman, obviously, but yeah, he's such a complete surfer. I really want to see him charging Pipeline, Fiji, and Tahiti, and then just absolutely smashing those bells, Margaret River. Oh my God, there's so many options. I think he's going to do really, really well.
All right, well, that rounds out our top moments from a really solid day, a really enjoyable one. The big talking points and drama, and culminating in that qualification for Willcox. That's really, really cool. Let's look forward to tomorrow. What are we hoping for? What do we like to see? What matchups are we looking forward to seeing? What are we hoping for tomorrow, Chico?
Well, I think we're going to see some really good surfing. That's the thing I'm going to see. And hopefully we're going to see the end of the round.
Portuguese still continuing in the ascendancy.
Exactly. We saw that Joaquim Chaves made it through. Also, we didn't spoke about him. And I don't want to be too biased, but he surfed really well as well. And he did his best result so far on the Challenger Series, and making sure that he does a good job being an invitee.
He actually never competed. It's his first Challenger of his life, and he's already doing a really good job. So, yeah, I'm psyched. For tomorrow, let's hope the swell stick around a little bit, because I'm not sure what's going to happen with the ocean, but I think even if it's small, it's so fun. It's always fun here.
All right, thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. Great insight on the Estrella Galicia post-show. Portuguesers are happy with the performance of their surfers. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're hoping the swell's still going to be there. We've got an 8:15 a.m. call for a possible 8:35 start. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll send you out our highlights. We'll see you tomorrow. Até amanhã.
See you tomorrow.
Surfers getting dialed in. The best aspirant surfers from across the globe looking to step up to the championship tour.
Freshly qualified for the 2024 Championship Tour, Jacob.
Wasting no time at all. A blistering start from Willcox. And again, tags it hard, really nice. And once more, a really strong wave.
Really technical by Sally, and she made it.
Joanna Sil, big delight.
Bang, throws the fins out.
2, 1, and that's
Full wave, bang up there, throws the fins up.
Would have almost lost the rail there for a second and floats to finish.
Backing up to 7, this does a nice finish, tags it.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I started off really strong on the straight into a second one. Wow. And very well served.
Wattage in some of these turns. Look at that, how much forward there
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.